Well, good morning everybody, and you're most welcome to join us here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 3 of the Vitality County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Middlesex. First thing to say is that it is dry here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. It is great. It's a little bit warmer than yesterday. There's been a little bit of rain around Leicester this morning, just in the wind, but which gives them a lead over Middlesex of 404. The Bens, Green and Mike are at the wicket. Ben Green has 45, not out. Ben Mike has 20. Conditions, that is, and the ball should swing in the Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators for what would be Leicestershire's first championship win.
You know, we've seen those extraordinary chases, haven't we, between these two? And we've been lucky enough to get two together, haven't we? The James Harris hitting the winning runs, and the Marcus Harris and Colin Ackerman partnership. And yeah, I mean, of course it's possible, and that's why we love sport, isn't it? In cricket in particular, more than any other, cricket's a sport where a match can turn around completely in the final innings of a game, or the third innings, and you know, from what seems an inevitability. You know, it's very rare that in cricket you can completely write anything off. Sometimes a side will reach an unassailable position. But Leicestershire aren't there because there's 2 days to go of this game. And with 2 days to go and 400 to score, and Leicestershire 311 for 8, well, if Leicestershire can do it, so can Middlesex. You know, can Middlesex go to 311 for 8? Well, they'd still be 93 runs behind, wouldn't they, if they did? But, yeah, you can never say never, but realistically, the odds are, whatever happens with these 2 wickets, Middlesex are going to come out under an awful lot of pressure. As you say, try and maintain that unbeaten record.
Luke Holden is going to open the attack for the visitors from the Bennett end. In he goes and bowls to Ben Mike, who goes back and steers the ball out into the covers, but more or less straight to the fielder, so no run to start with. Yeah, I can see the likes of Mark Stoneman and Sam Robson and Leos Deploy sort of rather relishing what may be coming up. A real battle. They can dig in and take all the time they need. Holden is in, Mike is forward again, pushing it out into covers again. There is no run. Leicestershire will, I suspect, be hoping to add another 40, 50 runs perhaps. These two perfectly capable of so doing. Holden steps in and bowls. Mike is going to pick up the first run of the day. He suddenly realises he hasn't put the effects mic out to the window. Does so. That should improve the atmosphere slightly for those listening online or on the stream or on the through the various outlets that we have. Do let us know if there are any issues. My X address, foxcoms24. Oh, update coming from BBC Radio Leicester. Will we get it in before this delivery from Luke Holden, who is in and bowls, and Green is forward playing it back up the pitch, and there's no run. So 312 for 8, the lead up to 405. Here's the update. Which they have extended by just one run. We've only managed 5 balls so far, but it is at least dry. We lost 37 overs last night. The Foxes will be hoping for no loss of overs today because, as you say, they're in a great position. They lead by 405. They haven't won a county championship match this season, whereas Middlesex haven't lost one, but the Foxes have played well in this game despite a much changed side. If they can add another 30 or 40 to that lead and set about bowling Middlesex out for the second time, they will be confident of picking up that first victory. But for the moment, it's all about adding to that lead. They're on 312 for 8, a lead of 405. Was just that single off the over in the end. 312 for 8 after 1 over.
So it's going to be Ethan Bamber down below us. This ball is 69 overs old.
Said good morning to young Ethan this morning, and he looked quite surprised. Good morning, he said, very politely. So nobody had ever said good morning to him before.
Yes, he's a very, very polite young man, Ethan Bamber. Although this morning he did kick a rugby ball at me, right in the middle of my piece to camera. No, because I was looking at my camera.
Okay.
Yeah, he then proceeded. Well, two things. He then proceeded to blame the Middlesex strength and conditioning coach Flem. And also, he didn't apologise. Now, bearing in mind his nickname, Sorry. As he's in now, bowls. His ball's bumped away into the offside. 312 for 8. Mike's on 27. Green at the other end on 45. But yes,
the Middlesex strength and conditioning coach is known as Flem. I suppose it's kind of appropriate. But is that as in short for Fleming or something?
Yes,
okay,
yeah.
But yeah.
Very good.
I suppose if he has you coughing and spluttering.
Exactly. Very good. Here is Bamber again with a slip. I'd certainly be coughing and spluttering. Here's Bamber in bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone, slipping a gully, crouched down.
It is an old ball. We are sort of 69.1 overs, 2 overs old. So Leicester should be watching to see if there is swing. And Ben Mike has just indicated with his right hand that it is still swinging. Conditions, you would have thought in those terms, ideal, really.
Yeah, I think the pace of this pitch is going to be the interesting one, isn't it? Because Mike got some serious pace off this. I said it to Roland Jones. I said, actually, last 2 weeks you look great. You actually look so it's coming out quicker. And he laughed and said, I don't know about that. But Bamber's in, bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump. Just about played inside the line of it. There was shape away again, wasn't there? So he did well not to follow it fully, Mike, as he went forward to that one. He said he's been working on making sure that his release is higher at the crease. That's when he's best, that his release is at its height. And that's where that bounce perhaps has come in. And of course, if you do get that bounce, you look a little bit quicker as well, don't you? So he never relied on pace. It was always about the bounce, and the bounce has been back for the last couple of weeks. This pitch has helped, certainly, as the one did at Lord's in our 2 drop-in matches in silly season, the Blast. Here's full ball from Mike, crashed away out to points for a single on a drive. He moves to 28, 313 for 8. I just heard the announcement that Derbyshire here on Saturday and they'll have a big screen up for the England match.
Yes, I think they've moved the starting time back by, or forward by half an hour, something, one way or the other, to try and get more of the England game in. I'm not sure it entirely works. As somebody's pointed out, look, there's going to be 15 minutes to go. England going to be one down, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Scrambling to see now Middlesex's game. This ball's on a length and run away to just in front of backward point, actually, and they're going to pick up 2, maybe 3. Yeah, 1 for the throw. Mike's charging back. He's fast, isn't he? Green's on to 48. 316 for 8. 412 the lead. Middlesex are playing Hampshire at Radlett. Oh, what time has your game moved to on Saturday then? Your game, Leicestershire's.
6:30, from 6 to 6:30, or I think. I think.
Middlesex at 2:30. What time do England kick off? 5, I guess, is it?
I believe so, yes.
Yes. Banbury runs in, bowls. That's smashed away out to deep mid-wicket for a single. It is a 5 o'clock start. I wonder will Middlesex move their game a little bit earlier on Saturday as a result? Then perhaps not. It's at Radlett as well, so that might make it a little difficult to do. Yeah, 2:30.
That kind of works, doesn't it? 2:30. So that might just go in
a half per innings.
That's all right. The first half
3
hour,
hours.
not much will happen probably.
Takes it to 5:30. Yeah.
I do like the Radlett ground.
Probably around a 6 o'clock finish, is it then? 2:30 start.
Played there.
Did you?
Yeah, and we've had a couple of good games there.
When did you play there?
For the Sunday Times occasionals.
Oh, nice.
A couple of times. Holman is in and bowls, tosses it up nicely, but Ben Mike is all care and attention as he stretches forward and just forward defences the ball. Defensives the ball, that's not a verb, is it? But anyway, pushes the ball back up the pitch to Luke Holman, who jogs in and bowls. Quicker delivery, and back goes Mike this time, just works it back up the pitch to the fair-haired Holman, who marches. There's something of, he's a bit like Mark Watt in that respect. It's slightly sort of splay-footed march back to his mark. Then he is in, drops a fraction short. Oi, he says as Mike goes back, and it skids on a fraction. Mike pushes it out towards Stoneman, who's at mid-wicket. The bearded and stern-faced Stoneman, and he's in the game again as Mike pushes forward to that one, and he comes jogging in. Still got a very pronounced northeast accent, Mark Stoneman, as you'd expect. I listened to him coming out with the Middlesex boys yesterday. In goes Holman and drops a little bit short. Mike can go back and work it past Stoneman out towards Holden, who comes running in, loses his cap in the process, gets his throw away. Mike takes 1, moves on to 30, 318 for 8. The lead then 411. Now, of course, as we mentioned yesterday, very kindly put on the board for us to stop us going through our mental agonies of addition. In goes Holman, forward goes Green. This time pushes the ball back up the pitch, and Leicestershire in no hurry. Probably wouldn't mind just that. I think the outfield is now fairly dry. When I walked across it this morning around 9:30, it was still pretty damp from the sort of slight shower we'd had. And I was thinking, yeah, they don't want the ball to get wet and soft too quickly, but I would imagine by now it's pretty dry.
Yeah, that'll be a hope for Middlesex as well, won't it? That they come out to bat, get a few away to the boundary, get it wet. But it wasn't too much, was it? As you say, it was just a sprinkling of rain this morning, nothing much more. Bamber to Mike on 30, slip in a gully. Bamber's in, he bowls, good line of length, left alone, good pace and bounce. Through to the keeper on that one as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, Leicester should be pleased about that.
Yes.
Just a little bit of zip.
Almost identical to the way that Mike sends it down, wasn't it? And that was what he was doing for his fifer. But he was a little bit fuller and straighter at the time, and the momentum was with Leicestershire as well, wasn't the Middlesex can't afford to be too full and too straight at the moment, because Mike will be clattering it around as he does. Which again was a feeling we slightly had at the end of the Middlesex innings, wasn't it? That they perhaps could have thrown the bat at that point. As his Bamber bowls, and there you go. Even off a length, he steps back and he cuts the ball to mid-off. He was looking to baseball it over mid-on.
Saying before we started play that you had a very interesting interview with Toby Roland Jones, and reading the quotes, it sounded like, as we suggested, that Middlesex, when bowling, had slightly fallen between the two stools. Do we defend? Do we just try and take wickets? And he ended up not quite doing either.
This is punched away through deep backward point for a single by Mike. He moves to 31, 319 for 8. So Green onto strike on 48 from 57. Slip in a gully.
He's only 6 short of his first class best. He does have a T20 century to his name.
Bamber bowls, and this ball's run to backward point. Gully region, no run, he remains on 48. Forgive me, I think you'll know this one off your top of your head, because Mike obviously falling on 99 at Lords. That was a Lords century within his grasp there. Would that have been his maiden first class century as well?
He hasn't made one yet.
No.
So yes, indeed it would. And he had a 91 at Headingley earlier this season.
I did think that was the case, but I couldn't remember whether it was quite the fact that he missed out on a Lord's century on 99, whether that was the more... The story is his. Banbury's in, bowls outside of the off stump and left alone. Middlesex obviously will be mightily displeased with himself if Mike gets to the century in this one. He's on 31 from 48. Green 48 from 59. 319 for 8. The second new ball is but 8 overs away from becoming available, which is how the match referee's old mate Jason Gillespie always reminded Adrian Harms with great relish down at Hove when he was on the mic. Adrian would always say the new ball's due in 8 overs. No, it isn't, Adrian. Say Dizzy, it's available. Here's a length ball from Bamber. It's pushed back to mid-on and there's no run. 319 for 8. It was like the theatre, because it was the same act every day and Adrian would still forget it every day. It's due into... No, it's not, Adrian.
Well, due doesn't necessarily mean... It doesn't mean it has to, it would be taken, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
But it was still a good wind-up of Adrian, though.
Yeah.
Swifty will be chuckling on the other side if he's tuned in at the moment, the match referee. The former assistant coach, Jason Gillespie, down at Sussex.
One could argue semantically.
Yes.
If one was sewing, if one had had a bad night and was in a bad mood.
I heard, actually, funny enough, a Benny Hill joke the other day, which is not broadcastable. Well, he probably said it on BBC One, but even still, I think in this day and age it's not. It doesn't work anymore because chemistry and science has caught up.
Luke Holman is in. Ben Mike is forward, pushing the ball out into the covers. Well, there's a slight figure, Duploy, isn't he? There's not much of him.
But that's why the power of his shots.
Almost.
Yeah, that's why the power of his shots. So I can tell you half the joke. Half the joke was, or the punchline of the joke was.
You're going to just say the punchline. Holman is in. Back goes Mike. Works it out to Stoneman. Go on then.
You can't make a vitamin. Was the punchline. Now, for those who know the joke, it was a 70s Benny Hill joke. It was very funny. But apparently, you can make a.
Holman is in. Mike is hitting over. Long gone for 6. Into the sort of transparent polythene wall, the sort of sheets that are in front of the hospitality marquee over there. You could see them move as the ball struck them and landed down. He cleared. Mid-on was sort of halfway back. It was a tempter, and Ben Mike fell to temptation, but he connected beautifully. Cleared mid-on, and mid-on saying, should I stay back at long on? And they're saying, no, go back to where you were. So just maybe 15 yards inside the ropes. Holman is in. Mike is hitting the same plate, not quite the same place, straight over Holman, this time for 4. So Mike is on the attack now. 329 for 8. Mike into the 40s, on to 41 off 52. The lead extends to 422. Well, he played himself back in this morning, Ben Mike, and now he's looking to crack on. His partnership is now on 89 for the 9th wicket. Long on has now gone back, but Roland Jones is still up at deepish mid-off. In goes Holman. He's hit straight towards Long on. Should be caught this time, and is caught. Long on comes running in, so tried to do it 3 times on the trot. He managed it the first time. He managed it the second. He didn't the third. So a good catch out there, comfortable catch out there by Josh Caires. just had to run about 10 yards in and slightly to his left, caught it around about waist high, and Ben Mike disappointed with himself. He got 10 off the previous 2 balls, didn't need to try and do it again, and I think it was the fact that Roland Jones was still up at mid-off. He was trying to hit a little bit straighter than he actually did, so arguably has given it away, but the game moves on. He goes, caught for 41 after a partnership of 89 for the 9th wicket, 329 for 9. Leicestershire, the lead is 422.
Yeah, it was swirling that, wasn't it? I was worried for Caires for a moment, but a very, very good catch, I have to say, because he was not sure, was he? And it can be quite difficult, even though it's clear to see the ball. You talk about the white ball at night in a T20, it goes up into the dark and it comes down again into the floodlights, doesn't it? Or on a day like this, if you're playing T20 or list day, the white ball goes up into that white sky. But even a red ball up into that sky, sometimes this skyline can be quite difficult to judge a catch, can't it? The layers of the cloud, and you could see he was unsure. He was late in running forward for it, and then he got there, and then I need to be a bit more forward. I need to be a bit more this way, a bit more forward again, a bit more this way. Unfortunately, it wasn't like a scene from the Chuckle Brothers in the end. To me, to you, he was in the right position, and he held on, which was quite crucial as well. So, a good catch and a big wicket for Middlesex, and another one for young Holden.
I think so, because if they'd hung around for half an hour and taken the lead somewhere up to sort of 470, 480, it would have been a bit depressing for the Middlesex batters. So, Matt Salisbury comes to the crease to try and see Ben Green to a first-class 50. 1 ball left in the over, just needs to keep it out. Long on is still out for some reason. In goes Holden, bowls, and Salisbury very awkwardly and tentatively just manages to keep it out. Why would Long on have still been back for the last man with 1 ball to keep out? But anyway.
Were they trying to give him the single? Get him on strike, maybe.
He wouldn't have taken it had he,
no, exactly.
Had he managed to get it down there, I don't think. 329 for 9 at the end of the over.
2 points of interest while I natter away on air. Firstly is the full joke, of which I'll explain why the punchline was yes, exactly. So
I'm very glad you didn't read
no,
that
indeed,
one out.
indeed. And second point of interest, which is another one for off air for us that we're deciding. I'll go with you. I'll go with you on that one.
Double fish and chips.
Yeah, there we go. But yes, much like the ball being due, it's a bit like when you have a go and mention David Kendix as well, great mathematician. So don't talk math with Kendix because you will inevitably end up in a cul-de-sac with yourself picking up the nuances of the English language and grammar. But similarly, I relayed this joke to somebody the other day who's got a kind of scientific background and said, well, actually, you can make a vitamin. Killing a long-standing Benny Hill joke. Again, it was delivered on TV, that. Anyway, here's Bamber. Slip in place. He's in, bowls, and this ball's driven back to mid-off. 329 for 9. I relayed one of our ones from day one as well to David Kendix, which he chuckled greatly, of which we managed to carry out on air just about inside BBC standards. Only just, mind. Bamber will go again. Mike on Green, on 48. Mid-off and mid-on slightly retreated. I don't think you can quite call them a deep mid-off and a deep mid-on, but Bamber's in, bowls, and that's heaved away in the air, and it'll be 4 for the 50 for Green. What a wonderful shot. He moves to 52 from 62, and a wonderful innings as well, which has pushed this target in that partnership with Mike, what should be well beyond Middlesex. 333 for 9.
I have rarely heard such a cheer. He's in the short time he's been around the Leicestershire camp, Ben Green has made himself very popular, and he's a thoroughly likeable young man, and that got a huge cheer from his temporary Leicestershire teammates.
Bamber's past the umpire, he bowls, and this is driven away out to deep point for a single, which he rejects. Well, there we go. Drop them all back then. Roland Jones is at mid-off, Caires is at mid-on. As I say, they're both slightly deep. They're to some extent offering the single. I think I'd just push them back then. At this point, everybody may as well go back rather than let him swing another.
Remember, he's only 2 from his first-class best, so he doesn't want to take 1 and be stranded on 1 short, I guess, as well. That's probably in the back of his mind.
He's on 52 from 63, and Bamber bowls to him, and this is eased away now. He might get 2 here. 1 for the throw. Green's coming back.
Got to take the arm on.
And he gets his 2. He's on to 54. 3-3-5 for 9. Richard Ray.
Oh.
You're pleased for him. Come on, you are.
I am pleased, as I say, because he's such a nice chap, and he worked and worked away when he came for the first 3 first-class, or 3 first-class fixtures early on, without taking a wicket until he picked up those 2 at Lords. And I remember saying to him, you didn't think it was going to happen, did you? It took him 39 overs. He said, no, I didn't. I was starting to think it wasn't. So can he pick up his first-class career best?
Bamber hits the crease, and he goes for I assume he goes for a Yorker, and it's slipped out. It's a full toss, and it's driven straight to Roland Jones at mid-off, and he gets away with that one, doesn't he? The field's
He's never going to get a better chance than that, is he? Really?
Yeah.
Goodness me. That was there to be clumped away, wasn't
Well, he's
it?
in the position now, isn't he, with Salisbury at the other end, where he may as well go for the century, mightn't he? May as well just start swinging like Kimber. Just go for the big pickup. There's no point being bowled out now. A bit like Middlesex's final wicket partnership. They're so far ahead, 428. Bamber in bowls, and there's a swing, but it's mistimed. Along the floor it goes to Holden at one of 2 mid-wickets. The other one's quite fine and almost a square leg. 3-3-5 for 9. Green has 54, and Salisbury has yet to get off the mark from 1 delivery, but he shall have strike.
I have mentioned that Salisbury's no mug with the bat, and that one of his proudest moments was his very, very lengthy innings for Durham in a game that they turned round when he made something like 18 off 125 balls or something like that. He can dig in with the best of them. So Ben Green, albeit that he won't be that familiar with Salisbury, can be reassured that his teammate will get into line, if nothing else. Holden trying to pick up a 2nd wicket. Going to toss 1 or 2 up to Salisbury. In he goes, bowl. Salisbury goes back, tries to work it down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Not taken cleanly by Davies, who's a bit cross with himself. Pride themselves on that one. Umpires. Wicket keepers standing up. And Holman's spin is gentle in terms of pace. I should add, he doesn't push it through unless he's really trying to. Gives that one some air. Salisbury's just forward. No real turn. 3-3-5 for 9. Is that Caires warming up?
Brooks.
Brooks, okay. A backward point.
Similar shoulder to Caires, now you say it.
Holden is in. Out of the back of the hand comes the ball, doesn't turn. Pushed out into the offside to Duploy.
Caires, if there was one thing I'd say which was different between he and his father, because they've got a very similar gait, but he's got broader shoulders than Michael, certainly at that age.
Holden bowls. Back goes Salisbury through the leg spinner. Pushed out into the offside. Brooks comes into field, and the field, well, at least on the offside, in fact on the leg side as well, retreats in order to give him 1, should he want it, with just 2 balls to go in the over. Ryan Higgins has gone out to the offside boundary. In goes Holden. Salisbury is forward, calmly pushing the ball out into the offside. Remember, 8 overs added today. It is just the 3rd day, so theoretically, after this ball, there's still a possible 97 overs left to be bowled. We lost those overs last night, 37 I think it was. We'll try and get back 8 of them. Salisbury drives pleasantly, but only as far as Roland Jones, who lets it bounce through his legs. Could go out to the boundary. It will be at least 2 though, and the captain manages just to drag it back, but he gives away a couple of runs. Underarms ball back to Duploy, and there's a general quiet around Middlesex, but he can't really give the captain the double teapot. He didn't mean to do it. He apologises to Holden, and the 2 just he just reaches out and pats the young spinner on his shoulder. 7 fours, 62 balls for Green's 50. You may have heard on the tannoy.
Bamber has a slip, a deep third, a deep point, cover, retreated mid-off and mid-on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg and long leg. No guessing it's Green on strike and not Salisbury. He's in right arm over the wicket to the right-hander. And that's swung down the ground. And is it clear of mid-on? It is. I did say, I wonder should they not just go back mid-off and mid-on. They're betwixt and between, aren't they? And that is the first-class best of Green. He moves to 60 from 60. Sorry, he moves to 58 from 67. I was giving him a 6. 3-4-1 for 9. He's got to be thinking about it, hasn't he? An over of... Go on, let rip.
I'm not sure he hit, although he's a sort of slightly broad-shouldered man, I don't think he's quite got Kimber's timing in that respect. Plus, Kimber had Brooks, who is sort of probably a little bit sharper than Bamber and coming down the slope, and he was using the pace of Brooks. But Kimber's timing of late has been genuinely extraordinary, and with Green, it feels more muscly, if that makes sense, and he looks more capable of mistiming the odd one.
Brooks, Bamber bowls. Green pushes into the offside, and it's a dot ball fielded in the covers. They have now dropped back mid-off and mid-on. It just felt as though, what are they achieving by being halfway back? You might as well go all the way back. As they are now. It was a small thing, but just offered him the chance to go over the top of those 2 for 4 if Bamber was ever so slightly full in length, or even if he wasn't really, because you're swinging hard at it across the line really over deep mid-on. And so this ball's short and pulled away out to deep mid-wicket. The single's rejected. 3-4-1 for 9. 4-3 for the lead.
Got a bit cooler again.
Yeah, finally dressed appropriately today. I found a jumper in the suitcase at the hotel. It was there all along. I don't know how I was missing it so much. I had a jacket yesterday, but the jacket wasn't quite... It's just not the same wearing a jumper as it was wearing a jacket when you're in the commentary box. So, jacket's at the back. Or it's in the car, in fact, still, I think. So.
Dinner jacket.
Yes.
BBC style.
Down for lunch, yeah. Grace Road. It's the riff-raff our table, isn't it? Here's Banbury's in, bowls, and this is short and edged over the keeper. A hook by Green, and he's going to move to 62, is he? Yes, he is. It was a valiant effort.
Leg by, it came off his shoulder, sort of thigh pad. It looped. Leg bys.
Oh. Is he going to rub anywhere?
I think it just came off the sort of thigh pad area at the body. They're all well padded underneath.
Big swing into the onside, baseball style. So he remains on 58, but 3-4-5 for 9, Leicestershire. And their lead's approaching 450, 438 now. The major milestone really here is how big can Green go now he's got his first-class best. Can he let rip in a big way? He's already done a fair job of it. Bamber's in, bowls, and he swings over gully, and it'll kick on as it pitches, and the 2 give chase, but they give up quickly because the spin was always going to take it away. He's on 62 now. 3-4-9 for 9. The only thing about all of this, though, and Middlesex must take spirit from this, is, well, if Leicestershire can do it.
Absolutely.
And if the Leicestershire tail can do it, because they have substantially added runs here, the final few wickets, as they did in the first innings.
It may be turning into a new ball wicket in that respect, or pitch in that respect. You've got to make the most of it with the heart when the ball is hard. Once it goes soft. But he's edged a fair few as Ben Green.
Middlesex's undefeated record this season. The last championship side to be undefeated in either division. Heavily under threat. As Bamber comes in, he bowls another bouncer, and this one's top-edged, but it's top-edged fine of the long leg, and it may well go all the way anyway. No, it's 4. He moves to 66, the 350's up, 3-5-3 for 9, and the lead is now 446.
Well, Ben Green's enjoying himself, as he did on day 1 when he picked up his first-class best bowling figures, and as Kevin has been telling you, he now has his first-class best batting return as well. So it's been a happy return for Ben Green to the Leicestershire ranks. We were speculating yesterday about whether the time will come when cricketers sign different contracts with different clubs as in the same season, so that, well, I'm not going to play red ball cricket for Somerset, says Ben Green, for example. So I sign a red ball contract with Leicestershire and I sign a white ball contract with Somerset, or even for individual competitions.
Yeah.
And why not? You kind of, would it work? It could work.
Many moons ago, I remember Andrew Strauss making this point, and this was long before elite reviews or any of that nonsense, but he could see a day where cricket just split in two. There's white ball and there's red ball.
Some players are like that now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Brooks is in to Salisbury, who drives at a ball that just simply wasn't there to be driven at, certainly not by number 11, and it bounces over his top edge to the keeper, Jack Davies, and Ben Green wanders down, and I think he held up 5 fingers there, so saying, mate, you know, hang on, I'm 66, not out here, enjoying myself. Brooks is in and bowls a bouncer, not a great one, and it bounces. In fact, it's signalled wide. It was so high.
Did you see that jag though?
And yeah, bounced wide and jagged down the leg side and then swung a little bit. No chance whatsoever for Davies, who looks up probably with an element of relief to see the signal of wide from umpire Blackwell. Width given on height as much as anything. Immediately by Blackwell, I think more than umpire Peveril. I can see the umpire Blackwell sort of pointing upwards and then sort of shrugging at umpire Peveril, saying, yeah, no chance of getting anywhere near it. Not the greatest delivery in Henry Brooks's career. In he goes and bowls. That's a slightly better one, albeit slightly too short of a length. And Salisbury stands up tall and pushes it firmly out into the offside. Where is that Higgins or Stoneman? I think it's Stoneman.
Stoneman, yeah.
Yeah, makes the stop. He remains on 2. Lead over 450 now. Brooks is in and bowls. Nice full straight ball on the legs though of Salisbury, who goes back and rather neatly works it out wide of mid-on and takes his single. Given that it was just the 3rd ball of the over, sort of makes sense. And the field now retreats as Green comes on to strike on 66.
Well, took a bit of a battering yesterday, didn't he, Brooks? By the first 4 balls of an over against Kimber. Went for 24. That 24 would be pretty useful to Green now. That'd put him to 90. But Brooks came back well, and he got Kimber in the end. Got out that over also.
2 really good slower balls, wasn't it? In he comes, bowls to Green, who just plays it firmly out through the now vacant mid-off area. Roland Jones jogs in from the boundary, and Green takes his single off the 4th ball. 360 for 9. Yeah, Henry Brooks now has 2 for 80 from 14.4 overs. Can they nip out Matt Salisbury and set about this mammoth target? Now 454. In goes Brooks and bowls. Salisbury stays on the back foot and blocks the ball fairly firmly out towards straightish mid-on. Ooh, a few little glimpses of blue away to our right, which is a hopeful sign. The field retreats, saying to Salisbury, if you want a single, you can have one. On the leg side, that is. In goes Brooks and bowls. It stays low, and somehow he just gets a little inside edge on it, as it looked almost certain to sneak through there. Got a little inside edge, and that, I suspect a little bit of pad was involved as well, and the ball trickles out on the offside. It did stay low though, and Leicestershire will be pleased to see that. I think both sides had used their heavy roller twice, because it was just the light roller. We'll see it. The change of innings, whether a heavy roller goes on and whether Middlesex have got one use left. They should have, I think. So heavy roller might yet go on again. It was just the light roller went on this morning. End of the over, 360 for 9. The lead 4-5-3. Green has 67. Salisbury 3. This partnership's already worth 31 for the final wicket.
Well, that chase at Lords against Yorkshire was 472. Chris Rogers, formerly of this parish, smashed 241 not out in that. Sam Robson was his opening partner. And of the remarkable chases that we've watched here, this would require the most remarkable of all. Here's Bamber to Green, bowls and beats the edge, standing up. Davies, that's interesting.
You can't then go chasing down the wicket. Well, he can, but
you'd almost encourage him to with the long off and long on back, wouldn't you?
Add the element of risk, I suppose. But yeah, but I suspect once again Middlesex's strategy is slightly not confused, but falling between the two.
Yeah, I think when you're up against it, things just become so much more difficult, don't they? Everything becomes, every decision so much more difficult. So here's swing and a miss from Green, trapped in his crease on that one, as you say, with the keeper stood up, and it slaps into the gloves of Davies.
Still that bit of swing. 78 overs old almost, this ball. It's seen a fair bit of Aylstone, this ball, hasn't it, though, with when Kimber was bashing it into Milligan Road and the businesses. It did come back in the end.
Bamber
tells he's long gone to go a bit wider.
Yeah, there's an element of that in the swing, isn't there, as Bamber comes in, bowls a short ball into the ribs of Green. He was tucked up by that, wasn't he? I don't think he was expecting that one at all. Well bowled. Pushing him back slightly. Bamber none for 95 from 17.3. Very un-Bamber-like figures. Yeah, when a game starts to go against you, it is very difficult. And they talk about momentum in sport, don't they? And how, you know, whether there is momentum or not. But exactly that was we just said about the decisions. Every decision becomes that little bit more harder when you're up against it. Bamber's in, bowls, and this bounces out of the gloves of, or bumps out of the gloves of Davies. And I would expect to see the umpire put up a... Oh.
Was that a chance then? Must have been a chance.
He's nicked it through to the keeper, and Davies is now going to stand back. But he's standing back for Salisbury now. I mean, standing up, they stick or they don't they? But that definitely came out of the gloves, though, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely did. So he must have edged it. No signal from the umpire.
Can't have just come off the edge and limped the way that it did, so it must have been edge onto gloves, and the umpires have not signalled a bye, so the umpire believed there was bat involved. 2 slips and a gully, and it's Bamber to Salisbury with 2 balls left of his 18th over. He's in, bowls, and that's dabbed into the onside defensively. No run.
But Green's score hasn't changed, which
oh,
unless I'm slightly behind on the screen. I am. It did. Definitely didn't miss a signal.
Deep square, dropping back for Salisbury to offer him a single deep point back as well. They'll reject it. But equally, maybe they'll put in the bouncer here. This is Bamber in, bowls, and there he goes at the top of off, and he's punched off the top of off. It's a lovely shot by Salisbury. And Green at the non-striker's end calls no run. The umpire calls over. Salisbury has 3, Green 68, 4-5-4 the lead, and 3-6-1 for 9 is the Leicestershire second innings score, the 3rd innings of the match here.
Must be a bit frustrating for Salisbury. You can play a couple of decent shots and your runs are turned down.
Yes.
You're thinking, oh, my record would be that much better if I didn't have to turn down singles.
Just get yourself up to number 10, lad. He'd have been number 11 behind Curry, wouldn't he? Curry would have been 10.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, absolutely. So, 94 overs still remain to be bowled today. So it's as though we've only had 2 overs in the day. Leicestershire then take all the time they need, really. The field retreats. Brooks comes in to Ben Green, who steps away. He's followed by Brooks. He pulls, but most unconvincingly. The ball trickles out towards Long Gone, who walks in to meet it because it being the first ball of the over, a run will not taken. So Green certainly isn't exactly thrashing it to all parts. He's only connecting at the moment with sort of 1 in 3, really, properly. Brooks is in and bowls. He slaps that one on the back foot out towards the sweepers on the offside boundary. Again, the single won't be taken, so we have something of a stalemate at the moment in the early parts of an over.
See ball, hit ball.
Every Middlesex player, bar of course Davies and the bowler, on the boundary. Brooks is in short, hooked up into the air. Oh, and they decide to leave it to each other, and it falls between the two and bounces over the ropes. What was Bamber thinking there? Bamber started to run towards the ball. He glanced towards long leg where Holden was standing watching him and suddenly realised, actually, that's mine. Went running towards it, mistimed it horribly. The ball bounced, went wide of him and went over the ropes for 4. So that was a bit of a horror show on the part of poor Ethan Bamber down there at deep backward square, and Brooks entitled to look somewhat reproachfully in his direction. And he may have to live up to his nickname a couple of times on that one. Complete misjudgment. Why he thought it was Holden's, I'm not quite sure. In goes Brooks, bowls again to Green, who waits for that one, steers it nicely out to deep backward point, and this time walks the single because it's the 4th ball of the over. So he moves on to 73, 366 for 9, the lead 459. The Middlesex target would be 460. All change in the outfield because obviously Salisbury's going to be on strike. The over 8 is +2, by the way, so that might have had something to do with Holden bowling a few overs this morning as well. That being said, he picked up the wicket, but they got the over 8 down by 1, and usually the scorers can, if it's +2, they can usually find a way of find a few delays that haven't been accounted for. Brooks is into Salisbury. Bowls. Salisbury defends on the back foot competently enough out into the offside. The ball being almost at the end of its life, probably. They may not take it, Middlesex, really, because it's quite hard to get away when it's just this soft, isn't it?
Yeah,
but they want to take the wicket as well, now, don't they? So, what would you do? Take it?
Roland Jones and Higgins. I mean, they've been held back this morning, so I assume they're holding the back 4.
I'd take it. Yeah. Let's get this done.
I think I would take it, to be honest. Yeah, especially on this pitch where up and down bounce has been, a harder ball will be likely to find it if there is any.
Brooks is in. Good bouncer at Salisbury. Oh, no ball. Not a good bouncer then, so he must have overstepped. Salisbury was late ducking that one, and it fizzed past his helmet. His helmet was sort of only about 3 feet off the ground because he absolutely squatted to get out of the way of it. But 2 more added to the score. Has to bowl it again. 368 for 9. 461 the lead. Brooks is in and bowls and clipped out towards Minot. Could be 2 there actually if they go for it, but they decide not to because it was being pursued by Stoneman.
Yeah.
And Stoneman was sort of gauging his pursuit in a way to tempt, in a manner that might have tempted Green and Salisbury to go for 2, but they weren't to be tempted. Well, it was a no ball, wasn't it? Definitely. A no ball was signalled previously, but we have called over after 6, so am I getting confused? Probably. 368 for 9. There was a sign of a no ball. I'm sure there was.
Were they just checking of the other umpire? Sometimes they put their hand out and put...
After 4, don't they, with 2 to go, but anyway. Just let me have a quick look at the commentary.
Bamber. He's past the umpire, he bowls, and this is eased into the offside by Green, and there's no run.
Yeah, no ball.
Strange one. Backward points and cover. He's a retreated backward point as well. They're the only two not on the boundary as Bamber moves in. Bowls to Green, who swings and misses, and the ball is taken by Davies. It loops up into the air out of his gloves, and he takes it again at the second attempt. It was quite the carry-on. Huge swing of the bat. The ball hits the gloves, loops up into the air, and then he just it comes straight back down. He doesn't have to move, did he? Came straight back down into the gloves. No appeal or anything. There was no bat involved, but just with the keeper standing up, it was all quite the carry-on. Goes Bamber. Bowls a bouncer, and that's hooked by Green for 4. He moves to 77, 372 for 9. Leicestershire go on. Their lead is 465, and they're very nearly pushing Middlesex to that chase achieved at Lords against Yorkshire, 472. Some good as there would be, some good stories come out of that 472, you know, at the time, but also afterwards when you speak to those involved and the protagonists. I said that Angus Fraser said that Chris Rogers' innings was the best that he'd ever seen by a Middlesex batter. As this ball from Bamber beats the edge of Green's forward defence, it rises through to the gloves of Davies. No run, 372 for 9. Chris Rogers, I asked him at the end of the match, what were you thinking when you went out at tea on day 3 of the match? And he said, Kev, I was so angry by our performance. We'd been absolutely trounced. As memory serves, Gary Balance had deposited Middlesex endlessly into the top tier of the grandstand. And I said to him, what did you think at that point? We're on the back of a record achievement here, and breathtaking effort. He said, I was just so angry. I just wanted to put some respectability on the score. As here's Bamber in, bowls, and it's edged, and it's taken at short thirds. Green goes for 77, a lifting ball outside off, and Deploy takes the catch. He had to dive forward for it. I wasn't sure it was going to carry, but the edge, thick edge, flies down to deep square. Bamber is storming off. I was wondering where he's going. Look at where he's going. Straight to Brooks, and he's apologising. Look, he's scratching his head, and he's going to give Brooks a cuddle, isn't he? Look at that. Brooks puts his arm around him and says, Ethan, don't worry about it. Ethan Bamber has a wicket. He has 1 for 100. Century up for Bamber. Brooks didn't get a 3rd wicket because Bamber misjudged the catch. And it's all hugs and cuddles out there at the moment for Middlesex. There's Roland Jones goes across as well to give a pat on the back for Bamber for finishing it off. A high five for Brooks as well. Higgins likewise, and Holden, the spinner. There's the 5 of them. But it's all eyes on the other 7 really for Middlesex now, isn't it? Which is the top order. 466. At this stage, we'd have to say is the nominal target. Richard Ray, 372 all out Leicestershire.
Well, yeah. Middlesex will believe, though, they do have that strong batting lineup. The Leicestershire attack is slightly weaker than it might otherwise have been. There is still, though, that little bit in the pitch. We saw that even in that over from Bamber. He got a couple just to move and jump quite nicely at Ben Green, who leaves the field with a first-class best of 77 to his name to go with his 4 wickets in the first innings. We will take a 5-minute break. We'll get a cup of coffee and prepare for the start of the big chase. 92 overs remain. We'll take off 2 for the change of innings, I guess. So, but 90 overs plus a day. So time is not a factor, shouldn't be, in the game. We are set reasonably fair. We'll be back with you in 5 minutes' time. Hello again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, for the start of the Middlesex chase, shall we say. Be a big one, and be a great one if it happens. 466 they need in 90 overs and another day. So they have time, but whether they can cope with the Leicestershire attack on what is still a slightly helpful pitch and in what we believe to be reasonably helpful conditions remains to be seen. But no doubt in our minds that they'll do rather better than their first innings, when Middlesex rather were blown away for just 86 in reply to Leicestershire's 179 in the first innings. Foxes in their second innings, 372, hence the target of 466. You won't be surprised to have heard the tannoy announce that the Middlesex openers are, of course, Mark Stoneman and Sam Robson. And it's going to be Matt Salisbury opening the attack for the Foxes, as in the first innings, when he didn't look particularly penetrative. But it will be Salisbury, and one would imagine Mike, and then Messrs Green and Curry to back them up. 3 slips behind Mark Stoneman, the left-hander. Matt Salisbury is going to open the attack from the pavilion end, and Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London will tell you all about it.
Stoneman leans over the bat. 2 former England openers. They will be desperate to do well for their side here. 3 slips in place. Stoneman crouched down. Around the wicket comes the right arm seam of Salisbury, and a no ball first ball, 0 for 2. That ball's defended to mid-wicket by Stoneman. Only the 463 more required. And they can start the over again.
Honestly, don't get no balls, really. Front foot no balls, really don't.
3 slips in place. They'll settle down. 1:12 at Grace Road on the 3rd day of this game. This ball's on a length, and it's worked. Backward a square on the leg side, playing with the angle. Stoneman, he gets off the mark with a single to long leg. Middlesex are 3 without loss. Go back through the years for Middlesex. The spirit of 2014, I think it was, that Stoneman Roger century.
Derby having an absolute nightmare, Derbyshire. They're 0 for 2 in their second innings now.
Oh dear. Fletcher will be in a good mood.
That's a horror show, isn't it, for them?
And they took Middlesex all the way at Lord's last week. They pushed them right to the end. Middlesex trying to wrap up that win. Wrap it up in the end, they did. As here is Salisbury losing his run-up. Oh, was he about to bowl another no ball there? He just pulled away at the last moment. Thought, not have overshot. Robson walking away towards square. Yes, Robson was part of that chase, the 4-7-2. Probably worth going through them now, because if Middlesex have a wretched start here, then all the talk of those record chases previously go out the window, don't they? But here goes Salisbury to Robson, trying again for the first time, and he does. He puts it onto the legs, and that's clipped away down to deep backward square leg. Long leg comes around. Robson's held to a single. He's off the mark, first ball. There's figures that print in your mind, aren't they, in these records. 4-7-2, 2-4-1, Rogers, scoreboard. Probably got the figures wrong now, I've said all that.
I shall nip in rudely ahead of Kevin, if I may, because we're going to have to do an update for BBC Radio Leicester. This has not been a distinguished first over from Matt Salisbury. He is in to Stoneman, who defends a straight ball off stump. Slightly closed face, bat pushing the ball out to Lewis Hill, who is at mid-on. Here comes the update. And the Foxes have set Middlesex a target of 466 to win the game. They are the favourites, therefore, to go on and enforce what would be their first county championship victory of the season. We had a late sort of burst of runs from Ben Green, who's on loan from Somerset, before he was last man out for 77. 372 all out in their second innings, the Foxes. So hence that target of 466 to win the game. Middlesex have started reasonably well. They're 4 without loss. From Salisbury just slid past the outside edge of Stoneman's bat.
Salisbury with 3 slips, bowls and beats Stoneman. Forward defence, right arm around the wicket, asking Stoneman to defend on the off stump, and whether it swung, whether it moves, whether it was just a good line and length early in the innings, Stoneman comes and prods at the surface, suggesting that one seamed, but that may not necessarily be the case. Might have been late swing. The bounce, we were told on day one, was the only issue. The batters, or indeed bowler, Ben Mike, returned saying that there was a little bit of up and down bounce, but nothing off the seam really, as here goes Salisbury bowls, and outside the off stump he plays well inside the line of that one. 4-7-2 for 3, Middlesex winning by 7 wickets against Yorkshire in 2014. That was the end of the opening over, 4 without loss. So Middlesex were 123 all out in their first innings. Sidebottom taking 4 for 34 as Yorkshire wrapped up the title with a bowling point on that first over of the match. Yorkshire were 178 in reply. I've got this way, right way around then. 416 Yorkshire, and Middlesex 472 for 3. With Rogers hitting 241, Robson hit 77, Neil Dexter not out 72. But yes, that Chris Rogers 472 chase, 7 wicket victory. He was 241 not out. Extraordinary performance.
Ben Mike comes charging in from the Bennett end and bowls, goes past the outside edge. Lovely delivery that just swung past the outside edge of Sam Robson's bat. So immediate swing for Mike, and at a decent lick as well. Robson half forward, the ball slid past the outside edge. Good signs for Salisbury and indeed Mike. Dropped by Cox as well, it didn't take the edge. Mike is in and bowls down the leg side, clipped off his toes neatly by Robson, down 2 long legs. Salisbury fields. Robson takes his single, gets off the mark. He was already off the mark, I beg your pardon. It adds to his single. He moves on to 2 for 5 without loss, brings the left-handed Stoneman down to face Ben Mike for the first time. Come on, fellas, that's the sound of Lewis Hill, the captain at mid-off. Mike round the wicket, bowls, beautifully driven down into the ground, but bounces up nicely for Ben Green to make the stop on the full in the covers. Hit that really crisply, but again, Mike pitching it up, looking for a swing. 5 wickets in the first innings, first class best return for Ben Mike. Stoneman, he had caught by Kimber at second slip, reaching across first slip, as I recall. Mike is in and bowls on off stump. Stoneman is forward. Ball doesn't get up that much, plays it very solidly, though out to Green in the covers. No run. In fact, he had both the openers. Stoneman was caught by Kimber at second slip, and Robson was a leg before wicket for 1 and 10, respectively. Bit of wind getting up. But each time I go out the back of the box up here on top of the pavilion here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, it does feel that much warmer than yesterday. Mike is in and bowls. Back goes Stoneman, works it nicely off his legs, and so nicely timed, in fact, between long leg and square leg. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4 in front of the meet. So nicely played by Mark Stoneman. He moves on to 5-9 without loss.
Just checking back to see what Surrey's record run chase was recently. They did it at Kent, and they had a huge one where they had 2 days to bat, and they came out and did it with absolute ease, if I remember. It was just a procession. The game at Canterbury. I'll have a look to see the exact score on that one.
Mike is in. Bowls, edged, oh, dropped. Would have been a brilliant catch by Curry to his left high. He went for the full drive. He got lots of bat on it, lots of edge on it. It flew high to Curry's left. He got his left hand to it, jumping into the air. One of those that either sticks or it doesn't. He arguably just saved 3 runs, really. It would have screamed down to the boundary. But what a catch that would have been, and what a start it would have been for Curry and Mike. Stoneman gets away with it, picks up a single, moves on to 6-10 without loss, Middlesex, after 2 overs.
I'll look up the, excuse me, the Surrey and Kent match. I mean, it was a massive one. From a Middlesex perspective, and the reason why I'm checking the Surrey one is because you look back on the Middlesex one, and obviously that was 10 years ago now, so there are some stats. Middlesex's record club chase, 502 for 6 at Trent Bridge in 1925, as here is Salisbury around the wicket to Stoneman, who punches through mid-wicket, times that nicely for 4. And how often does a drop follow a boundary? Or a boundary follow a drop, I should say, although this one was overs and change of bowler, obviously. But yes, the record chase by Middlesex was 502 for 6 at Nottinghamshire, Trent Bridge in 1925. The 472 for 3 was the highest 4th innings score made by Middlesex at Lords, and it was only the 3rd time Yorkshire had conceded over 400 to lose a game in their history. A couple more on those stats in a moment. I mean, there was plenty, of course, but you get the headline news of it. As Salisbury around the wicket from the pavilion end here at Grace Road bowls, and Stoneman meets it with a very full delivery with a very solid defence. So the victory for Middlesex was the 3rd highest on the ground. So I think the MCC had once chased higher there. I can't remember who the other team was, so maybe it was MCC twice indeed. Middlesex's highest chase at Lords, and the 3rd highest in their history was the 472. So this would obviously sit below those stats for Middlesex. The reason why I was questioning the Surrey and Kent game, as this ball's full from Salisbury and is pushed to mid-off and there's no run, where the Surrey had chased more than the 502 for 6, which was the Middlesex record, which I also believe was the championship record. It wasn't the highest first-class record in this country, but it was the highest championship. But I'll look up the Surrey one in a moment. But the matches here, well, we then had the incredible chase of 2018, where Middlesex scored 383 to win by 1 wicket. As this ball's just full of length and driven by Stoneman, just wide of mid-off. It's a good tumbling stop in there by Mike, which prevents what probably would have been a boundary if he'd have rolled over the top of it. Leicestershire had scored in that match 427. Their second innings they made 186. Middlesex in between had made 233, so 383 for 9 was the final score. Colin Ackerman was unbeaten on 196 in the first innings of that game. So here's Salisbury around the wicket. Stoneman, it's defended into the offside. Middlesex scheduled for 2-3-3 with 3 wickets for Ben Rain, 1 for Mohammed Abbas, 1 for Gavin Griffiths, 4 for Zach Chappell, who was playing last week at Lords, bowled very well for Derbyshire, particularly at the beginning of the match. And a certain Neil Dexter turning his arm over in that one as well for Leicestershire by that point. The chase for Middlesex. Well, Robson was opening in that game. Here's Salisbury around the wicket, he bowls, and this is full and clipped away by Stoneman, and that's going to be 4 more. Stoneman moves to 14, Middlesex are 18 without loss. It's just going to bobble over the rope. It's a big old boundary over there. It was a long chase for Green, and that is the end of the 3rd over, 14 without loss. So yeah, just wrapping up the 2018 match here. Max Holden was out. First ball of that innings, would you believe? 3rd ball duck for Holden, as he was caught hit off the bowling of Rain, and that was Middlesex chasing 383, and they were 0 for 1. Robson 31, Stephen Eskenazi 97, Darvin Milan 12, Ravi Patel 20, Paul Sterling 4, but Hilton Cartwright 80. So they were in a fair pickle, Middlesex. Hilton Cartwright 80, and he was the man that was bowled, but the ball didn't, or The ball hit the stumps, but the bails didn't come off. 58 unbeaten for Harris, who hit the winning runs. 9 and 3 for Tim Murtagh, who finished unbeaten.
Ben Mike in from the Bennett end. Bowls outside off stump. Sam Robson goes for the drive, gets a thick inside edge. The ball rolls very gently out towards short mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Ben Green. 3 slips behind Robson alongside Cox, Rishi Patel, Louis Kimber and Scott Curry. There's a backward point for the sort of skewed drive. A fairly conventional point. Big gap in the covers all the way to mid-off. Mike is in and bowls. Oh, what a catch by Ben Cox to his right. Takes the edge and Robson has to go. What a catch by Ben Cox that was. It was well pitched up. He went for the firm defensive push, took the outside edge. It was flying well towards first slip, almost between first and second, when Cox dived across to his right, got a right gauntlet to it, and Leicestershire have the breakthrough they were looking for early. Robson goes, caught Cox, bowled Mike for 2.
Yeah, Ben Mike pulling Robson forward and across, and a nick through to the keeper. Stoneman having a chat with the umpire at the other end there. Don't think he's questioned whether it carried, was he? It seems to be a fair old chat.
I was going to say it was a foot and a half off the ground.
Yeah.
It certainly carried.
I mean, because the umpire then turned around and had a chat with Stoneman. I couldn't see it because of the stanchion in front of us, but I was wondering what the chat was, because Stoneman seemed to be...
Here we go.
I don't suggest for a moment that it was. I'm just wondering what Stoneman's chat was. That was a fabulous catch, that. Absolutely fabulous, as you say, a foot and a half up. And it was quite literally fingertips of the gloves, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, it wasn't quite as far across as I may have suggested. It was going. It would have been low to first slip, but whether, as you say, it would have carried to first slip, I'm not sure. It certainly carried.
I mean, no doubt that it carried.
Gloves.
I should add that. I couldn't see it at all. I was just wondering what Stoneman's chat was with the umpire, and the umpire seemed to go back at him, and not go back at him, but there was a response. You don't often see a batter at the non-striker's end having a chat with an umpire when a wicket goes down. Now here comes Holden, who was involved in that chase, as we said, but not for long. He only managed 3 deliveries in the 2018 chase here.
Mike makes it 6 for the game. Wickets taken, that is. 5 for 22 in the first innings was his first class best return. I've got to check whether he's got what his best match return is. I'll do that in a moment, because he's going to come round the wicket. We've got 2 left-handers at the crease now for Middlesex in Max Holden and Mark Stoneman. Holden is on strike as Mike comes in, bowls to him, wide-ish, reaches for it a little bit. Holden drives it, but he does check the shot, and Ben Green falls rather than dives to his left to make the stop in the covers. He's going to get congratulations from Harry Swindles, who comes across from point to congratulate his rather larger teammate. Mike turns, runs in and bowls. A little bit shorter this time at Holden, who's on the back foot, blocking the ball again out towards Green in the covers. Super catch by Ben Cox. Curry rolls his right arm at third slip. He'd managed to cling on to that fierce edge from Stoneman. Foxes really would be on top. They have made an early breakthrough, 18 for 1. Mike turns, runs in and bowls back foot when he might have been forward there, Max Holden, but got behind it, pushed it out this time straight to Lewis Hill at mid-off. No run. Better length again from Ben Mike. And he sends Lewis Goldsworthy back from mid-wicket to deep backward square. Holden in the first innings was caught behind off the bowling of Ben Green for 7. Mike charges in and bowls, squared up slightly there, Max Holden, fiddles it out rather to backward point where Swindles is the field, and warm applause for Ben Mike, who has a chat with Ian Blackwell at the end of the over, just examines where his feet are landing, but he made a breakthrough in it. 1 for 6 from 2 for him. Middlesex still needing another 447. Middlesex trail by, so 448 to win. 447 is they're behind. 18 for 1.
Let's cast an eye across them. The Leicestershire victory here in 2021 when 3... oh, where's it gone? Sorry, I clicked on the wrong tab. 378 chased down by Leicestershire. Salisbury's around the wicket, bowls, and that's driven away by Stoneman, only as far as backward point, bit of an open face. No run on that. Leicestershire 136 in their first innings, Middlesex 295 in their first innings, and 218 in their second. And 378 for 5. Harris 185. Ackerman unbeaten 126. It's funny when you look back on these things. So that was Ackerman in 2021, his first century in the championship since 2018, which was the year he hit 196 against Middlesex here. Now Salisbury's in, bowls, and this is eased away into the offside by Stoneman. No run. And that was the 378, the third highest successful fourth innings chase in Leicestershire's history, home or away. So there we go. This one would be quite something. Pete Hanscom, saw him this morning. He was playing for Middlesex in that game in 2021, skippering Middlesex. As he is. Full ball to Stoneman, which he picks up over mid-wicket. And that's going to be 4 more. Just a little 1 foot lean forward, back foot in the air, and pivoted as he worked it over mid-wicket for 4. He moves to 18. 22 for 1.
Going for his shots in this innings, isn't
There's something Rogers-esque about it, isn't there? It's got that kind of angry, I'm just angry. I'm going to put something respectable on the board. That was Rogers' thoughts in 2014. Another gritty, gnarly, nuggety opener, as Stoneman had to be on Chesterley Street in his younger years. Obviously made his way all the way up to Test cricket, as did Rogers for Australia. Ball's being thrown to the umpires. Have a look. Take a little bit of damage there from Stoneman. A couple of lusty blows so far, haven't there been? There's only netting down there, isn't there? So not netting, matting covering.
I guess it might have thumped into the hoardings. It was a nice pickup.
We didn't hear a bang. There is the floodlight away to our left, isn't there? But, yeah. Interestingly, the Middlesex side of 2021, there aren't too many playing in this one. I'm going to have a look. There may have been more playing in the 2018 side than were in this. Of that side, it was Robson and Eskenazi opening, Gubbins at 3, Hanscom at 4, Robbie White at 5, John Simpson at 6, Martin Anderson at 7. Luke Holman did play in that one. Had Tom Helm, who's a 12th man here, as Salisbury's around the wicket, he bowls, and this is full and driven away. He's got it not quite as fine as I realised, and it's into the covers. There's no run. Ethan Bamber played that game. Tilan Wallaluita. So only Robson, Holman, and Bamber. Only 3 from the 2021 side. Which, if you'll forgive me, I'll have a look at 2018 and see how many remain from the 2018 side. There's Salisbury turning again to bowl. In the meantime, he bowls and dabbed by Stoneman into the offside, and there is no run. That's the 2018 side. Well, we know there was Robson and Holden because they were opening, so there's 2 of this current team. Eskenazi in the squad but not playing. Milan, Sterling, Hilton Cartwright, John Simpson, James Harris, Stephen Finn, Ravi Patel, Tim Murtagh. No, there was 2 left from the 2018 side and 3 left from the 2021 side. Leicestershire fairly changed as well. That 2018 side: Dearden, Horton, Ackerman, Cosgrove, Dexter, Hill. Salisbury bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Stoneman. Rain, Chappell, Parkinson, Griffiths, and Abbas. So only
so when you say
Hill.
fairly changed, almost completely changed, as in 1 left. Hilly.
And the 2021 side was Azad, Evans, Harris, Ackerman, Hill, Swindles, Mike, Parkinson, Wright, Barnes and Davies. Only 3 left from the... It's amazing the turnaround nowadays, isn't it, in Championship cricket? You used to have... You could pretty much write the list for 10 years at one stage, couldn't you? Obviously there'd be a few retiring, a few coming through, but the movement of players around the counties.
Then Mike has moved around himself, is in, round the wicket, bowls, good bounce. Holden is down on one knee. Just saw it in time. Taken by Cox behind the stumps. Sharp bouncer. Over his right shoulder as he ducked down, rather stylishly, down on one knee. 3 slips, no gully at the moment for Holden. Otherwise a sort of single saving field as Mike is in and bowls to him. He defends solidly on the off stump on the back foot. Slightly short of a length delivery. Mike again just kicks a little bit of dust away from his foothold on the crease. Holden remarks his guard with a spike. Bit of watery sunshine around now. The Uptonsteel. Still 84.4 overs left to be bowled today. Be a bit of a surprise if we get them all, but you never know. Mike is in, creeping across his stumps rather, is Max Holden, before defending again with his weight on the back foot out into the covers. Out to Ben Green, who's already got a red, well, it was probably from the first innings, a red streak down the back of his trousers. As you'd expect, a constant stream of encouragement from behind the stumps. Cox, Patel, Kimber and Curry, hands on knees with the exception of Cox as Mike is in and bowls. Fuller this time, and Holden plays it nicely. He's going to get off the mark as he drives it out towards wide extra cover. Hill goes running back, puts in the slide, gets his throw away. Not the greatest throw, but sufficiently quickly in terms of the turn and throw to persuade Holden and Stoneman to settle for 2. Holden off the mark on 2-2-24 for 1.
All right, we've got all the big stuff out of the way, haven't we? So you get Middlesex a 30 for 3 at lunch. You can forget about 4-7-2 and 3-7-8 and whatever those were. 3-8-3 chases. It's all about survival, really, for Middlesex, isn't it? If that happens, but it's all about survival in immediacy nonetheless. Yeah,
Stoneman's looking good. In goes Mike, bowls to Holden outside, off stump, 2 wide. For Holden to play at, lets it go through. He remains on 2.
Well, the task becomes relatively simple here for Middlesex. They've just got to keep Leicestershire out there until the evening session tomorrow. If they do, there's a chance they might not be far away from this. I mean, it's a fair old lick. All right, we've got the best part of 100 overs, so 200 overs, so you'll score at 2.2, 2.3.
Just bat. Don't do anything differently. You're not under pressure to score your runs quickly.
Leg slip goes into place for Holden. This has been a recent occurrence for the bumper to Holden, but also the clip.
Oh, it's happened from other teams as well, is it? Okay.
He does step
quite a long way across. In goes Mike and bowls to him, and he clips in the air towards mid-wicket. Whether it's stopped him in, I'm not sure. There isn't a mid-wicket, and Budden just trots across from mid-on to field, but it was in the air for a long old time there. Holden picks up 1, but slightly unconvincingly moves on to 3 at the end of the over. 25 for 1 after 6. Middlesex Stoneman, who's looked good in going to 18 off 22, comes down and has a word with Max Holden, who will stay on strike.
Yeah, that was. I was waiting for its carry to mid-on. I was wondering was mid-on's going to either get forward or get across, but it died wide and fine of him. Salisbury to Holden. 25 for 1. Salisbury is around the wicket. He bowls full, straight and dug out by Holden as far as cover. And yeah, we were just musing, weren't we, in the interval. You know, Middlesex, well, Leicestershire basically have an hour to lunch with this new ball, and then you get a second go with the new ball, don't you, just after lunch. All right, go again. So Middlesex have got those two first bursts, an hour to lunch and an hour after lunch. Can they get through that? You think of it as, you know, that kind of morning session, and put a side in, you try and have them 4 down, and after 32 overs, around the wicket comes Salisbury, and forward goes Holden defending to mid-on.
I've missed the Rishi Patel reaction to every single delivery, that however centrally it hits the bat, there's a howl from first slip when he's in there. It hasn't been at first slip, it hasn't been in the slips all season because of Pete Hanscom being there, but all last season he was in there, and you'd think every ball was going to take a wicket when Rishi's in there.
Salisbury, round the wicket he goes, wide on the crease, bowls, and forward goes Holden, pushing back. He's on 3. I remember playing in a club game where my skipper was the wicket keeper, and I was either cover or mid-wicket, right-hander, left-hander, and I remember being told off by Kev, not every ball's out, not every ball's ooh, not every ball's that's that, not every ball's catch it. Yes, I may have had a little bit of the Rishi about me in the field. Just trying to build the energy, keep the excitement going, not letting it get too quiet. As around the wicket comes Salisbury bowls, and this is dabs wide of mid-on, quick single. 26 for 1. Holden moves to 4. There was a fair bet that the wicket-keeper captain did have a hangover that Saturday afternoon as well, so was probably being a bit grumpy. But that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's Pete Hanscom, that's his mantra. It all starts in the field, lads. It all starts in the field. Get yourself moving in the field, build it all up in the field. The bowling and the batting will follow. I think it's a pretty good point. We often talk about a side looking flat in the field, don't we? Salisbury to Stoneman. Round the wicket he goes, and the left-hander angles his bat and defends to backward point. In position, over the top of it, head in line, angled bat. And the ball squirts away square. 26 for 1. 1 ball to come of Salisbury's 4th over. And then we've got 30 minutes to lunch. And the whole point of that kind of hour before lunch and the hour after lunch, the morning session, is you get out in the afternoon, you try and take a bit of a fizz out of it, don't you? And the ball then is gradually becoming softer. You get it towards that 50 over mark and 60 over mark, and between 60 and 80 you try and cash in with a few runs. As here's a length ball which Stoneman defends into the onside, 26 for 1. But then of course comes the second new ball, and in this match, should they require at Leicestershire, they may even get a third new ball. 26 for 1. End of the 7th over. Stoneman has 18 and Holden has 4.
4 overs, none for 17 for Salisbury, who's accompanied by his captain Lewis Hill as he heads off down towards long leg. It's sometimes sort of 8 or 10 overs before these duke balls do start to really swing, once the lacquer is off and they've got a proper polish on one side and less on t'other. Curry is asking for instructions. Do you want me to go to leg slip again? No, says Hill. Stay at 3rd for now. Round the wicket goes Mike. Bowls to Holden, who's creeping across and driving that wide one. Got on top of the bounce and cracked it away to the boundary in front of the manual scoreboard. Nice shot from Max Holden. Picks up his first boundary. Moves on to 8. 30 for 1 Middlesex.
Yeah, it was a lovely looking shot, wasn't it? And we talked about how far across he gets, and it gets him into position to play that shot nicely, doesn't it? Feel confident on or around or just outside of off stump. But what it can do is bring a leg slip into play. They've taken the leg slip out for now.
Not far off here, says somebody. Sounded like Harry Swindles. Round the wicket again goes Mike. Bowls to Holden, too wide. Holden this time lets that one go through. Max David Edward Holden, born in Cambridge, rejoices in the nickname apparently of Pepsi.
No, don't know.
But he's batting with the teammate who he says has had the biggest impact on his game, namely Mark Stoneman.
Ah.
His favourite form of the game is T20. His favourite away ground is Hove.
Hey, good man, Max.
In goes Mike and bowls again, too wide, puts everything into it, but too wide to persuade Holden to play at the ball. He says it because he gets the chance to play against his old teammate John Simpson.
Ah.
He'd have, if he could pinch a player from another county, it would be Wayne Madison. All sorts of things keep him awake at night, he says. He picked up his county cap last year, or was given his county, handed his county cap last year. Mike is in to him again. He's creeping across and cutting that short wide delivery, and found the gap at gully very nicely indeed, perfectly placed, and that runs down to the third man boundary for 4. What Mike didn't do in the first innings was try and bang it in short. When he does, he almost invariably gets picked off, and Holden picked him off there. So 2 boundaries in the over, becoming a useful little start for Middlesex. They moved on to 34 for 1. Holden on to 12, Stoneman 18. Mike, like Salisbury, has now conceded 17 runs. In he comes and bowls. That's a better length. Brings Holden forward on the defensive push. Out to mid-off it goes. Picked up by Hill. Immediately thrown to Budinger to do the polishing. Again, Curry rolls his right shoulder. He may not be far away from bowling. I suspect Hill will be looking at shorter bursts perhaps from his bowlers in this innings, because they know it could be a longer effort required of them. Mike is in, past umpire Blackwell, bowls and steered in the air by Holden, but for 4. He reached for the wide one, and again he was prepared to hit the ball in the air, this time between point and cover. Slightly risky shot, but hit it very crisply indeed. So 3 fours off the over for Holden. So he, like Stoneman, also going for his shots. Middlesex determined to be positive here, and it's paying off at the moment. After 8 overs, they're 38 for 1. Stoneman 18 and Holden 16.
Flattened out. I mean, look, there was, what, 7 wickets fell yesterday. 3 so far today. 21 on the first day. Middlesex can't afford 7 wickets to fall in their innings today, as Leicestershire conceded in their second innings yesterday. They started today 1 down. They finished it 8 down. Here's Salisbury around the wicket to Stoneman. 18 from 24. And this ball's just full of a length and defended by Stoneman, getting a long way across to that ball outside off. And Unana mainly led from slip. And Rishi Patel fielded at mid-wicket the ball. But Stoneman, much like Holden, will be looking to get outside off stump. There's an interesting comparison between these two, which we can't quite see because we're not in line today, but if we follow it on the stream and see it in line, Stoneman generally will play the ball late and from within the crease with an economy of movement, where Holden will look to get forward and across as a trigger movement. As here is Stoneman within the crease, clipping it just fine on mid-wicket. Cry of catch, it was in the air. Green diving to his left, it would have been a stunner, but it was not to hand, and it gets through for 4 more. And Stoneman is 22 from 26, and Middlesex are 42 for 1.
Well, neither of them apparently are afraid to hit the ball in the air, but flirting with disaster there. Mark Stoneman hit it nice and crisply, but Green's a big man and dived away to his left, and maybe only a foot away, maybe 6 inches.
Stoneman tapping away at the ground, as you can hear on our effects mic. Salisbury's running into him, he bowls, and Stoneman over the top of this one just manages to ride the ball into the onside. It's fine of mid-wicket, and they have a single. Stoneman's on to 23, 43 for 1. Middlesex require a further Well, actually, hold on. Middlesex trail by 422.
Yeah, but if you look above, they've put to win and target, so we've got everything now.
Ah, there we go. So, yeah, I was thinking, yeah, so they trail by 422, so that means they need 423 more.
Exactly.
Yes. Bottom right, very useful piece of information on that screen as it's been throughout. But the one to cast your eye too quickly. A little bit of chatter behind the stumps. Holden pulls away.
It was the... He's still moving the leg gully into position, I think.
Ben Green. 3 slips, crouch down, Ben Green at leg gully, and around the wicket comes Salisbury. Bowls on a length, and Stoneman over the top of it, rides it in front of the leg gully, and it should get away for 4, but it's losing pace. Deep squares coming around, and he'll hold them to 3. 1 for the throw.
Stayed low on Holden, that, didn't it?
Yeah, killed the bat down onto it, didn't he? And he picks up 3 to move to 19 from 21. 46 for 1 now, Middlesex. Relatively solid start this, the loss of Robson for 2. Middlesex were 18 for 1 when he was caught Cox with a quite brilliant catch. The bowling of Mike, he just had to go so far to get to it. Here's Salisbury in bowls, and this is another one whipped away by Stoneman. He'll only get the single on this because it's whipped quite hard. No, Stoneman's calling him back for 2. 1 for the throw once again. It is a big boundary out there, and Cox shies at the non-striker's end where Holden had delayed slightly on running that second. Is he all right? He's stretching out his legs. Did he get a...
It hit him, the throw, as he ran past the stumps, but from Cox. Little stinger.
48 for 1. Holden 19, Stoneman 25. 3 slips crouched down. And Salisbury around the wicket, bowls. Cut hard by Stoneman. And it gets through just in front of the backward point. 4 runs. And there's the 50 up for Middlesex in their second innings. 52 for 1. What a marked difference Middlesex's second innings is to their first. And they were all out for 86. They're nearly there already. And we've only had 9 overs of the chase here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app with myself, Kevin Hand, and Richard Ray.
20 minutes until lunch, so maybe 5 or 6 more overs, the first of which will be bowled by Scott Curry. So Ben Mike coming off after 4 overs, 1 for 21 for Ben Mike. As I suspected, Hill looking to make changes after slightly shorter spells. Curry, who's been comfortably Leicestershire's best bowler this season, wasn't able to get involved in the first innings. Wasn't needed, in fairness. Green and Mike doing it, but perhaps he can make a contribution this time round. Bowls a Yorker, slow Yorker to Holden, digs it out, kills it into the pitch. Good start by Curry. Holden just bunted it back down the pitch, just down on it in time. Trickled a couple of feet down the wicket. Ben Green also warming up now, so he'll likely replace Salisbury. Short mid-wicket is in as Curry bowls down the leg side. Cox flings himself to his right to make the stop, Holden having stepped inside the ball and let it go through. Curry's, like Mike, is going round the wicket to the left-handers. It is something he said that Leicestershire had talked about in the close season. Curry started and then stopped, and he holds up a hand in apology to Holden. Buddinger's in there at that shortish mid-wicket, about 3 pitches back on the 45. Genuine catching position though, as Curry is in and bowls, taken off his toes neatly by Holden. He's got it wide of Salisbury, should be a comfortable 2. Salisbury picks up and throws, overthrows Cox in fact, albeit it was accurate in terms of direction. A little bit too powerful, but Green backed up and it was always going to be 2. Holden into the 20s, then on to 21. Stoneman on 29 at a runner ball. Really positive start by Middlesex. Curry is in, bowls again. Holden steps right across his stumps, almost on the walk as he tickles that one round the corner. Off leg stump down, I say off leg stump, probably off near off middle, down towards Matt Salisbury, and takes his single, moves on to 22. Partnership is already worth 37. That short mid-wicket comes out for Stoneman, a much more sort of conventional field. Swindles goes into third slip. Green is at backward point for the edge drive. Curry is in and bowls, and a very solid forward defensive press from Mark Stoneman. Plays the ball back past Curry out towards Hill at mid-off.
That mechanical work that's happening, it sounds as though it's inside the ground, but
I think it's at, yeah, there's a
We Fix
Your Car limited. Occasionally it happens.
Other car fixing establishments are available.
Yes, indeed. Curry, a tall figure, is in, drops a little bit short, played off the back foot firmly by Stoneman, just wide of Mike at mid-off. He has to move 3 or 4 feet, 3 or 4 yards to his left, and by the time he does so, Stoneman has called Holden through for the one that takes him into the 30s on 230. 56 for 1 after 10. And if Middlesex go through to lunch 70 for 1, 80 for 1, they'll be reasonably pleased with their start, I suspect. Yeah, not inside the ground, folks. It's out on the Milligan Road, where there's a few interesting little businesses.
It's funny, you know, all the years coming to Grace Road, I've kind of seen the calm, but by the time we can't come in generally from the other entrance, don't we? And we'll come in just as they're open, and we'll go home once they're shut. And that's not labouring the point of the long hours that we put in, Richard. But you know, all those shops along, they've never actually seen them open in all the years we come. Well, because we're in the ground, aren't we, in the opening hours. Here's Green, a change of bowling from the pavilion end. He's around the wicket and he bowls to Stoneman. Left-hander pushing back up the track.
Most of them have sort of pull-down shutters, you know, those sort of tin-type shutters in front of them, and sometimes I think they all have these sort of little doors in them, so that they're often open when you don't kind of realise they're open.
Well, that's very true. Here's Greeny bowls, and this is pushed back along to mid-on by the forward defence of Stoneman. But I mean, you know, I'd never have had the opportunity to walk up and down that road and go, oh, look at that one's open. You know, it's all. Not that I think I've ever walked that road, because generally in the car when I arrive here at Grace Road.
Milligan Road. As in Spike?
I was about to say Spike. I told you I was ill, Milligan. He's an edge and gone a second slip, and that's the end of Stoneman. Line and length from Green. A little bit of bounce perhaps on that one, and Stoneman dabbling at it on the top of off stump. He prods away on that little surface, suggesting there was that little bit of bounce. And that is the second wicket, and it's a big one. The two former England openers are out. Stoneman's gone for 30, his 34th delivery, and called at second of the bowling of Green. 56 for 2, Middlesex still require a further 410 to win. There are still a further, I can't see it on the board now, how many overs to go today?
79.3 remain to win 410.
There we go.
Target 466.
Right at the place where we'd need it to be. The one place I didn't look. 79.3.
Stoneman was already looking. He didn't look back at all, having edged that one. He kind of assumed, presumably, that Kimber would catch it, and it went at a nice height to him. But he was already looking askance at the pitch. Just straightened, didn't it? It was sort of. First two had swung into him. That one hit the seam, and as it was swinging in, and then just held its line. And Ben Green, this is a sort of perfect pitch and conditions for him, really, as he showed in the first innings.
Leicestershire Deploy has just been announced to the ground to join. Of course, 10 past 1, because they're making up overs.
Oh yeah,
of course.
Indeed.
So it is actually another 24 minutes until lunch today. 56 for 2. Oh, thanks to the PA.
Yes.
We'd have got to lunch and said, no,
genuinely useful, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Normally, not always,
yes.
but...
Short, sharp and useful. That's what you want the PA to be. And that was exactly what we just got, which was lovely. 56 for 2. And deploy has to wait because Holden has got a problem of some description and Luke Holman is out helping him with it. He's taping his bat. I'm sure this isn't particularly helping deploy, is it? As he builds to his first delivery.
Yeah, a little bit of tape on the bottom of his bat. He doesn't want to change bat. He's happy with this one, but
he's at the non-strikers end at the moment. I guess permission by the umpires or perhaps given for the end of the over for him to do it, and then the wicket fell, and they probably told him, right, you've got to go and do it now. But that's building the weight for deploy this, isn't it? Luke Holman.
I like that bandana that
yes.
that Holden is sporting underneath his helmet. Has longish hair. Something piratical about him.
Luke Holman running out the drinks as 12th. Well, not as 12th because he's not 12th. He's due in at 6, isn't he? 6, isn't it? No. Caires came in at 6. He's due in at 8. Davis will be at 7. Here goes Green to deploy. A big step across outside the off stump to defend that one back up the track. And these two, as we said, that Stoneman will sit in the crease and wait for the ball and play it as late as possible. And not get into a trigger that pulls him across. Both, I say pulls him across, takes him across because they're doing it deliberately, both Deploy and Holden. Their technique's very, very similar in that sense, in at least the way that they trigger their movement. There he goes, he's off, and in comes Salisbury to bowl. It's full and straight and defended to mid-on. The big wicket. Leicestershire Deploy in the Middlesex lineup. He is the gun player. Middlesex were desperate to sign him, as were pretty much every other county that could possibly afford him.
But I suspect we might not have been in the game on that, purely on that basis.
Well, Middlesex don't have an overseas in any competition this year because they put that budget to signing Leicestershire Deploy. So they've got no overseas in any format. As here's to Green in bowls to Deploy. It's left alone outside of the off stump and dies on the way through, which causes some great alarm from behind the stumps. Deploy doesn't look back, just holds the bat in the air and perhaps breathes a sigh of relief. 56 for 2. Stoneman was caught by Kimber off the bowling of Green for 30. Holden will have strike on 22.
Yeah, swung back in, didn't miss off stump by so very much. I wonder if Cox will stand up to Deploy in the end. Wicket maiden for Ben Green to start his bowling spell. Who could ask for more? Curry tosses the ball from hand to hand. Staying around the wicket to Max Holden. Bowls off stump line, just slightly short of a good length though, and Holden works it off the back foot defensively out to Green in the covers. No run.
We had a chance to have a look at the scores elsewhere. I know you mentioned the Derbyshire one.
Yeah, how are they? how are they doing now? As Curry is running in and bowling and again shuffling across. Fuller delivery that is blocked out to mid-off.
42 for 3. They require a further. Oh no, they trail by.
Yeah,
so they require
to make them bat again. That's all.
Of course. They trail by 333.
That's just Yorkshire's first innings.
Yeah. 76 all out and 42 for 3. Middlesex 86 all out and 56 for 2.
How about Northants Sussex? That's probably relevant to yourself.
Yes.
In goes Curry and bowls. That's a good line on off stump. And he wasn't sure whether to go forward or back there, Holden. He stayed on, his weight was on the back foot as he shuffled across. And again, slightly awkward defensive fiddle out into the offside.
They are 210 for 9, Northamptonshire, requiring a further 74 runs.
So Sussex about to win that then.
Who's the nod outs? Broad has 35 from 60. White has 0 from 2.
Curry is in bowl short, and Holden much more comfortable with that. Gets up on his toes and blocks it again out into the offside. So Sussex will go top for the. Well, they are top already, aren't they? So they'll stretch away rather. That makes that will give them. That'll be a 5th win.
Well, with the Yorkies winning as well, They
second consecutive win for them.
Yorkshire will go ahead of Middlesex only by a
will
point
they?
or so. Yeah.
Goodness. Curry is in again, too short and up on his toes. Holden steering the ball out towards backward point, but Swindles is in position to make sure that Holden doesn't pick up a run.
Forgive me, they will not. There's 25 points between them.
Yeah.
Coming into the game, but they're on for a 23-point win, aren't they? And Middlesex will get 3 from this, unless.
Did they not get 400 Yorkies?
But it's 450. Oh, I see. Let me double check. I thought they
might
didn't.
have done. They got a lot. In goes Curry, bowls another bounce.
Oh,
Holden ducks underneath it, taken. So they'll get a maximum return, I think, Yorkshire.
451 for 9 declared in the 102nd over.
Yeah, they
wow.
Yeah.
Why did they declare?
It has been a dominant performance, put it that way.
Moriarty and Fernando got the runs and then off they came, declared. That was bold, wasn't it?
Bold?
Bold.
I can't do Kenneth Williams' voices. Very bold. But if you listen to 4 Extra, you'll know immediately. He's forever popping up in some comedy programme or another. Hancock's Half Hour or...
20-minute shift. Good investment in something. Green around the wicket. He's in, bowls and edged just short a second slip, and it gets through Kimber for 4. It didn't carry. Kick of the dirt by third slip, which I think is Curry. Could he have gone low and across to get in front of second? Would have been a spectacular catch if he did. But low in front of the left leg of second slip. The ball doesn't carry. 4 from 4 for deploy. Investing in green energy? What are they investing in? Goes Ben Green. Come on, Green knows the cry this time. 20-minute shift. It's 16 minutes now until lunch. As Green is around the wicket, he bowls and deploys a long way across, and he gets a thick inside edge onto the inside of his left thigh by the looks of it.
Strange things happening.
Yeah, well, it's the new ball, isn't it? As you said, the great thing that Middlesex must do here is just get through the new ball and see where they go. And they'll probably, if they are to save the game or indeed win it, have to get through 3 new balls. Sometime around, or just before tea tomorrow, the 3rd new ball would become available as his deploy defending into the offside.
Patel.
Jibber jabbering.
Yeah. But if you're not going to be voluble in these circumstances, probably not in any circumstances.
Well, I think you should always be. I'm with Pete Hanscom on that. The field of Pete Hanscom was such an energetic, electric field. You know, everybody was always moving, buzzing, energy high. Green's in, bowls, and rapping on the pad of deploy, but has he got outside the line of off? That's his intent by triggering his movement to be forward and across, and the umpire says yes, it was outside the line of off. No run taken as mid-wicket collects.
Wow. That cannot be the only thing, I suspect, that saved him. We'll have a look at the replay as and when we get a chance. Hands on heads everywhere.
Well, he's a big wicket, and win, lose or draw, deploy could just keep them out there for a very long time, as here's Green bowls, and this is cut away, and it gets through backward point. He does hit it hard, and backward point went forward and across. I think is it Ben Mike? No, Swindles. Yeah, not able to stop that one. He got himself in an awkward position, didn't he? He was diving forward and across rather than perhaps just diving to his left. It was rather scooping at it as it got through. We haven't seen a replay yet of
We haven't, no. Is this it, or is that?
Oh yes, maybe.
Well, it could be the one. It could be the.
Nope.
No, it's the cut. Is there any chance of seeing a replay of the ball before? That would be marvellous if anyone's listening.
There goes Green bowls, and this is dabbed into the offside, fielded at mid-on.
But I think you're right. I think he probably did get just across. It hit him just outside the line. Looking at the other deliveries in the over, you could pretty much see all 3 stumps of deploy when he was playing the ball. so far across had he shuffled. He survives anyway, 64 for 2, 1 for 8. So 2 boundaries conceded by Green in that over, one that shouldn't have been. Swindles will be very disappointed not to have stopped it. Curry will continue from the Bennett end, bowling to Max Holden. Outside off stump, nicely steered by Holden, but straight to Green, who is very much in the game at the moment, whether in the field whether fielding or whether bowling. 13 minutes until lunch. Leicestershire can pick up one more wicket. They will really enjoy their fish and chips, which is what we have chosen. Not the only option, but I don't think I'm not sure the players will have fish and chips. In goes Curry, bowls Fuller this time, and walking forward into the defensive push is Holden. The ball runs out to mid-on. I don't know, actually. I mean, fish and chips isn't too heavy, is it, if you go with the fish rather than too many chips? But
yes, the batter. I was umming and ahhing. I was thinking about the chicken, but it came with pork today. Pork's not the biggest. I'm not the biggest fan of pork. Some sort of bacon involved in it.
There was a veggie lasagna as well.
Yeah.
Players often have the pasta, don't they? In goes Curry and bowls. Oh, bounces on Holden and flies off down the leg side for byes, says umpire Blackwell. And Cox looks back in disappointment, but that fairly took off a bit. Really did put a lot into that one, Scott Curry. Moving across, Holden. If that had been a bit straighter, it would have been really difficult to deal with. Thought for a minute it might just have clipped the glove. There was a shout from Patel. Cox reached high to his right, couldn't get there. And to the boundary it went for 4 byes, 68 for 2. Catch the replay on that one. Just took off. In goes Curry again. That stays a bit low outside off stump, and Holden plays it really well in the circumstances. Manages to work it off the back foot towards Swindles at backward point. Curry's hands started to go into the air, as did Buddinger's at mid-wicket, and of course those behind the stumps as well. So one bounces on Holden and one stays a little bit low. Plays them both pretty well. He stays on 22 off 35 balls, 68 for 2. Curry is in and bowls, nicely clipped away off his legs by Holden for 4. Over pitched on leg stump. Ball didn't do anything unexpected, unlike the previous 2 deliveries, and Holden too good to miss out. Just turned his wrists on it, clipped it through square leg for 4. He moves on to 26, 72 for 2. To win now less than 400, 394. There will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester before too long. Curry is in and bowls. Up on his toes is Holden to the short ball, dropping it out into the onside. Lewis Goldsworthy at square leg fields, and that's the end of an interesting over from Scott Curry. 3 overs, none for 8 for him. He's looking for bounce as much as anything. He's not swinging it in the way that Ben Green is. 72 for 2 off 14. Run rate still 5s. There'll be at least 2 overs more, probably 3 in fact, before lunch.
Are he going to come? No, Holden's just making his way around the track. I thought he was going to come over the wicket for a moment to deploy, but this angle around the wicket to the left-hander with bounce, swing, maybe even a bit of seam now as forward goes. Deploy, defending to cover, and there's no run. There was one ball in particular this morning from Brooks from the Bennett end. It was a bouncer and it jagged off the seam, didn't it? Miles wide of Davies down this side. I say jagged off the seam, it was movement off the surface. They didn't quite get to the second new ball in the end, did they? Middlesex was required. So here's Green to deploy, defends into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket, still the 3 slips in place. Patel, Kimber and Curry. Backward point. In position. Swindles. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket and long leg completing the field. Lewis Goldsworthy down at long leg, is it? As, here comes Green in bowls, and this is turned to Mike at mid-wicket by deploying. There's no run. Looking a rather lonely figure down there. Goldsworthy at long leg.
Yeah, I had a chat to him last night for the first time really since he's come to Leicestershire. Proud Cornishman. Spoke very intelligently though, and impressive young man really.
I mean though?
Say though, yeah. That sounded awful, didn't it? Apologies to anybody from that fine county.
I'd get it on the phone to Anthony Gibson quickly.
Well, he's a West Countryman, but he's not a Cornishman.
No,
is he?
Indeed, no. But I bet he's defensive of them.
Yeah, I left Taunton with both his books.
Ah.
He had them in the boot of his car.
Green's around the wicket, he bowls, and this is clipped away to mid-wicket by deploy. No run, Mike Fields, 72 for 2.
Again, you're seeing all three stumps. He's getting so far across. It's not a bad tactic.
Yeah, I mean, he will, from almost the first ball of his innings, step across and play aggressively as well. 72 for 2 here.
With 2 balls to go in the over, Green is in. Deploy is forward again from outside off stump, playing it to mid on. And there's no run. And Middlesex needing 466 to win the game. An unlikely target, have lost 2 wickets to the Foxes already this morning. The 2 men to go, Sam Robson, who was brilliantly caught by wicketkeeper Ben Cox off the bowling of Ben Mike for 2, and Mark Stoneman, the other opener, neatly caught by Louis Kimber at second slip off the bowling of Ben Green for 30. Middlesex won't give up on this though. They're playing very positively, picking up their runs. Max Holden has moved on to 26. Leicestershire Deploy may hold the key for Middlesex. He's been in fine form this season. He is 9 not out. If the Foxes can pick up 1 more wicket before lunch, they'll feel they're really on top. This is a game they should go and win, but they have plenty of work still left to do. Middlesex in their second innings, 73 for 2. Have definitely 2 more overs, I would suggest. First of which will be bowled by Scott Curry. Deploy hasn't faced him yet, so he's taking guard from umpire Blackwell.
Are we changing ends?
Shall we change ends? I don't. It all gets a bit complicated.
Here's Caires around the wicket, he bowls, and this is down the leg side. It's taken by Cox. 73 for 2, deploy 9, Holden 26.
What Middlesex don't want is a strangle, something like that, just to nibble down the leg side. Or
yeah, just got to get through to lunch. And, well, still 2 long sessions to come today as we're making up overs from time lost yesterday. Carries around the wicket, he bowls, and that climbs off a length at deploy, and he doesn't know where it's gone, and in the end he eventually realises it's tucked in behind his front pad. His head immediately swung round. He wore that somewhere around, I'm assuming, the gloves or onto the hip as a result, and then it rolled down onto the pad. But the fact that his head spun round suggested to me that he must have got something on it that he was worried was heading towards second slip. But off the hip, it's nestled down behind the knee rollers. Forward he goes to this one, and over the top of it rides. Not a great deal of bounce on this one at all. Backward a square on the leg side. Goldsworthy collects from square leg, and a single is taken. 74 for 2. 3-9-1 more required for victory. Deploy has 10. Holden has 26. The one thing you can say with certainty is there's no doubt Middlesex are thinking about winning the game.
Absolutely.
Because the draw, realistically, it's either you win it or you lose it from here. There's just so much time left in the game that the positive mindset is what I'm saying. The mindset will not be thinking about, well, let's get to tea on day 4 and see where we are then.
Well, conditions have improved much this morning. It's quite light now, isn't it?
Yeah, and that would play a part if the sun were to come out for the remainder of the game. That would certainly help matters for Middlesex. I think the biggest key will be the pitch in it in terms of the up and down bounce. If it gets better or it gets worse, as here's a length ball which Holden rides to a very short mid-wicket, and he's short and in that position for exactly that reason. If it were to get big on Holden, he might have just offered it. He had that clip in the air through mid-wicket earlier, didn't he? But I'd suggest that mid-wicket's not there for that shot, because it'd be past him in a flash, wouldn't it? Were he to get hold of it as he did before. 74 for 2. Holden 26, and Curry around the wicket from the Benedendi bowls, and that gets big on him down the leg side. Through to Cox it goes. Ploy leans on his bat at the non-striker's end, looking bemused by it all. Holden steps away and has a think. Just got to get through the new ball, Middlesex. It's only in its 16th over. Two slips crouched down. Curry moves in. Bowls now, and short one. That doesn't get up at all. Look at that down the leg side. He bowls a bouncer, and that's taken by Cox pretty much by his right boot. And as Holden ducked, it passed pretty much past his backside. 74 for 2. Holden has 26. Deploy has 10, and that's why they've got to get past the new ball on this pitch, because a softer ball may not react as much as a new ball off the surface, and the cracks, we can assume, are the reason for a little bit of indifferent bounce every now and again.
One more over before lunch, and it'll be bowled by Ben Green. And, as I thought might be the case eventually, Cox is standing up to Duploy, who's been walking forward and across to Green throughout. He is in and bowls, and very awkwardly played, sort of leaning forward by Duploy, taking his bottom hand off the bat and fiddling the ball back down the pitch, and then he wanders down and prods very suspiciously at a particular patch. Goes back to his ground, remarks. 3 slips. Patel, very, very fine, almost directly behind Cox, who, because he's standing up, is standing across slightly as well. Green is in. Oh, that absolutely creeps. Absolutely creeps. Nothing Duploy could do about that, and somehow it was stopped by Cox. It shot along the ground and missed off stump by an inch. I don't know, but that was extraordinary. Nothing anybody could do about that. Really remarkable that Cox was able to stop it, but goodness me, nightmare for Duploy. Green is in and bowls, he leaves, and it swings back, and it's over the top of the stumps, and Patel was actually leaping into the air down the leg side almost behind Cox as the keeper stopped that. My word, a couple that were very, very close indeed.
Well, we talked about it at the start of this inning. Middlesex pretty much need to sit on the front foot, and it might mean that they wear a few. But the danger in this one is the ball keeping low.
Green is in, bowls, fuller delivery, comes out of the middle of the defensive bat from Duploy, pushed out to Hill at mid-on, and there's no run. But that one that absolutely barely got off the ground. Goodness me.
Well, that was the note, wasn't it, on the first evening from Mike? Nothing off the seam, but the up and down nature of the bounce was the problem. And of course, Mike was done by a ball that kept low, wasn't he? Looking to hook.
Green is in and bowled. Duploy again, taking his bottom hand off the bat as he works that one down the pitch defensively to Ben Green. 2 balls, 1 ball to go in an eventful session. 4 wickets have fallen. 2 to the bowlers of Middlesex, 2 to the bowlers of Leicestershire. Green turns in past umpire Peveril and bowls, well defended by Duploy. A maiden over to take us into lunch, and Duploy will be very grateful he has got through it. He's on 10 off 23 balls. Max Holden on 26 off 40. Middlesex in their second innings, needing 466 to win the game, are 74 for 2. Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, will be back with you in around about 35 minutes time. Remember, it'll be starting at 10 to 2 rather than 22. because of the extra overs that we're looking to bowl today. But again, the game has moved on. Back with you in around about 40 minutes' time. Well, good afternoon from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The afternoon session on the third day of this Vitality County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Middlesex. 74 for 2, Middlesex in their second innings. Their target is 466 to win the game. They need another 392. Leicestershire need another 8 wickets. The two not out batsmen, Max Holden, who's 26 not out, and Leos Duploy, who is 10 not out. Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London, myself Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, hoping to help steer you through this afternoon session, which will again be extended. Remember, we lost overs yesterday, so we're getting 8, or hoping to get 8 back of them today. So lunch was 10 minutes late, and tea will be 20 minutes late in theory, so it will be taken at 4. Certainly if we had to wait until there were 32 overs left to go, I suspect it wouldn't be taken until there were 5, until it was 5 o'clock, because there are still 73 overs left to be bowled today. Umpires Blackwell and Peverell are out there. So are the not out batsmen, and so are the Leicestershire fielders. Max Holden is going to be on strike to Scott Curry.
And he's right arm over the wicket with 3 slips in place. Bowls, and this is eased into the offside by Holden. Fielded at mid-off. Oh, it's a picture. An absolute picture here at Grace Road. The sun is out. It feels like the nicest conditions we've had of the match. I'm trying to cast my mind back to some points of day one where we had some watery sunshine in the evening, didn't we, on day one? Late evening sunshine, but yes, it's picturesque at Grace Road right now as Curry moves in, bowls, and this ball nips back into Holden. He dabs it defensively to mid-on where Ben Mike feels. There's a slither of blue above the Bennett end, but there's clearly a pond of blue above us right now.
I think the mature trees are important around the ground. There aren't many, well, okay, there aren't any buildings of architectural merit at the ground, really. The clock tower, arguably, the one exception.
A little bit more of a wide approach there from Curry, and an inside edge on the forward defence from Holden. It races away down to long leg, and Holden moves to 27 from 43, 75 for 2.
I so much prefer the right-arm bowlers going over the wicket rather than round the wicket to the left-handers. I just do feel it offers much more threat. That said, I think Curry's going to come around the wicket now. But anyway,
yes,
yeah. But the mature trees sort of around the car park make a big difference, don't they? Make you feel that gives the ground a vaguely rural air.
Yeah, yeah.
Despite it being a sort of inner city ground. But any cricket ground is a pleasant sight when the sun is out. I always feel.
Curry around the wicket to deploy that lift down the leg side to the extent that Deploy was just trying to nudge it off his hip. In the end, he didn't even bother lifting his hands up because it was soaring down the leg side, and that's the threat that Curry in particular at his height will carry. Roland Jones clearly for Middlesex was doing a lot of damage from a great height, and indeed he mentioned it, his release point being higher in the last couple of rounds, which perhaps has helped to find that bounce again a little bit more. But yeah, you're right. Am I right in thinking that they lost one of the very old trees in the car park at the far end recently, as this ball's full of a length and eased away backward of points by Deploy for a single. He moves to 11, 76 for 2. I want to say a willow.
Yeah, it was about, you're absolutely right. It was a willow that was in the what is now sort of children's play area way to the left of the car park as we look sort of south and across towards the Bennett end. It was blown down in one of the. It was a genuine gale that we had. I can't remember the name of it now, but we lost the willow. I always thought they should have made lots of, like they did at Kent with the lime. Yeah,
here's a length ball outside off. He's right arm over the wicket again to Holden. Curry, it's easy to cover, and no run. Curry's 5th over, none for 11. 76 for 2. Holden 27. Deploy will have strike on 11.
Yeah, lots of little souvenirs. I remember going to Canterbury when they still had souvenirs for sale from the old lime. I know Son of Lime is now there on the outside the boundary as opposed to inside. There'll be generations who'll soon never be able to think of Canterbury but believe it or not, they used to have a large mature tree inside the boundary, and if you hit it, you got 6.
Yeah.
Hit it on the full, but it blew down in the 80s. I think it was no later than that. I think it might have been 90. It might have been 90s, but I doubt it. Ben Green is going to go around the wicket. 2 layers deployed. The Ben Cox standing up up to the stumps. It's clipped neatly off his legs, aerially, down towards deep backward square. Long run round for Lewis Goldsworthy, and Duploy takes 2, moves on to 13.
It's funny how the mind plays tricks, because
check it.
I know I'm wrong, but I seem to remember commentating on a game with it still in place, which would have been 2005, but that's far too late. That's far too late.
Maybe I'm...
But the mind plays tricks, doesn't it? I probably did see it on TV rather than...
Maybe mine is playing tricks on me. I mean, in goes Green and bowls. Duploy is wristily working it. The foolish delivery as it swings in out to Hill at mid-on. No run.
One thing I learned about memory, actually, quite relatively recently, was you don't remember the exact event. What you remember is the last time you remembered it. So that's why a memory can...
Okay.
Apparently that's how our memory works. So, you know, a vivid memory that you have of something as a child, you're remembering the last time that you remembered that memory.
Green is in. Bowls. Duploy again stepping across his stumps and working the delivery off the stumps out towards Hill at mid-on.
Although the way things move along nowadays, I say that tentatively along the lines of the vitamin joke that somebody will say, no, that's not, you can't, that's not true anymore.
Oh, well, yeah.
We're not going back to the vitamin joke, don't worry. I just said it to make you pause. We never went there in the first place. Benny Hill jokes, all anybody at home needs to know.
Green, longish hair down his nape of his neck, runs in, and bowls beautifully driven by Duploy, but he's picked out Budinger at extra cover, a couple of yards either side, and that would have rattled the advertising hoardings in front of the meet. As it is, he gets nothing for a beautiful shot. 78 for 2 remains the score. Yeah, maybe it was a lot later than that. The loss of the lime and the building of the planting of a new one. Green is in, bowls, forward goes Duploy, pushing the ball suspiciously back up the pitch on the on-side. Hill runs across to his right to field. And there's no run. But yes, now I remember going there when among the items in the in the Kent club shop were, which was the fast bowler who became an umpire, still is. The
Saggers?
Yeah, Martin Saggers. In goes Green and bowls forward goes Duploy on off stump. Reached for that one a little bit, thickish outside part of the bat, but along the ground all the way to backward point, end of the over. But he was probably still is a keen wildlife photographer, and had published a book of photographs taken in Africa of various wildlife. But as a consequence, why it should be I don't know, but the Kent souvenirs, the Kent shop was selling Martin Saggers leopard print underpants. So I remember that, as well as the various sort of bits and pieces made from bits of the original lime tree.
Let's have a look. When did the line... Oh, that's left alone outside of the off stump. Right arm over to Holden, angles across, seams across him as well, it felt, and taken nearly in front of second. When did Canterbury lose its lime tree? Feels like a Radio 4 documentary. It was a lime tree, wasn't it? Yeah, Lime Tree Cafe is the...
Yeah.
Oh, it was 2005. Would you believe it?
Call.
So I did see it.
Perfect memory.
A dab into the onside by Holden, and there is no run. Mid-wicket fields, 2005. Yeah, so...
8th of January 2005, the St Lawrence Lime, a 27 metre high. 27 metres, it was big, wasn't it?
January 2005, so then I couldn't have seen it. As this ball's eased away into the offsides backward point by Holden, and there's no run. 78 for 2. 2005 was my first year.
Date failed 8th of January 2005.
Yeah, so I didn't see it.
Split, but you were an awful lot closer than I was.
Was there a remnant of it still there by the time the cricket season started then? Because Like I say, it's almost I've got a vision of it, but maybe I've just got the vision of it from watching it on TV.
You could buy pen and pencil sets made from it, all sorts of bits and pieces.
Curry to Holden, bowls, and Holden's up on his toes defending this one into the onside. 27 to his name.
But I suggested that they do that with the willow.
Yeah.
But it was just chopped up and carted away, rather prosaically. Didn't have quite the majesty, or indeed, well, almost the sort of legends, the cricketing legends anyway, attending it that the Canterbury line had.
Curry from the Bennett end, he bowls, and Holden offers the full face of the bat, easing it into the offside. There's no run again. Yeah.
Whether they sold as well as Martin's leopard skin, or leopard print under undies, I have no idea. Maybe we'll be going to Canterbury next season. Kent's struggling a little bit, aren't they, at the moment?
Yeah. Well, it was Kent that stayed up on the last day last year, wasn't it, against Lancashire? At Canterbury, they held on. Middlesex went down at Trent Bridge. Curry's in, bowls, and forward goes Holden defending into the offside. It's fielded at mid-off, sorry, and there's no run. 78 for 2, Holden 27, deploy 13. Yeah, I just wonder why the cricket season, was there some sort of, I'm using this on air, I should just go and look it all up, shouldn't I? Was there some sort of hole left by the tree or remnant of the tree that was still there by the time the cricket season had come around? Yeah,
so it had split into two, so
yeah,
I wouldn't think so.
It must just be a memory of seeing it on TV and then turning up at the ground and going, oh, that's where it would have been. Missed it by a year.
Green will continue from the pavilion end, bowls Fullish to Duploy, who starts getting position to drive, checks the shot as the ball swung in a little bit towards him, bunted it out to mid-off. Still keeping the 3 slips in, understandably. He has runs to play with. Hill, that's Matt Salisbury at mid-off. Patel, Kimber and Curry at first, second and third slips. In goes Green and bowls. Forward again goes Duploy. Cox still standing up. But it's good from Holden and Duploy. Just get overs into the bowler's legs, make them come back for a second, third spell even. Ball gets softer with each over that's bowled, fractionally, theoretically. Well, the ground is fairly soft. Green is in, bowls, forward is Duploy. No, he shouts as he sees the ball going quite quickly out to Salisbury at mid-off. Getting forward each time, trying to negate any seam movement. Green is basically bowling, coming around the wicket, bowling in swingers to the left-handers, but also trying to get the ball occasionally to straighten off the seam, as it did to Stoneman before lunch. Green is in, driving. The Fullish delivery again is Duploy, but again, it's almost a 3-man game at the moment. Drives it out to mid-off where Salisbury is the fielder. Greener is the approving cry from somebody. Greener, Greener again. Now, in goes Green, and bowls a little bit shorter this time. Went on the back foot and played it very firmly out through the offside. Budinger dived to his right. I thought he was favourite to get there, couldn't get there, and it crosses the ropes in the covers for 4. That was a super shot from Les Duploy off the back foot, and Max Holden and he touch bats as they walk back to their respective ends, having a run and a half basically. Duploy on to 17, 82 for 2. That was a super shot. Just short enough for him to go back and punch it away through the offside as it swung in towards him. Green is in as the sun goes in too, and it's a thick inside part of the bat as that one swings in, worked out towards mid-wicket. He was trying to hit it a bit straighter than that towards mid-on, and it's stopped by Ben Mike. End of the over, Another survived, a few more runs scored, 4 of them. Deploy, as I say, 17, Holden 27, 82 for 2, 384 to win.
And at that point, as the sun went in, my phone buzzed to say that the rain alarm was alerting me to a shower approaching. Great that, isn't it, nowadays? Rain alarms. But yeah, shower approaching. It's got that feel about it, the light, hasn't it? It's Caires in, bowls, and this ball's eased away by Holden in between cover and mid-off, and they'll run 2. Moves to 29. Let's give you the definitive of what the rain alarm said. Excuse me. I think it said an intensity of 5, but only an intensity of 5 out of 10, but a coverage of only 2 out of 10, which suggests a sharp passing shower. And to be honest, as I look at it, I can't really see much on the radar that has alerted us to it. But
I have nothing.
Pretty reliable as well, this thing usually is. Here's Curry to Holden, his right arm over, and he bowls, and Holden rides the bounce of this one to mid-wicket, just up on his toes, easing into the offside, and there's no run. It looks pretty clear over most of the country. There's a few showers over London. I was looking up on day 1, wasn't I, what matches were on up and down the country on day 3 that perhaps I could drop into on the way home. See a few old pals. Pick up a free tea. Yeah, there was the Northants match on the way back down the M1, wasn't there? But here's Curry bowls, and this ball's eased away to backward point by Holden. 85 for 2. It might not be a bad shot, actually, were this one to end today. Be it a Middlesex victory or Leicestershire victory. You can always pop into the Oval tomorrow. See the end of the Essex Surrey match. 2 title hopefuls, the defending champions. Against Essex, one of the pretenders. Essex started around 12 points behind Surrey. They were skittled rather cheaply in their first innings for 180, but Surrey 79 for 4 in their second innings as Curry's in and he bowls to Holden. This has worked fine by Holden down to a long leg for a single. It's got really gloomy, as though there is just you can see that grey cloud actually, as though it's as if to say there's going to be the shortest, sharpest shower and then on it'll go. You just know that light when it dulls, don't you, that you think, uh-oh, this could drop something on us any time soon.
Sussex have won by 63 runs.
Oh. Pressure cranks up on Middlesex. As here's Curry around the wicket, he bowls and beats Holden. Squares him up. That's had bounce and movement away from the left-hander. Pretty unplayable, that. 85 for 2.
Yeah, Deploy twitched at it, didn't he? And then he looked back, which always makes you think, oh. That might be the length for Curry, just slightly short of a good length. He's hitting the seam rather than swinging it.
Still gloomy, we still await the return of the sun. There's more slithers of blue around. At the top of the nets to our right as in comes... Oh, goodness me, Curry. And Deploy goes back to defend that, and he must have only just got the splice on that in front of his nose. That climbed so high, and he's played it straight down into the dirt. But that is what the game is all about now, and Deploy and Holden will just have to sit forward and ride as best they can what climb there is off this surface, because they've got to be very, very wary of the other one. The one that keeps low. 85 for 2, Deploy has 17. The strike will switch to Holden on 30.
Checks his guard with umpire Peveril. Tucks Green's sweater into his sweater belt. That is specific to umpires' coats. Green, shortish run is in and bowls. It bounces far, far too high, surely to be given leg before, and it certainly isn't. It bounces off, for me, almost above the pad. It did swing and bounce, but Green went up. But for me, that was pretty high. Yeah. Did it swung probably a little bit too much as well. Green is in, bowls, a leave, taken nicely by Cox, who then sort of offers the ball to the stumps. That was a good leave by Holden. It's interesting to watch the sort of differing, the contrasting techniques of these two left-handers as they look to combat Green and Curry. Holden, by and large, you get the impression, prefers to stay on the back foot. As Green is in, and that climbs on Holden, who's taking his bottom hand off the bat as he drops that one out into the offside. You wouldn't want to get on the front foot to that, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And Duploy has been trying to get onto the front foot. But Green, I suspect, bowls a slightly heavier ball than it looks in terms of pace. Cox will be happy to have a helmet on behind the stumps. Green is in and bowls again. Well, this time he is forward, stretching forward. It hits quite high up on the bat, and Cox was sort of his gloves were moving upwards rather than downwards behind the stumps as it thumped into around about the splice area, out into the offside. It goes. Partnership 29 now for the third wicket. Green is in and bowls. Holden is getting forward, pushing it firmly out into the offside. Budinger moves smartly to his left to field. And there is no run. .85 for 3, lads. That's an unoriginal. So that was, I think, Rishi Patel. i.e. will take a wicket with this ball. Green is in. Holden is forward, slightly tentatively, angles his bat though, plays it nicely along the ground towards Harry Swindles, who's at backward point, and that's another over survived. 85 for 2 at the end of it. 381 more runs needed to win, and Holden, who went quite quickly into his 20s, has almost been forced to sort of not settle down, but just pull back his scoring rate a little bit. It's 30 off 60 for him. Duploy 17 off 40.
2 slips, short mid-wicket. 5-4 fields, and carries in, bowls short, and I mean the way that Duploy has played that pretty much tells anybody that's just arrived at the match a little bit of mistrust that the batters have in the surface at the moment. He's gone to hook it and he's taken 2 down to long leg, down to a deep backward stair leg, but it's just the steer, it was just get up and over it. I'm not hitting the ball, I'm just deflecting it. Replays now, almost a pull shot off the front foot, but that was an in the air, over the top. I mean, it was short enough that if that grubs and bowls you, well, not much you can do about it at all. As this one's full outside the off stump and driven hard, don't move. Lewis Duploy's hit the middle of the bat there, and the ball rapidly races to the rope and pops over it. Deploys on to 23, 91 for 2. It's amazing, isn't it, how one shot and the field just all of a sudden quietens down again. It won't be for long.
Super shot.
Well, this partnership's worth 35 now. The key figure for me on the board is the overs, 23.2. If Middlesex is to have any chance, we've seen enough in the last 2 or 3 overs alone, that while this ball remains relatively hard and relatively new, the batters are going to be, they're up against it. As Curry is in, he bowls, and this ball's just full of length, and Duploy takes a quick single. Well, he's asking Holden, where are you? I mean, it was Duploy's call, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
But he kind of put his hand out as if to say, you coming? He's rapid between the stumps. Deploys onto 24, 92 for 2. It's been a wonderful game, you know, and it usually is when the ball's just that little bit more on top, isn't it? And as it should always be. I mean, obviously in the first innings, 179 was over par for that innings by Leicestershire, and 86 was below par for Middlesex for that innings. But the ball was too much on top on that first day. As in comes Holden, Curry to Holden. It's eased into the onside, and there's no run. 21 wickets on day 1, 7 on day 2. We've had 4 so far today. The 2 to finish the Leicestershire innings. And Middlesex 92 for 2, and another 373 runs. So they're down below the two chases that we both witnessed here. So here goes Curry. Hitting the crease now. He bowls, and this is clipped by Holden. Hasn't quite got hold of it. Watchfully played wide of Mike at mid-on. And there is no run.
There's a good finish brewing at Chester Street.
Ooh.
Where Worcestershire need another 123 runs with 7 wickets in hand. So Durham, excuse me, 190 and 152. Worcestershire 112 and 108 for 3.
I'll make Marty be hopping up and down. Bouncing up and down in his seat. Nice 2 for 2. Curry bowls, and oh, this is killed into the onside by Holden, but only just. It was toe end of the bat. That nearly crept under. You might have just heard it on the effects mic. You think of a dull thud of the bat. That was kind of that looser sound at the bottom end of the bat, where it's just a bit more rather than dull thud of higher up the bat. And we all know that crisp sound out of the middle, but on that one, yeah, bottom end, and it's almost a tinny sound, isn't it, when it hits the very toe end of the bat. 92 for 2, deploy 24, Holden 30.
If you're listening within the ground and didn't hear the Tannoy announcement, Friends of Grace Road have opened their doors. Cake is available. Ben Green continues 7 overs, 1 for 15 so far from the pavilion end. In he goes and bowls to Leos Deploy, who is getting on the front foot, more or less getting to the pitch of the ball, pushing it out into the covers, and there's no run. Budinger, the fielder. Seen Ben Mike do a little bit of warming up. Just bowled, I think, the 4 overs in his first spell. Did pick up a wicket. Sam Robson, a very fine diving catch by Ben Cox. Low in front of first slip. Green is in and bowls. Deploy again forward, reaching for it. Angled bat, runs it out to Swindles at backward point. Cox rehearses a few takes behind the stumps and moving his hands towards the ball. Green turns, runs in and bowls. All that bounces up and he turns in semi-appeal to umpire Peveril. Shuffled a little bit forward there. Managed just to drop his hands and didn't get any bat on it as it swung in and bounced a little bit on him. Deploy. Green is in, bowls to him. He's turning that one nicely through square leg. And Sam Evans is out there. Not sure who's off at the moment. He chases back from square leg, picks up and throws. Deploy picks up a couple. He's exuding determination, Leos Deploy, at the moment, as indeed is Max Holden in a different sort of way, but I do feel Deploy may sort of hold the key to this chase. Evans at mid-wicket. Let me see if I can work out who's off. Is Ben Mike out there? Don't think he is. Going to put his bowling boots on perhaps. Green is in. Deploy again, a big stride and a solid forward defensive back down the pitch to Ben Green, who throws it to Hill, who throws it to Budinger to do the polishing.
Sun's breaking through again. Threat of a shower.
Do you think that was it?
Buzzed up on the phone. Yeah, it's gone.
Come and gone. Wasn't a high percentage, was it?
No.
Outfield emerald green in the sun as Green is in. Bowls outside off stump and it's left by Deploy, taken by Cox. And it was Ben Mike off the field because he's jogging back on and now in the company of the 12th man, or another 12th man who's running on with drinks for, it's not the Middlesex 12th man, he is a Leicestershire 12th man. He's got a drink for Scott Curry. It looks like just Curry. He's being taken off Curry now, so his little post lunch burst is over. Yet to pick up a wicket in the game, Scott Curry.
He's done a fair bit of damage with the bat, hasn't he?
See who that is. It's Liam Draskis. An unfamiliar face around the ground of late, but good to see him back around. 94 for 2. Run rate, which was sort of getting on for sixes, wasn't it, at the start? Stoneman in particular was positive. Dropped back to 3.8.
Mike, of the 5-wicket fame in the first innings, is in, bowls, and he starts with a ball onto leg stump, which Holden turns to mid-wicket. 94 for 2. Holden 30, deploy 26. 371 more for Middlesex. 2 wickets down, 8 standing. They've taken a chunk out of it in these first 25 overs, haven't they? As, here goes Mike in bowls, and this is driven away into the offside, fielded at mid-off, and there's no run. We talked about getting through the first hour after lunch for Middlesex, when pretty much the ball ends 32 overs old. You can start to, at that point, build this innings. Whatever means they see. It certainly feels as though they're erring on the side of positivity in both attack and defence. Mike moves in again. Ball's now and short. He's pulled it to deep square for 4. Holden moves to 34. 98 for 2. I think it was the width that he liked about that one, Holden, as it was angled across him, the short ball, and outside off stump. He'd have fancied if it keeps low, then it's under the bat, and keeper will take it somewhere in front of second slip. The biggest two changes, of course, on a pitch where the bounce can't quite be fully trusted is either it bounces a bit on your top edge, or it doesn't bounce and you get a bottom edge down onto the stumps. But much like Deploy did in the previous over from Curry, he's made sure he's over the top of that one and hasn't gone too hard at it, but has timed it nicely in the reward of the boundary. 98 for 2. And here is Mike bowls, and forward goes Holden, defending to mid-on. It'll feel a nice milestone for Middlesex to reach at 2 down, 100 on the board. 21 for 2, were they not, in the first innings when I was talking about the 20 for 2? Excuse me. I think I was 1 out.
21 for 2 indeed.
Yeah, there's always the big danger in replying to a score that felt below par and then topped up at the end. You just think, oh, don't be 20 for 2 in reply. 86 all out thereafter. Here goes Mike bowls, forwards goes Holden, he defends to mid-off. Proper game of cricket at the moment. Middlesex are 94 for 2 in the 26th over, so we're not talking about Sabina Park in 2001 or something, I don't know. A little earlier than that, actually, wasn't it? But yeah, it's just a little bit of doubt on this one. The up and down bounce. We've not particularly seen about. I think we've seen 1 or 2 wrapped on the gloves, haven't we? But we've not seen any great alarm from the batters, falling backwards with the ball spitting at them. As here's Ben Mike in, bowls outside the off stump, through it goes. And indeed, the pace of the pitch, much like on that one, has been encouraging throughout. And it has encouraged stroke play as well when batters have got in. Middlesex obviously weren't able to do that in the first innings. Deploy pretty much had batted 50 balls for 20 odd, didn't he, in the first innings? He's 26 from 49, will have the strike now. Holden is 34 from 69, 98 for 2, and indeed, as we've been mentioning throughout, but should remind anybody that is tuning in, Deploy had, in getting to the 20s, he was the only Middlesex batter to get out of single figures. End of the over, 98 for 2.
Ben Green will continue. And has he lost a slip? Yes, he has, down to 2 slips. So Curry, he's still in the catching position though. He's gone in at short mid-wicket as Green goes in and bowls. Swings in to Deploy, who is blocking that one back out towards mid-on. Hill throws it to Curry to do the polishing. Has a deep square and a long leg. Ben Green in case Duploy tries to sort of pick one up with the swing. Otherwise, a backward point, an extra cover mid-off and mid-on. Green is in and bowls, and forward again is Duploy. His back foot, his left foot in his case, being a left-hander, is firmly anchored, but he really is making a very obvious effort, a big stride getting forward. Green mops his brow. Duploy and Holden have dug in impressively post-lunch, which was taken on 74 for 2. Green bowls, forward again. Duploy, of course, forward again. Turning the ball out to Curry at that shortish mid-wicket. Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's head coach and obviously primary bowling coach as well, given that's what he was. Walks round at the Bennett end. Green is in and bowls. Lovely shape to that one from off towards middle, but again, Duploy forward solidly out into the covers. No run. Good to see Matt Boyce during the lunch interval. He's obviously still involved at the club. He's on the board, former Leicestershire opener. Now very much a family man. As Green runs in and bowls, turned past Curry this time, off the stumps again by Duploy, but competently, cleanly out towards mid-wicket, and Swindles comes into, well, yes, Swindles comes into field. Matt looking as young as he did when he was playing, if not younger. He's got one of those faces, lucky man. But he says he isn't playing anymore at all, not even club cricket. 2 young daughters take up his time. In goes Green, bowls to Holden, who stays on the back foot. Again, that contrast in techniques in the way he's being played, but they're dealing well with Green now. He hasn't beaten the bat for a while, and Hill has a word with him. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 18. Nothing wrong with those figures, but not looking quite as threatening as he did. And on comes Middlesex 12thers with drinks for these two, who've extended their partnership to 43. And Curry, well, there you go, changes the bails around, which is now seems to be an accepted thing in county cricket, doesn't it? That the broad method of perhaps taking a wicket.
Good old Broady.
We'll hear a lot of him once the tests start, won't we? Now very much established as a commentator.
He once summarised with me at Lords in a Leicestershire match. He and Garnet Kruger turned up at the back of the box during a Leicestershire game at Lords. In his young years, he was just looking around at the media centre, and they had a look at the TMS box, and I was on air on my own at that point. I said, "Oh, Brody, sit down." "I'd love to play for England one day," he said. I said, "I'm sure you will, Stuart, I'm sure you will." 99 for 2 as Mike is in, bowls, and riding the bounce on that one was Duploy. Outside off, so he was able to see it big, and he ended, well, he replays playing almost an uppercut, doesn't he? 89 for 2 it is. 366 more for a Middlesex victory. You can guarantee that Middlesex have got it in their minds. They're not giving up, and you can see they haven't in this innings. It is rare that a side is rolled cheaply twice, as Leicester showed in their innings indeed. But goodness me, my Middlesex need to go big in this one. Mike is in, bowls, and that's eased into the offside by Duploy.
Did that not get up? No.
I don't think it did. It was toe end again, wasn't it? Patel at slip. Kimber at second. Backward point is Green. That Swindles at cover.
Yes.
Mid off, mid on, short mid wicket. Deep backward square and long leg as in comes Mike. Bowls, and this is eased into the offside, no run. Lewis Goldsworthy down at deep backward square leg, I believe.
What if they'll give him an over or two before too long? didn't really turn for Holman this morning, did it? But did pick up a wicket.
Mike around the wicket he bowls about so that he's left alone through to the keeper. 99 for 2, short and wide. And perhaps at the moment they should still be full and straight. Pitch with up and down bounce, that's generally where you go, isn't it? On a full length. Straight line. Not too full, of course, you don't want them happily sitting on the front foot. I mean, the ball might leap at them off a length. Mike, a real sprint as he approaches the crease, bowls, and this is driven high up the outside of the bat by Deploy. As far as cover, that was the cry of anguish. They were feeling that was close to edging. It's somewhere between the edge and the middle as it's eased away into the cover region. Swindle's encouraged at cover to keep on his toes. One of his teammates as comes Mike again. Bowls, and this is eased into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. Racking up a maiden over, 99 for 2. Deploy 27, 60 deliveries for him. Holden 34 from 70. 62 overs remain today, there'll be 96 tomorrow. So 158 overs remaining in the match to score 366. If they're there this time tomorrow, we might just start getting excited, Richard. With any sort of wickets in hand.
You know, I mean, if they can get through to the close, say, I don't know, what there's still 60 jeepers. It's a lot of cricket to be played today. 62 overs remaining, but if they're, you know, something around about 350 for 4 or 5, then, you know, absolutely they'll believe. And it's perfectly feasible. Matt Salisbury's being brought back into the attack, replacing Ben Green. And again, Cox is going to stand up to the stumps.
Well, they were 51 for 2 when they chased 383. And 0 for 1, of course, with the loss of Holden. 79 for 3 when Milan fell.
And Salisbury's going to go round the wicket. And he goes and bowls. That one stays a fraction low, but Holden leaning forward rather than striding forward, deals with it comfortably, pushes it out into the offside. Sun goes behind cloud. Just the 2 slips, and it's now Swindles who's in close-ish at mid-wicket. He's 1, 2, 3, 4.5 strips back, so not quite in a position where he'd be, I was going to say, leaning forward with his hands on in his knees. He's walking in, really. In goes Salisbury and bowls on off stump. Holden forward again, solidly out into the offside. Mike picks up the ball. Pounding a length. Is encouraging Connor. Keep pounding that length. Patel and Curry, the 2 slips now. Salisbury is in. That's a little bit short. Doesn't again really get up, but not much pace really from Salisbury, and Holden plays it comfortably out into the offside. Curry is clapping his hands at second slip. You can perhaps hear. Salisbury is in and bowls. That one does stay a little bit low, holds its line as well. Thick outside edge along the ground, out towards gully, and Holden, seeing that Goldsworthy has quite a chase on to get back to the ball, calls Deploy back for, in the end, a pretty comfortable second. Brings up the 100 for Middlesex. Little landmark ticked off.
It is. Another one would be, that's how they do it, isn't it? Can they get this partnership, get it below 300 required?
Salisbury bowls, little bit short, but that one does move. And that one does hold its own off the seam, and actually Holden played it well, dropped his hands. It wasn't taken cleanly, unsurprisingly, by Ben Cox behind the stumps, but that startled Holden. First one for a while that's really sort of done something off the pitch. Hit the seam hard there, Matt Salisbury. Plenty happening, says Rishi Patel. Trying to keep doubt in the batsman's mind. Salisbury's in, past umpire Peveril, and bowls again. That's slightly short of a good length, and Holden stays on the back foot and blocks it out into the offside, where Ben Mike is the fielder. Louis Kimber's been off the field. He is walking casually back on. Sam Evans goes running off. As his blue reflective sunglasses perched on the back of his cap. Louis Kimber.
This is interesting little passage now. That ball that beat the edge of Holden's bat in that last over. Just when I was saying, if they could get it below 300, this partnership, that's how they'll try and go about it. These things. Excuse me. Here is Mike, right arm around, 2 slips, short mid wicket, crouch down, 5-4 field, and he bowls now to deploy. He dabs to backward point, Greenfields, no run. Greenfields again. Sounds like an Anthony Gibson horse biography, Greenfields. Our mate down at Somerset, Anthony Gibson. He's a fine writer. Have you ever written any books, Richard? You've obviously been a writer over the years, a prolific writer as well as
many thousands of articles, but no books. No.
Not tempted.
I have nothing original to say.
Here's a full ball clipped away wide of mid on. Oh, and a sliding, slipping stop. He's got up and run past it, thinking it had beaten him. And I don't think he's done it as a joke. I think he did believe. He got up and started running towards the boundary to collect it, and then was thinking, where's the ball? And he looked around, and it was back behind him, because where he stopped it had stopped dead. He thought it had got through. Brilliant.
A couple have got through Budinger of late, haven't they? So,
I mean, I don't think he was messing around, unless he was trying to tease Middlesex to take a run, maybe. Although I don't think you're allowed to do that, are you? Yeah. No. Mike's around the wicket, bowling to deploy down the leg side. It's taken by the keeper.
No, he's just that sort of Budinger, really. He's a big grin on his face normally.
One thing I would say, I know you've spoken about it, bowling right arm around to a left-hander, right arm over. On a pitch where the bounce is a little suspicious, then if you're a right armer, pounding in right arm over the wicket, just relentlessly pitching it in line with leg. Obviously your danger is you don't want to be too full. You need to pitch it as short as you can while in line with leg. So basically a decent length, and just keep hitting that. If one grubs along, or indeed one takes off, as in comes, oh Mike, and that takes off and goes through the keeper. It's going to be byes signals by the umpire, and that has really moved, and I can only assume that that has gone off the seam, because that has gone an awfully long way, unless it swung prodigiously very, very late to adjust the line of the ball, which we do see. Then boy oh boy, it's just that's gone off the surface, and then it started to swing once beating the bat, which is how it got through the gloves. 105 for 2.
The way he's deployed, twitched at it, suggests it came off the seam, didn't it? Jeepers, that took off.
It did indeed.
Kimber's gone from second slip to leg slip.
In comes Mike. Short mid wicket still in place as well. He bowls and deploys forward, dabbing this into the offside. Forever looking for a run, isn't he? Somebody's smoking a cigarette nearby, aren't they? Get a whiff of it. My nose is like a sniffer dog when it comes to cigarettes.
They tend to sort of, the smokers, there aren't many these days, are there? Go under these stairs up to the commentary box are 39 steps. Actually, there are 40.
Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story, Richard. Here's a shortish ball, which is played with an open face to backward point, and Deploy as he played it was eyeing forward down to deep third, but Green's perfectly positioned and denies them even a single. Deploy has 27, Holden has 36, 105 for 2. Deploy's having a drink run out to him.
Towels are coming out. Holden is shedding a sweater as well as the sun comes back out. Large patch of blue overhead now. Mike, having taken his cap, stands sort of towards the end of his follow through, and then he's telling Lewis Hill that that one really took off, and it did. But again, it was survived. 30 overs down, and this partnership has been extended to 49 now. Deploy and Holden battle on. Impressively, determinedly. Salisbury will continue from the pavilion end here at what is now a sun-bathed Grace Road, the Uptonsteel ground. Round the wicket he goes and bowls to Holden, who blocks it back down the pitch towards the former Durham man, who picks it up right-handed and tosses the ball to Green, who's at mid-off to do the polishing, or do some polishing. That Durham-Worcester game, Worcester making a really good fist of it. They've got the target down to less than 100, and they're still only 3 down. Salisbury is in, bowls forward on off stump. Is Holden trusting the pitch and get to the pitch of the ball, push the ball out into the covers. Curry still in tightish at mid-wicket. Takes another couple of steps closer actually, so his hands are on his knees as Salisbury is in and bowls on off stump. Again Holden solidly forward. Salisbury hitting that length as he's been encouraged to do by the Leicestershire fielders, hoping the pitch helps him out, but it is settling a little bit. It's got sort of better steadily each day, and this sunshine will make it even better. It's certainly an awful lot less green than it was at the start of the game on day one, when it looked unlikely we'd be here on, well, today, let alone on day 4. Salisbury is in. Back goes Holden, blocking the ball out to mid-on. No run.
It's absolutely wonderful, this scene right now. And it has to be said, you know, there are balls misbehaving, aren't there? There are ones going up and down, but day and a half to bat, 2 wickets down, 2 set batters, ball now in its 30th over. If they can get through another 10 overs or so of this.
Salisbury bowls and turned off the stumps off the back foot by Holden, but again with a real degree of certainty pushes it to mid-wicket where Curry is, that short mid-wicket where Curry is the fielder.
If you could say that the conditions were going to say just like this for the remainder of the match, Middlesex would be over the moon, wouldn't they? And I'm not sure whether it was yourself, so I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I know somebody had said to me, look, over the years, Grace Road, it flattens out as the game goes on. And of course, we've seen those run chases in recent years. Certainly the scoreboard suggesting it's a little easier to bat on.
Salisbury is in. Holden solidly forward. Good over, well played by Max Holden. Maiden over, I think Salisbury's first. Don't think there were any runs off it. Holden played it solidly, having shed a sweat. I don't want to see running to the boundary now for new glove, perhaps. The 12th man who'd gone off, obviously, coming to find out what it is that Max Holden wants. And he got halfway to the boundary, holding a glove in his hand, and he's just turned round and headed back now, without anything new. 105 for 2. 361 to win. 59 overs remain to be bowled today. And what time is it? 2:45.
Mike setting off around the wicket. Real sprint, runs in, bowls, and it's clipped to mid-wicket by Deploy. The short fielder is Curry, who falls to his right. I believe, actually, is it Curry? It is, isn't it? Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Falls to his right to collect. He had been at third slip, Curry, which made me hesitate for a moment. Kimber was bent forward, so I couldn't see the number on his back of it. His frame's quite tall and bowler-esque, isn't it, Kimber? So I was wondering whether Curry had slipped back in to the slips. As here goes Mike, that bundle of energy that he is. Signed by Yorkshire, and back now at Leicestershire. He comes in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away to mid-off. 105 for 2. You can regard him as a genuine all-rounder, can't you, Mike? I mean, I've seen enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I mean, to say that, you know, that's your all-rounder, the guy who's running in at the moment, quickest of the match, maybe. Certainly feels like he hits the bat harder than anybody else we've seen, or he's slapped into the gloves a few occasions. You know, and he's your all-rounder. You can full well see why Yorkshire clearly came knocking and trying to get him away from Grace Road as they did. He's in again now, bowls, and Deploy partly forward to that. He's playing it late. He wasn't pushing hard, was he?
He only played the one first-class game for Yorkshire. They just didn't really give him the opportunities that he sought in first-class cricket. Obviously, they didn't just play the one season there. He bowled in white ball cricket quite a lot, but as is the way with Bent, he sort of picked up wickets but also went for a lot of runs. Certainly in white ball.
Mike is in, he bowls and up on his toes, Deploy, dabs to backward point. No run once more.
Evans is out there again at backward point to go around the team and work out who's gone off again.
Slip and a gully. Leg gully, sorry. And a short mid-wicket. And the angle right arm around to the left hand up. Bowling there or thereabouts at the stumps. Hits the crease now. Mike, and he bowls onto the hip of Deploy. Eased away for a single. And that's the 50 partnership for the third wicket, which Deploy has 28 from 71 deliveries, and Holden has, well, of what he's mustered at the partnership, I can't tell you exactly, but he's 36 from 82. So Holden on to strike. These two shared a stand at Wantage Road earlier this year, where Holden hit a century and Deploy was not out in the 190s when the final day was washed out. And they were not out overnight on the third day. It was a kookaburra round though. We have to put that little asterisk in for the first 2 rounds of the season, don't we? And off goes Mike again. Wider approach it feels. He's right arm over to Holden and he blasts into the block hole. Puff of dust as Holden digs out the Yorker, and a single's taken just wide of mid-on. Holden moves to 37. He'll keep the strike. 107 for 2. Deploy has 28. There are 58 overs remaining of this game today. And then 96 tomorrow. 359 more to win.
It's going to take forever if the 12th man keeps running on with towels. And Holden, having shed a sweater, putting one back on.
Is he?
So he decided, actually, I'm not that warm. Bring it back. And it has been brought back. Well, fair enough. The only way you're going to find out is by taking it off for a while. Puts his sleeveless Middlesex, his cable knit, underline, cable knit sweater back on. Takes guard to Matt Salisbury. 7 overs, none for 33 for Salisbury, who sort of rock and rolls his way in. Oh, that one bounced and held its own off the seam, but it was a little bit too wide, and Holden stepped forward but kept his bat firmly sort of tucked behind his front pad. Let that one bounce through to Cox. behind the stumps, neatly taken as ever by Ben Cox.
Chat's back. Another one here, boys.
2 slips and a shortish mid-wicket as Salisbury is in and bowls. That one goes sort of on with the arm, swinging in towards Holden, who leans forward, and forward defensive, comes off the inside part of the bat, runs out towards Curry at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Salisbury is in. Fuller, this time blocked firmly by Holden. Back down the pitch on the on side to Hill at mid-on. Salisbury bowls. Solidly forward is Holden again. You heard the immediate call of no as he saw it going out towards extra cover where Harry Swindles is the fielder.
I was loving the ambience of the noise. There's just a little breeze you can hear on the wind, and the rumble, faraway cars, the noisy, chirpy chatter of the fields, and then the silence as the bowler runs in, only to be interrupted by a beep of 2 car horns outside.
Salisbury bowls. That's a decent shout for leg before. No. Yes, he's gone. He's got his man. Leicestershire needed that one. It was the in-swinger, and for once it was missed by Holden. Umpire Ben Peveril thought about it for a long, long time, decided that Max Holden hadn't got outside the line of that one. He was only half forward. Let's have a look at the replay, Kev, see what you think. Yeah, it
looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Pretty plump. And, well, huge breakthrough, and one that the Leicestershire Foxes badly needed, really. Holden batted really well. Had he got a little bit becalmed? He was batting very solidly, wasn't making any mistakes. Partnership of 51 with Duploy, but it's come to an end. 107 for 3, sorry, Kev.
No, sorry. Interesting that Elias Duploy chose to walk across and have a chat with him there, didn't he? On his way off. You don't often see that, do you? 37 he's gone for Holden, but yeah, Duploy walked all the way over and just a little natter.
I think it was a pretty good effort by Holden, that really, and I think maybe that's what he was saying, because conditions haven't been easy, and having got off to something of a flyer, he then really applied himself, and 88 balls he faced for his 37.
Yep, big disappointment for Max Holden. He'd have been desperate to go on, but here come the 2 big names. I remember in the first innings they were in the middle, around 50 on the board. No, 50 for 3. I said, well, 50 for 5 now, and it'd be real trouble, wouldn't it? It wasn't too much longer afterwards that both had departed. Duploy hung around for a bit, actually. Sorry, it wasn't too much longer that Higgins departed, and then the 5th fell. But this is it now, really. I think, you know, the 2 big names where the last 2 have put on a 50 partnership. These 2 now need to put on, well, basically the Harris and Ackerman show for Middlesex. 200+ partnership that Ackerman and Harris shared 3 years ago here. They need it from Middlesex, need it from Duploy and Higgins in this instance.
Higgins, as we've been, we may have mentioned more than once. Certainly, I have. Top of the batting averages as well as top of the bowling averages for Middlesex this season. Right-hander. Leicestershire will be pleased about that. 2 slips and a shortish mid-wicket. Ben Mike's gone in there. Salisbury back over the wicket to the right-hander. Higgins goes for the cut straight away. It was wide and he was looking to cut it away down to 3rd man. There not being a 3rd man. Missed it. Taken by Cox. An ambitious shot, your first ball.
Yeah. Well, the pair of these, they'll score quickly. There's no I mean, Higgins perhaps more so. You look at deployed 28 from 71, and much like the first innings, digging in. But yes, there's they're two combative players. Middlesex will be able to trust that if anyone can do it, these two will. They'll be doing their darndest. They'll be doing their best. Watching the Holden dismissal a game, and yeah. Interestingly, he wasn't starting, I guess, because of the keeper standing up. So credit to Cox keeping him in his crease. He wasn't standing as far across or moving as far across, which was also out of the crease as well, as he had been doing. So that would have added to the matter, as in comes Mike to start the new over, and he starts with a short ball outside off, which is eased to deep backward point for a single by deploy. Moves to 28. Glorious, glorious sunshine. I know we've said it a few times, but this does now feel like the best conditions of the match.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, absolutely. For batting in, for sure.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Holden, didn't we? With the keeper stood back, Holden's trigger movement takes him forward and across. Really pronounced, really exaggerated. But for the dismissal, he's batting with his front foot outside leg, and his trigger barely gets his middle foot onto his front foot onto middle stump. Yes, back he goes, and well done, Cox, standing up, keeping Holden in his crease. Right arm over is Mike to Higgins, and it's a Yorker dug out by Higgins. That's very well bowled. Right on the money, right away. Three slips behind Higgins. Backward point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And long leg is the 6-3 fields, as this is leg stump and no ball, and it's clipped down to long leg. Makes a fine stop and holds them to a single. A lot of enthusiasm for that stop down there. For was it Swindles?
It's Salisbury.
Salisbury
Made a lot of ground, slid and got his throwaway. Saved 3 runs. It was a really good piece of fielding.
Yeah, all action stuff. 1-1-1 for 3. The Nelson is on the board. Deploys on strike on 29. It was relayed to me that more wickets fall on 110 and 112 in cricket history than 111. But maybe that's because batters knuckle down that little bit more, and we all, of course, raise our feet off the ground when 111's on the board. Mike with a slip in a gully, bowls, and this is driven through the covers imperiously by deploy, and he moves to 33. 115 for 3. And that was a lovely stroke, just over pitch by Mike with a little bit of width. Cover and mid-off retreating to collect that one. Such a vastly different afternoon to that which both even you and I have experienced up here, Richard. It's quite warming now, and I'm feeling my throat or my mouth drying because we haven't needed the liquids to hydrate us the last few days. As here's Mike easing this ball to backward point, and there's no run. We've only needed the liquids to warm us up the last couple of days. A bit of coffee got through on the first 2 days. Switched to tea yesterday. I realised I'd over-caffeinated in the morning and on day one, so it was tea for yesterday afternoon. Looking out over the back of the commentary box where we were looking out yesterday at shrouds of rain over some of the taller buildings in the city centre, all looking nice and clear. Under a bit of cloud cover at the moment though, as here's Mike bowls a bouncer underneath it. Deploy leaves alone here. There's plenty of cloud, but none of it covering the ground at the moment. Although, just as I say that, as the light dimmed slightly, I feel like it just eased ever so slightly.
The fox has his nose to the northwest, doesn't he? That's where. Well,
he spun around, hasn't he?
Difficult to tell, isn't it? That's where the wind is coming from.
There isn't much of a breeze at the moment, is there?
No, not quite pleasant.
It's the first time there was this morning. It was rainfall at 10 o'clock this morning as here's Mike in, bowls and a bouncer, which, gets away down the leg side. But we've mentioned it a few times, haven't we? It's by signals, so it goes against the keeper. But as much as it's difficult for the batters, it's so difficult for the keepers as well. And a word for Davies and Cox in this game, because I think they've both done very, very well with the indifferent bounce that we've seen at times. That is the end of the 34th over of the innings. Deploy has 33, ducking underneath that one. The strike will switch to Higgins on 1. Middlesex requiring a further 347, or 119 for 3.
Yeah, well, Ben Mike has taken all his wickets in this match by pitching the ball up. He got a sort of consoling pat on the tummy from his captain Lewis Hill. But I suspect he might look to Curry to come back for another spell, seeing if anybody's warming up. Salisbury, though, will continue from the pavilion end, having picked up a wicket in his previous over. In he goes and bowls 2 at Ryan Higgins. That one comes back a touch. Higgins playing off the back foot. There's a touch late on it. Good delivery from Salisbury. Higgins plays it well in the end, out of the middle. Defensively, into the offside goes the ball. Again, Cox standing up to Ryan Higgins. An hour until tea.
I was just about to say, how long's the tea, Richard?
Yeah, long time. Long time. Friends of Grace Road doing brisk business. I can see away to our right on the ground floor of the meet. Salisbury is in looking for the Yorker, just over pitches, slightly driven firmly out into the offside. It bounces off Sam Evans. Tried to form the long barrier. It was on him before he quite could do so. Hit his thigh and trickled down towards sort of wideish extra cover. Hill completed the fielding, but Higgins took 120 for 3. Green, it looks like, is going to be the man. He's started to do a bit of warming up. That odd thing only bowlers do when they sort of kick ahead of themselves as a warming up exercise.
Hammies?
Presumably, but I must admit. Round the wicket goes Salisbury, bowls to Duploy, who's rather anchored in his crease at that one, both feet together, reaching for it, blocking it out into the on side. It must work, presumably, or an activating exercise of some kind. But
I remember Tim Murtagh was one of the first I remember doing it. Yeah, because it was really noticeable. I always called it the Ministry of Silly Walks when Murtagh warmed up.
What's he doing now?
He's the bowling coach at Middlesex.
But he just
Yeah.
not playing for the twos or anything.
No,
like that.
no.
Salisbury is in, bowls, and Duploy is playing with his bat in front of his front pad. His left leg, so that he was leaning forward, went out at a sort of 45-degree angle towards more sort of first or second slip almost, as he pushed that one out into the on side. 78 balls he's faced now for his 33. Salisbury turns, runs in and bowls, swings in but on towards Midland leg, and this time Duploy turns his wrists on it and clips it out towards square leg, where the readily identifiable figure of Sam Evans is lurking, so somebody's off again. Leicestershire players have been sort of taking it in turns to go off post lunch, understandably enough, I suppose. I'll work out who's gone off in the end. Back over the wicket goes Salisbury. A conventional field other than the shortish mid-wicket as he bowls to Higgins, who is feeling for one outside off stump as it rises on him. Cross with himself, Higgins, he says. Actually, I mean, that it's indicative of what you were saying, Kevin. He's crossed with himself for not going harder at the ball. He sort of wafted at it a little bit when he's saying to himself, I should have punched that one away. The waft nearly did for him. It didn't. He survives, remains on 1-2-1 for 3 of 35. 3-4-5 to win 55 overs to be bowled still today.
Yeah, it's a tough one here, but it feels like Middlesex are up for the fight, doesn't it?
No question.
35 overs bowled, 3 wickets down, but they desperately need a partnership now. They've got a very young lower middle order in Josh Caires, Luke Holden, Jack Davies, the wicket-keeper.
This is the key, isn't it? The partnership.
Yeah.
Deploy Higgins.
They needed 2 of the top 5, in my opinion, to go very big in this, and they're down to the last 2 of the top 5. So, Ben Mike's done for now. Is it Salisbury?
Ben Green.
Ben Green, my apologies, I couldn't spot the tash from here. Is his right arm around the wicket, he bowls, and this is dabbed to backward point for a single. Green's 10th over, 1 for 18 so far with 3 maidens, 1 for 19 indeed now with that single. Deploy ticks 2, 35. Middlesex tick 2, 1, 2, 2 for 3.
Higgins got an absolute perler from Green, didn't he, in the first innings? But top of off, swung in, held its own.
Yes, he did indeed, and it'll be on Higgins' mind now as they quite pointedly organise the field. Leicestershire ahead of this delivery.
Yeah, exert a bit of pressure.
2 slips and a gully, and Green running into bowl. Higgins shuffles forward down the pitch, drives it straight back past the bowler for 4. Goodness me, that was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Very Higgins-esque shot. There's a lot of bottom hand in it, isn't there? Yeah. Go on, how do you describe what you just did?
Well, you can sort of replicate it, but it's difficult to describe, isn't it? It was a slightly sort of out-in shot, but he got a lot of power, as you say. It all came from the right hand, and he's punched it back down the wicket.
Ushered it, didn't he? Ushered it back down past the bowler. Here's a full ball, and that's a more authentic looking drive, and he doesn't beat mid off. He gets the front foot to it, and felt as though it was a little bit more high elbow, whereas the one before it was a real, also sweeping a hallway, wasn't it? It was like, you know, getting dirt down the hallway, push it along, usher it back. 1, 2, 6 for 3. Really good game of cricket this hit at Grace Road, as this ball's just full of length and dug out again by Higgins. He's happily on the front foot at the moment. It's almost block hole delivery after block hole delivery from Green. Anyone might just be tuning in today, it's worth reminding as well how depleted Leicestershire are for this match, Richard. To be making the fist of it that they are. So many absentees, call-ups, injuries and the like.
Yeah, I ought to mention also that Leicestershire have had one of their academy called up by England under-19s, which is good to know. A young man called Alex Green, a 17-year-old seamer.
Green bowls, Higgins forward, drives just wide of mid-on. Single taken, just a little clip into the onside. 1, 2, 7 for 3.
2 tests against Sri Lanka coming up for England under-19s. Hopefully he'll play in at least one of those. Rehan Ahmed's brother, Farhan, is in that side as well. He plays for Notts.
Try not to hold it against him.
Yeah, they're not most popular with Leicestershire supporters. Nottinghamshire, they're not having a good time of it, sadly. Sadly, again, against Lancashire.
Here comes Green, he bowls, and this is leg side, turns. It's deep backward square leg for a single. Deploy 36. When did Leicestershire last play Nottinghamshire in the Championship? End of the over, 128 for 3.
Last time Notts were in Division 2, I suppose.
When was that?
Has happened in my time, a few times. Was it 3 years ago now? 2 years ago? Can't quite remember.
Home and away?
Yes, usually, because it's a sort of local game, so you usually play those, don't you? You know, on the basis that it's supposed to excite more local interest. Higgins is just asking Salisbury to wait because he's just refastening his shoelaces at the non-striker's end. Puts his gloves back on. Umpire Peveril steps across to make sure that Salisbury doesn't start on his run-up. It's a longish run-up, but it's not a particularly vigorous one from Salisbury, who is in round the wicket, bowls outside off stump. Duploi reaches and blocks out into the offside, and there's no run. Lewis Goldsworthy, the fielder. Sun behind cloud now. Not exactly filled in, but there's a lot more cloud around. It's broken still, no immediate threat of rain, that's for sure. Salisbury into his 10th over of the innings now. Turns. Runs in and bowls, back foot, played in the air, back towards him by Duploi. Bounces perhaps a foot, foot and a half short of Salisbury. Looking to punch that away through the offside, just mistimed it slightly. Salisbury, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls down the leg side, turned neatly by Duploi out towards mid-wicket. Quickly to it though is Harry Swindles, and although Duploi took the first one quickly, immediately bellowed no back to his colleague Ryan Higgins as he saw Harry Swindles closing on the ball. Ryan Higgins, born in Harare. Went to school at, well, obviously in Zimbabwe, but also at Bradfield College, Reading. His first cricket club was in Berkshire. Falklands CC. In goes Salisbury. Bowls. That one bounces and swings. It was outside off stump and Higgins could leave safely, but fairly took off that one again. Just occasionally get some startling bounce. Great admirer of Dan Worrell. And he reckons Matt Henry is the toughest bowler to face. Very accurate, he says, with a good bouncer. Waits the arrival of Matt Salisbury to the crease, who bowls on drives, not convincing. Inside part of the bat and was in the air for a good few feet as it went out towards Ben Green, who's at mid-on. Polishes the ball vigorously on the back of his right thigh, Green. One ball to go in Salisbury's 10th over. And he goes and bowls. A good leave by Ryan Higgins outside off stump. Threatened to hold its own off the seam. Went straight on, but it was a good couple of inches wide of off stump, so end of the over. Duploi battling on, 37 off 84. Higgins beginning to get his eye in, 7 off 13. 129 for 3, partnership up to 22. 337 more runs needed to win 53 overs today, plus 92-ish, sorry, 96-ish tomorrow, because obviously 16 in the last hour, if required.
129 for 3. Here he goes, Green. He's slipping a gully in a short mid-wicket. And around the wicket he goes. Shortish run up, and he bowls to Ploy. The left-hander turns to mid-wicket. Curry fields, no run. 5-4 field it remains for Deploy. Long leg and square leg back. Mid-wicket and mid-on. Slip in the gully. The catch is on the offside with a deep backward point. So we've got a gully but no backward point. Deep backward point but no deep third.
Ooh, huge news from Leicester City Football Club.
Ooh. Green's around the wicket. Bowls, and this is left alone. Through it goes.
Kiernan Dewsbury Hall has been signed by Chelsea. Leicestershire's main man.
Oh dear.
fee mentioned. An undisclosed fee, but I would imagine 60 mil, something like that.
Green bowls and outside the off stump. That felt as though it moved away. Through to the gloves.
Jimmy Neesham below us. New Zealander who is joining Leicestershire for the remainder of the T20 group games. Who knows who will be around in September in the knockout stages. Strange old layout of the competition, isn't it?
Mm. This ball's turned back to square on the leg side. Single's taken, long leg comes around, just straying a little in line there. Green deploys onto 38, the top scorer in both innings for Middlesex. Clears deploy. Unless I've horribly missed a top order bat for Middlesex, and apologies if I have.
I think you're pretty safe in the first dig.
Well, yes, exactly, yeah. Only batter to get into double figures, and he got out in the 20s. Second
just gone past Holden, yeah.
Holden, there we go. 37 from 88, Holden. 37 from 38 from 88 for deploy. Short mid wicket for Higgins. As in comes, oh, Green and bowls a beaut, just full of a length. Brings the right hander forward outside off stump, searching for the ball, and it beats the edge through to the keeper. 130 for 3, so close.
See how much swing there was, just waiting for the replay. A bit, not as pronounced as it was in the first dig, certainly.
And he comes, bowls, and Green brings him forward again. He's halfway forward to this one, and his body comes around, doesn't it? Torso twists as he pushes that to mid-off. No run once more. That's the end of the over, 38 bowled, so we still have another 51 remaining of the third day, and we have, what, until tea? 42 minutes, 130 for 3.
Going to be a long old final session, isn't it?
Oh, I just put the kettle on. Would you like a cup? Just
I'll hang on until tea, but I appreciate it.
Which was the reason I left you for an over as well. Cause,
don't worry.
A comfort break, as the cricketers call it.
They've all been off the field a few times. Matt Salisbury is going to continue from the pavilion end at Grace Road, round the wicket to the left-handed Duploy bowls. Duploy forward on middle stump, pushing the ball back down the wicket. Salisbury fields in his follow-through. On his back, Salisbury, as he turns, runs in, bowls a little bit short, and it's worked away by Duploy towards backward square. Running in from long leg is Sol Budinger. Just the one, but Duploy onto 39, and now 131 for 3. Cox, who was standing up to Duploy against Salisbury, takes his helmet off, puts his Leicestershire sun hat back on, and heads back down behind. And alongside the slips for the right-hander Higgins. Salisbury is in, bowls to Higgins, who wristily whips him away through square leg, takes the ball off middle and leg, but it was over pitched, and Higgins with that strong right hand played that shot really nicely. Whipped it away, very square, out to the boundary. 4-4 into double figures now for the Zimbabwean. Did you say he qualifies for England at the end of this year? No, Higgins.
I think Higgins has already qualified.
Has he?
Yeah.
Has he already? But
I think may well long
been
have
talked about.
No, well, I mean,
is it possible? Because he was quite young when he came, wasn't he? To Berkshire. In goes Salisbury. Oh, bowls, good one, and well played by Higgins. It was with an angled bat, thick outside edge of that angled bat, as it zeroed in on off stump, wobbled a little bit in the air as well. It's pursued back to third man by the two slips. Two of the slips had a little bit of a race. I think it was Kimber who won it. Got there ahead of Budinger. Got his throw back. Higgins picks up a couple.
I can't remember whether we were having a conversation when Darren Stevens, when Ben Stokes was injured a couple of years ago, and Darren Stevens was talked about as an all-rounder to replace him.
England.
Yeah.
In goes Salisbury and bowls. A little bit short, pulled by Higgins. Didn't quite get all of it out towards deep mid-wicket. There is the sweeper now in the athletic personage of Ben Mike, and it is just a single to Higgins. But Higgins has been aggressive from the off and will continue to be so, you reckon? So a big century from Higgins, and this game could get away from Leicestershire quite quickly, as it is. Still another 328 needed, 138 for 3. Huge partnership this, though, in terms of the context of the game as a whole. Round the wicket goes Salisbury, bowls to Duploy outside off stump. Duploy blocks it out to the covers, where Ben Mike walks in and fields, and that is the end of the over. Salisbury now 11 overs, 1 for 44. I can see Scott Curry warming up, so it may be that he's coming to the end of his spell.
138 for 3. Yeah, there's ways of looking at innings, isn't there, and context of things to be done. But if you were to say that Middlesex, this partnership's worth 31, they require 328 more, and they're 3 down. But if you were to say, right, Middlesex have lost 3 early wickets here, they're 31 for 3. What's the chances that they'll recover the innings to finish 350 as this ball's left alone outside the off stump by Higgins from green, starting the new over? You know, it's not ridiculous, is it? It's not the realms of ridiculous. But in a chase, it's like, yeah, but come on, that's kind of first innings talk, isn't it? You know, you're right, you're 30 for 3 against the new ball, and all right, a couple of bats get in, go big, they get a century, tail chip in a bit, and you've ended up with 3 batting points. Well done, you're 350 all out. Yeah, but that's kind of the equation they're looking at now, isn't it? If you were to say 328 more, this partnership's 31. Green's in, bowls, and this is eased into the offside, and there's no run. That makes it sound a little bit more reasonable. The Middlesex are 138 for 3, but they require another 328 to win. If you to put it into that context, the pressure of a chase is the part that you have to factor in. But the other part, the flip side of that is, if you wanted to play devil's advocate to that, is that this is the better time of the match to bat, it would appear. As here is a length ball outside off, it doesn't get up, and Higgins went carving at that, looking to drive through the covers. He got a bottom edge which deflected towards what would have been a leg slip, and across goes Cox to collect. There he goes. Played it a bit more with a flowing drive, hasn't he? It was more a flat-batted carve of a drive through the covers that he first attempted. Went at it hard. I think there's that as well. Whatever you have to do on a pitch like this, it's be decisive, isn't it? And that's what Higgins was. Although he replays a different shot as Green tucks him up with this one, bringing it back, and he gets in behind, pushing back to mid-on.
Every ball's an event with him, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
His first thought is, how can I get this away?
Well, he seems to get the pads out of the way, doesn't he? You know, it's again that kind of Peterson approach. You're wearing the pads just as a bit of secondary protection, aren't you? But you're there to play the ball with the bat, and that's certainly what Higgins does. In comes Green, bowls, and that's a half volley outside off. It's just eased away. It was so full though that it was toe end of the bat as he pushed it into the little bit of space between Mike at mid-off and the cover fielder, which I think is Lewis Goldsworthy, retreating back now, steep backwards, square-legged is. Warming up now at mid-wicket is the very tall figure of Curry. 139 for 3. But yeah, how many times in a first innings will you see a side 3 down, recover to, this ball's eased into the onside by Deploy, and there's no, and recover to, something around 350, which if you were to put this partnership of 32 into the context, 32 for 3, call it, Can they get to 350 with the 7 wickets that remain? You know, if it was a match situation, it's through to an end of the season where they know they need a point to be promoted. They're 32 for 3 in the first innings. They know they've got to get to 350 though. What are the chances of them getting to 350? Well, if a batter or two get in, then yeah, 350's on. That's what's still ahead of them. The ball is in its 40th, or has finished its 40th over now, so 40 overs to a second new ball. But as we've said for quite some time, Richard, it's this partnership, isn't it? It's Higgins and Deploy. If 2 are going to go big, you fancy it needs to be these 2.
Does feel a bit that way. Towel, and well, I didn't realise that Deploy was also sporting a bandana. Is this a Middlesex thing? After a few of them,
Yeah.
Is it an official Middlesex product?
Yes, yeah, right. In the shop.
Could be. It's the right colours, isn't it? It's that sort of navy, that the Oxford blue that they seem to favour, the very dark blue.
He was a bandana wearer in his Derbyshire days, Deploy.
Curry then is in, and Bowles stays a fraction low. There's a bit of shape to it as well, as that is kept out by Higgins on the back foot. Yeah, they would be delighted to break this partnership before tea, Leicestershire. If they were to do that, I think they'd probably take that at this stage. Only half an hour to go or so before tea. As Curry is in, and Bowles very full again, swinging, a little bit of outswing. And again, Higgins waiting for it on the back foot, bunts it back down the pitch towards Curry. Sun back out, not what Leicestershire want. They want to go nice and dark, not well, sufficiently dark to switch the floodlights on, because the floodlights do affect things here at Grace Road, that the ball does tend to start to swing. Curry is in, and Bowles driven very pleasantly by Higgins, should pick up at least 3, could be 4. Swindle's pursuit is in vain. He is about 4 yards behind the ball when it crosses the ropes. And Higgins moves on to 19, 143 for 3. Away, but away to the east where the weather's sort of going rather than coming. Good to see the clock working again. It wasn't working for first part of the season on the renovated scoreboard, but it is now again working. Curry is in, nice outswinger, but well left by Higgins. Lifts his bat over the line of the ball. £5,000 it cost that clock back in the 1970s apparently. Or something like that. It was made for somebody else. It was, you know, for another, and then the order, whoever wanted it didn't want it apparently in the end, and Leicestershire, or one of Leicestershire's benefactors, stepped in, thought that looked nice on top of the scoreboard. In goes Curry and Bowles on off stump, and worked defensively out into the covers by Ryan Higgins.
£5,000 in the 70s. Yes, what would that be worth now?
Let me just check that.
Is there a website you can put in?
No, it's in. I've got a.
No. I mean the £5,000 value.
Oh, yeah, probably. But just before you do, make sure it's. What would it be in the 70s? Well, it would be at least at 25 now, wouldn't it? If not more. In goes Curry and Bowles. Nice straight delivery. A little bit of shape to it, but again, well played by Higgins. Defensively down the pitch on the side.
Oh goodness me! £100 in 1970. Imagine what. Do you know what £100 in 1970 is now worth today? Do you want to venture a guess?
6,000.
2,000.
Okay.
£100.
It's just the way you said it.
Yeah. It was. Yeah.
Am I going to be? I mean, I was around then.
Yeah.
But
£100 in 1970 is now worth £2,000. Wow. So £5,000. Oh no.
let me just make sure that I've remembered that correctly. Well, you described this Ben Green over.
He's in, he bowls, and this is eased away into the offside by Deploy out to deep cover. Single taken. Deploy moves to 40. First Middlesex batter in the match to reach 40. How much further can he go? Can Higgins go with him? Can Middlesex get anywhere near the 323 more they require? It's a long, long way, but these two are, as you pointed out with Higgins, and certainly deploy, near international standard batters, aren't they? .144 for 3. Green in bowls, and this is driven to cover. There's no run. Someone rattles along the back of the gantry behind us, the walkway behind us, and at this time of day you sit here as a commentator wishfully thinking, oh, I hope it's one of the friends of Leicester.
£3,000.
3,000, nonetheless.
Still.
Come on.
We can probably work out what that is a consequence.
What year was it? Here's green bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler.
It was actually in the 80s. So, yes. I should remember all these things. No excuses. I'm an older man.
£3,000 in 1980. Should we call it 85 or? This is green in bowls, and this is eased into the offside by Higgins as they run.
And it was a bequest from the late Lord Bishop's wife and the committee at, at Leicestershire. Clock Coppola. They were offered the clock by a Leicestershire company which had had a cancellation for a clock measuring 5 foot by 5 foot. Some clock, as the author of this book about cricket grounds describes, remarks, some clock.
There goes green bowls, and this ball's pushed to cover, and there's no run. Oh, you'll be disappointed to hear that the increase in inflation from mid-80s to today, from 1970 to today, is considerably less than you'd think. £100 in I've got 87 in front of me. 1987, £100 is the equivalent of £352 today. You'd have thought it was a lot more, wouldn't you, over that 37 years, considering the leap from 1970 to 1987. Green bowls, and forward goes Higgins, pushing away into the offside. And a single is taken, so there we go. Average inflation rate of 3.46 per year since then.
And they are lime trees down there on the Milligan Road side of the ground. But an unusual variety, apparently. And along the opposite side, Park Hill Drive, white beams and plane trees. And at the far end, the main car park has a variety of sorbus and silver birch, all given and planted by members. It says there used to be a great big bank of rhododendrons. There are a few left on the other side of the indoor centre. Scott Curry, enough of flowers. 25 minutes until tea, just 1 wicket in the session for the Foxes as Middlesex give them very much pause for thought. So Deploy, who's moved on to 40, now has a shortish extra cover as Curry goes in over the wicket, bowls to him, it swings in and it's clipped away towards deep mid. Wickets should be at least 2, might be 1 for the throw. Evans is the thrower. He puts in a huge throw. I mean, that's an impressive effort. That would win a few sports day competitions. Good 80 odd yards into the gloves of Cox, and 2 taken. Deploy onto 42, 146 for 3, the partnership 39. A solitary gull wheels away as Curry is in, a little bit shorter this time, on off stump, on the back foot, dropped out towards that man at short extra who's Harry Swindles, and there's no run. You can't call them, certainly can't call them seagulls here. They're some of them are based around there's a few around Rutland Water, I know, because the wardens there are forever sort of defending the lake birds' nests against the gulls, who tend to take eggs or chicks, I'm afraid. As In goes Curry, bowls, nicely pushed out into the offside towards point, and it's missed at point by Goldsworthy. It's not going to cost any runs though, because Mike, very sensibly and wisely, was backing up, had run round behind Goldsworthy and made sure that there wasn't an extra run to be taken. Deploy onto 43. Sort of rubbish goals really, aren't they, around the cities there? Scavengers by and large. Curry is in to the right-handed Higgins. Little short-armed pull out towards mid-wicket. It's a chase down the boundary for Ben, Mike, and Higgins is going to pick up a couple. Didn't really get up on him. He went through with the shot anyway, which is probably why it didn't go for 4, but very much on top of the bounce. And Higgins, as ever, looking dangerous. 21 off 35 for him. Run rate beginning to creep back up. It had dropped back to more or less 3s. It's up at around 3.5 now. In goes Curry, bowls, back foot defensive turn of the wrists from Higgins. Works the ball out to mid-wicket. Swindles is there. Kimber claps his hands at second slip. We probably will get an over or 2, maybe just 1 before tea. One assumes it would be Goldsworthy. Having a chat to him last night, he was sort of implied that his batting was his strong suit, a little bit short from Curry there, and pushed one-handed almost off his hip by Higgins down towards backward square where Mike is the fielder. 1 is taken. That brings up the 150 for Middlesex. Just the 3 wickets down. 370 needed. Does it tick off? Get it under 300? Get it under 250? And if they go in tonight, needing another 100 with 5 wickets in hand, 6 wickets in hand, they will almost be favourites. 150 for 3.
Yeah, second new ball, excuse me, is... Well, they'll get it tonight actually, won't they, of course. So I'll get a blast of it tonight, and then it'll be over to morning session tomorrow.
They could have, yeah, it depends. I mean, would they take it tonight?
Well, for 2 or 3 overs, yeah. It'd be worth a blast, wouldn't it?
You would think, but one imagines by then that they'll be a bit tired, but you never, yeah, I think I'd have a go with it.
Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah, now.
Left arm around from the Bennett end with the right-handed Higgins on strike. A slip in place and a full delivery is dug out back to the diminutive former Somerset player.
Guy Gibson, did I hear tears at 4?
Bowls again, and this ball's pushed back by Higgins as no run. Indeed.
You did, Guy, because it's 8 extra overs today, so then it doesn't become when 32 are left. It's tea is at 10 past, sorry, lunch is at 10 past 1, tea at 4.
A lot of flight on this, and it's clipped by Higgins straight of mid-wicket for a single down to long on. Higgins moves to 23, 151 for 3.
Anne is cross with us. Come on, chaps, multiply the price of the clock by 20. That is your answer, she says on the street. You're right, Anne. Apologies. Well, not by 20.
Why is it?
That was when that's when Anne is probably referring to the time when I said I thought it was in the 70s. In fact, it was in the sort of mid-80s when it was put up. So we actually only multiplied it by, in the end.
Was it 3.5?
Yeah.
100 to 350.
Yes.
Means Goldsworthy 2. Deploy turns it to mid-wicket.
So about 17 grand, essentially, is if you extrapolate.
Yeah, I'd probably guess there, so it'd be about the value all right today, wouldn't it? As this ball from Goldsworthy flighted and onto the pads.
Needs a coat of paint though, doesn't it now?
Yeah.
Around the bottom?
Yeah, it does. Fancy getting up there?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
There's Goldsworthy bowls, and this is short and driven away off the back foot out to deep point for a single, 152 for 3.
Over 8 is level at the moment, Leicestershire supporters, so this isn't, as they did at Hove, introducing spin to improve the over rate. Hill's having a long chat to Curry, who's been wicketless in this match so far. Just thinking whether there are any games in which he's played this season in which he hasn't. When he has been wicketless, let me have a look at his bowling returns. Well, actually 0 for 53 at Yorkshire, so that's the only one. The only innings in which he's bowled. In goes Curry and bowls, looking to drive. Duploy checks the shot because he was reaching for a bit, steers it out to green at mid-off, and there's no run. Other than that, he's picked up wickets in every innings other than the first here. So, a rare blank being drawn by Scott Curry at the moment. Slip and a gully now as Curry is in, and it bounces a touch on Duploy, but he works it away off the front foot behind square on the leg side, tickles it down towards fine leg. One is taken. Good sign for the batters when the fielding side start trying different things in the field. Not exactly running out of ideas, Leicestershire, but sense that the batters are playing with a degree of comfort that is concerning for the bowling side. Partnership 46. Curry over the wicket to Higgins, who is turning that one off his legs, off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. Taking one, mid-wicket. Ben Mike being deep. $154 for 3, 312 to win. Rishi Patel standing very wide at first slip. He's almost at second slip, and Kimber is fourth stroke fifth slip, standing very close as good bouncer from Curry, and Duploy wasn't quite expecting that, ducked his head and rather jumped into the air. Got his head out of the way of it, but that was a decent bouncer by Curry, who as ever just turns and marches sternly back towards the top of his mark. Doesn't show much emotion. Scott Curry out on the field.
Neither does Green when he's bowling.
No. He did pump his fists when he took that wicket as Curry bowls, turned off middle and leg by Duploy, just slightly wide of Harry Swindles at mid-wicket, and you heard the yeah and the call for one. Duploy on to 46 now, sorry, 155 for 3.
16 minutes till the interval.
5 overs, 4 overs after this. Perhaps this is the last ball of the over. Curry is in, bowls on towards middle and leg, clipped out to deep square by Higgins. Ben Mike the fielder, and one is taken. Higgins looking increasingly, as I say, comfortable, middling it nicely. Duploy just playing the same way, that determined style, getting forward when he can, waiting for the bad ball. Building another partnership. He put on 51 with Max Holden for the third wicket, and he's approaching another 50 partnership, this time with Ryan Higgins for the fourth.
Excuse me. Yeah, Higgins 25 of this partnership of 49, where Holden was indeed the higher scorer of the partnership between he and Duploy, which may have been a little bit of a surprise, but 49 the partnership. Higgins 25, Duploy 46, 156 for 3, and Goldsworthy's left arm around. He bowls with a lot of flight, and that's bumped to cover by Higgins, so to be careful not to scoop at that. Just checked it, and Top ball it is. Goldsworthy again. Bowls now and give himself a little bit of room to try and get it in between mid-off and cover, and he does, but only for a scampered single. 1-5-7 for 8, and there's the 50 partnership, of which Higgins has 26. 44 deliveries for him, 46 runs from 103 deliveries for Deploy. Bit of flight on this. Down the track comes Deploy to meet that one from Goldsworthy and turns a single down to a wide, or wide of long on. Mike Fields and rolls it back along the floor, so a much drier outfield now, not worried about rolling it. A lot of flight once more on this one from Goldsworthy. Turns just fine on mid-wicket. Off the back foot by Higgins. He picks up a single, moves to 27.
Now, if they'd seen Mike start the roll and gone for the run, they'd have been well within their rights to take the run on the throw, wouldn't they?
Yep. That's true, actually, yeah. Halfway back, it's rolling along. Go on, run. Bit of flight on this, and this is ease back at a point. By Deploy, no run. I've never seen that, but they would be allowed to, yeah. And would be quite right to do so as well. Wouldn't be cheating anyway. It's saying, no, you throw your arm in and wear yourself out, bowler. Here's length ball from Goldsworthy, and it's turned to mid-wicket by Deploy. He's on 47, Higgins on 27. We have 13 minutes to tea. It's 159 for 3. 307 more required by Middlesex.
Confirmation from the Tannoy man that tea is indeed at 4 o'clock. But if you're listening to us, you knew that hours ago. Well, curry is done for now, and Hill is turning back to Ben Mike, who's going to have a bowl from the pavilion end for the first time. Hands his cap to umpire Peverell.
Change of ends, change of fortune. He took all 5 from the other end, didn't he?
He did, well, all 6, I suppose, so far, if you include the one in the
Robson.
second over. Was it second over? No, it wasn't. Could have been. It was quite early in his spell this morning. Leicester again, sort of looking rather in need of a breakthrough. 5-10 in, Ben Mike shouts at Sam Evans, who's out there a good 120 yards away from him. Over the wicket he goes to Ryan Higgins. Stays on the back foot to a ball that wasn't of a bad length on middle and leg, but touch of shape to it. He works it out towards mid-wicket, no run. 10th over of the innings for Ben Mike, 1 for 35 his figures at the moment. Sun back out. What's your best guess at a finishing time? If we start this
today,
session, the final session at 4:20, and there's going to be 40 overs. In goes Mike and bowls again, tucked off the legs by Higgins, but fairly late, and there would have been a loud shout for leg before had he not got his bat down on that. He did, down towards long leg, and takes 1.
Yeah, it's a gone 7 o'clock job, that, isn't it? 7.
Kind of feels that way. I don't
15.
I don't think there'll be that many overs of spin unless
2030 from 4.
I'll go 10 to 7.
10 to 7, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. 2.5 hours from 4:20.
I think they'll try and get in a few overs of spin just to spell the seamers as much as anything. Mike is going to go round the wicket. Bowls 2 layers Deploy, slightly short, cut away stylishly, wistily by Deploy, but more or less straight to Goldsworthy at backward point, and there's no run. No real options for Lewis Hill in terms of, occasional seam from anybody else. Kimber bowls off spin. And that's it.
Well, that's the
That's what Middlesex can think. You know,
that's what they've got to do, isn't it? You know, it's a bit.
There isn't a fifth seamer as such. I've seen Swindle's bowl, take the pads off and bowl once. In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump, very stylishly driven, but straight to Swindle. Second time in the over that Duploy has executed a beautiful shot into the offside, and each time he's picked out a fielder.
Yeah, that's what Middlesex have got to aspire to here, isn't it? Again, I go back to that. If you were to say Middlesex were 50 for 3 now, what's the chances of this innings reaching 350? You'd say, yeah, there's no reason why this innings can't be recovered to 350 from 50 for 3, which is what the partnership is, 50.
Mike is in and bowls on to off stump, pushed out into the offside by Duploy. This time he has got it into the gap. Salisbury will pick up around about 15 yards inside the ropes at extra cover, and 2 taken. The discussion about pretty grounds, and Guy wants to know about one in South Africa. Presumably the one at Cape, what's the one at Cape Town called? The South Africa Test Ground. They're very pretty great views of Table Mountain and things like it. Very attractive ground. Is it Newlands?
Yeah. Yep.
Newlands. Is that the one, Guy? I might not have to ask Claude if I've got that right. He's suggesting I ask Alfonso or Claude, but I think it may be Newlands you're thinking of. Mike is in. Bowls. Oh, and hit on the helmet. Straight onto the helmet. He ducked right into that layers deploy. It hasn't played the bouncer well, and that was absolutely square on, unless you're running to make sure he is okay. He does seem to be. He's walking very purposefully towards his teammate Ryan Higgins, but it absolutely beamed him, that one.
Higgins
and Higgins is saying, just wait, just stand for a minute. And he's got 2 hands up to his helmet. He's dropped his bat now. He's taking his gloves off. On comes the Middlesex physio. Well, you probably heard it smacking straight into, ducked straight into it, completely lost it, and it absolutely sort of hit him. I think on the upper part of the peak of the helmet as it came out, got underneath that and hit him there. So whether it sort of went on and sort of rattled the grill as well remains to be seen. But he's going to have to be very, very careful. He's having a drink now. He went down on his haunches for a moment as Higgins got to him and put both hands on his shoulders. Just calm down a second, he said, because he was walking around purposefully and he's moving purposefully. The umpires are having a chat to each other, but several of the Leicestershire players went to him quickly as well. He absolutely won't want to come off.
No, and he's going to have to go through the concussion check, isn't he? So that's going to be a black and white answer for the Middlesex physio Pete Waxman to conduct that. And well, we're 5 minutes away from tea, aren't we? So I mean, if the concussion check is okay, then how many balls left of this over? That was the end of the over. It was the last ball. It was getting out of it with the bouncer. And as such, tea is fixed at 4 o'clock, so if they can prolong this concussion check, then Higgins is facing over and they get off and Deploy gather himself for 20 minutes, assuming the concussion check is cleared. Because just because the concussion check is cleared doesn't mean he's okay. He could be well shaken up by it.
Guy says no, not Newlands, a smaller pretty South African ground. In that case, I'm not sure. I will, if I can see the guys, I'll try and ask during the interval.
Just gone to the Middlesex website to pick up the link to the stream to watch that one back. And the headline on the Middlesex website, 30 years to the day since Richard Johnson created history. 4 for 45, the best bowling by a Middlesex bowler. And on this day, 30 years ago. Oh.
Ian Walters. They're talking about prettiest cricket ground. And his vote goes to Dharam Sala. And it is beautiful.
Oh yeah, goodness me.
Of the
Himalayas.
Of the Himalayas.
Oh.
Although he says simply because of the multicoloured stand.
Well, yes.
I mean that is a nice feature, but I think views are important too. And the views there are pretty spectacular.
Deploy continues. Concussion check complete. He's at the non-striker's end. It's 5-4, and Lewis Goldsworthy, his right arm around to Ryan Higgins. Looks for a scampered single. First ball as play resumes. They're good mates, these two, I think. When I stopped Higgins for an interview on the first evening, as his bit of flight from Goldsworthy defended. Deploy looked at me as if to say, "You're holding two of us up, Kev, by doing this interview." There we go. They were obviously carpooling. Goldsworthy again bowls, and Higgins drives out to deep cover. Moves to 29. So Deploy comes on to strike on 49. Yeah, it's fair to say, and not hanging anybody out to dry out Middlesex, that there weren't too many queuing up to do an interview on day one. They've been skittled for 86. There's Deploy's first ball since being struck on the helmet, and it's Goldsworthy who bowls it, and Deploy comes down the track and pushes a single down to long on. His 111th delivery takes him to 50, and Deploy gets a warm applause from the ground, and that's nice. You know, it's not a huge milestone, but the ball after being struck on the helmet, the Leicestershire faithful as well seem to have warmly applauded the efforts of Deploy. 164 for 3. And, this is given a bit of flight from Goldsworthy to Higgins. It's pushed straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. I'm just heading back to have a look at the nasty moment where Deploy was struck. So I was looking up Newlands at that point, so I missed the delivery. As here comes Goldsworthy, bowls, and this is cut into the ground by Higgins. It deflects away through a short point, and no run.
Yeah, we'll certainly get one more over.
Higgins, no, it's Deploy to have strike as well, isn't it?
And Ben might well have to bowl a bouncer, really. Couple.
5 fours in Lewis Deploy's 50. 111 deliveries. As we passed on to you a moment or two ago. Here it is. Oh yeah, it didn't get up at all, did it, that ball? Goodness me. I mean, to be honest, that was not far off appealing LBW if it didn't strike him on the helmet. He got a long way down. I mean, if you look where, there's the top of off stump. The point of impact, wow. That's not even got up to stump height, has it? Nasty one. That's been the concern, hasn't it, for, you know, we talked about Middlesex batters sitting on the front foot.
Mike is into Deploy, who works that one off his legs comfortably enough down towards deep backward square stroke long leg. Long leg gets to the ball first. Harry swindles, but he can't get there quickly enough to prevent Deploy taking a couple. He moves on to 52. The target is now exactly 300 more runs needed. 7 wickets in hand. Leicestershire want at least 2 more. Preferably 3 before tomorrow, before the close of play tonight. And there is the bouncer from Mike. They've put in a leg gully. It's misdirected, and Deploy just ducks underneath it. It goes over his extended rear end into the gloves of Cox.
Look at how low down he was where he was struck.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Yeah, as you say, ducked down into it, didn't he? And in all seriousness, that if you'd have put DRS on that now to have a look, that may not have been far from the top of off stump.
Mike Bowles swings in a touch to Deploy. Wait, he wraps out as he pushes it off the back foot out into the covers. Sam Evans, the fielder. It is now 4 o'clock, so it will be tea at the end of this over. There'll be 41 overs left to be bowled tonight. Starting from, well, it's going to be about 4:22. Yeah, 10 to 7 minimum. Light permitting. Mike is in, bowled, looking for the Yorker, in swinging Yorker, puff of dust as Deploy sees it okay and jams it out down the pitch to mid-off.
He can't come quick enough really right now from a Middlesex perspective.
It's been a great session.
Well, just get deploy off and sat down for a little while, and I'm sure he'll have to take a painkiller or something, won't he? A paracetamol just to make sure.
They've had to work hard for their runs as Mike is in and bowls short but wide as well. Cut away stylishly to deep backward point for one. Goldsworthy, the fielder down there. 74 for 2 at lunch. So less than 100 runs in the session, but just one wicket and a lot of overs into the legs of the Leicestershire seamers. A depleted seamer attack, remember, for Leicestershire.
Well, this will be the test now, won't it? The 50th over of the innings approaches. 60 overs, 60 to 80, they say. That's what they want to score their runs, over 60 to 80. You've got the bowlers into second, third, nearly fourth spells by that point.
Final ball of the session. Mike is in and bowls down the leg side, flicks at it. Ryan Higgins doesn't get anything on it, taken by Cox, and that is tea. 167 for 3. Middlesex, remember, they've reduced their target to less than 300 more runs. 299 more runs needed to win. 7 wickets in hand, with Duploy and Higgins going well, having put on 60 so far for the 4th wicket. How will they do during the final session on the 3rd day? Tune in around about 18 minutes time to find out when Kevin Hand and myself, Richard Ray, will chunch our way through the final session and keep you fully informed. But just for now, it's good afternoon from Leicester. Hello folks, we're back for the third and final session on this third day of the Vitality County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Good afternoon session for the visitors, who moved from 74 for 2 to 167 for 3, and their two main men are at the wicket at the moment. Ryan Higgins, who's 29 not out, and Leos Duploy, who battled through that session, the full session, and is 53 not out. They've put on 60 so far for the fourth wicket. Still a mammoth task ahead of them. 299 more runs to reach their target of 466 to win the game. We're going to know by the end of tonight what their chances may be, because there are still 41 overs left to be bowled. Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London and myself, Richard Ray, of BBC Radio Leicester, will tell those who aren't watching on the stream what is going on out there as we go through this final session at a sun-drenched Grace Road. I have to say, it is the best weather of the game. It looks beautiful out there. There are a few clouds still around, but essentially we're going to get all these 41 overs, it looks like, at the moment. And it is going to be, well, the Foxes are turning to spin straight away. Louis Kimber, who has yet to bowl in this game, is going to bowl the first over of the evening session, and he's going to bowl it from the Bennett end. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Leos Duploy. So here's an off-spinner, Louis Kimber. He is an occasional off-spinner. He bowled a lot of overs last time out at Hove, but without success. And it may be reassuring in those terms for Middlesex listeners to know that he's bowled 62.5 overs this season and has taken just 3 wickets. Round the wicket he comes. Bowls to Duploy, who goes back and pushes it into the gap in the covers. There is the sweeper out there, Ben Green, and 1 is taken. To be exact, Louis Kimber this season has bowled 62.5 overs, 4 of which have been maidens. He's conceded 293 runs, taken 3 wickets at an average of almost 100, 99.3. Kimber is in. Back cutting is Higgins. Again, he's found the gap, so it'll be a single out to the sweeper on the offside. 1 is taken. The electronic scoreboard is still having its tea, so we'll turn to the manual. 169 for 3. Kimber back round to Duploy. Will there be anything there for him as he goes in and bowls? Duploy is respectfully forward, pushing the ball back up the wicket to Leicestershire's big hitting young all-rounder. Steps in and bowls, and the peel 4 leg before. It's going on down the leg side. It would have had to straighten, and umpire Blackwell decides if it was straightening, it wasn't straightening sufficiently. Turns the appeal down. Kimber is in. Duploy is walking into the defensive push on that one. Pushing the ball out towards mid-on. Intercepted en route by Lewis Goldsworthy, who runs across from mid-wicket to field. Over 8 is still level. Leicester aren't in trouble in that respect. Kimber is in. Back goes Duploy and just turns it around the corner. Could be a couple? No. Because running back from backwards, sort of square stroke leg gully, is Sol Budinger, and 1 is taken. So 3 singles from the first over post tee. 40 remain to be bowled tonight. Middlesex on to 170 now for 3.
It's a glorious, glorious day here at Grace Road now. Fingers crossed it remains so. 40 overs time. If these two are still batting, they'll have taken a serious chunk out of this. And, you know, it's an almighty if to say, can they bat through this session? But 30 overs of the 40 that we'll have will be against an older ball. And 2 batters well set before tee. Can they get themselves in after tee now? Can they get those feet moving? Can they settle themselves in and settle themselves down and just start to push a little bit of pressure back towards Leicestershire? in this evening session. Because at the moment, it's still heavily on the visitors here to Grace Road. It's been a fine few days so far, and that was all eyes on the pitch after 21 wickets on the first day. But
if it was 95-5 in percentage at the start of this innings, I bet it's 70-30 now, 65-35.
Here's Salisbury around the wickety bowls, is it not? Salisbury?
Yes,
oh, it is. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I was
jerking the head. Yeah, it was a leading edge
with my
I see.
percentages.
Leading edge from deploy to the onside. He just closed the face too quickly there, and it's got off the toe end of the leading edge all along the floor into the onside, and there's no run. The wicket-keeper stands up once more, as he did for Max Holden, the last wicket to go, LBW to Salisbury. LBW from 107 deliveries, 37, fine 37 by Holden. Salisbury's in. Looked like it was back of the hand, that one, almost.
George on the stream points out that, to me, specifically, that Kimber is 27, which he says is hardly young in sporting terms. But in terms of his career, George...
Well, it is in cricketer's
He went to
terms.
college and did his degree and everything like that, so he actually he's not that experienced.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And more nowadays, you see fewer players going to university and they start their career at 18, 19, 20 and they're playing cricket, aren't they? Whereas in the old days, he used to go off to university and then break through at 21, 22, 23, didn't they? He's Salisbury's in bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside by deploy on 55, no run.
Which is kind of exactly what Kimber did.
Yeah. And then, of course, as you know, talk about them being late bloomers. Gareth Berg, Alan Richardson was to some extent. In terms of the best days of his career, came in the second half of his career, and it was a long career as well because he played up to nigh on 40, didn't he?
This is only his
Richo.
33rd first-class game.
Salisbury from the pavilion end, he remains around the wicket, and he's onto the hip of deploy. A fine leg comes around to collect, and it's a leg by.
He's got a master's in marketing, so he only signed his first contract in May 2021, so you know he's only into his third, well, it's arguably only his second full year, his third year of a contract, which is why I see him as young.
Yep, I'll give you that. Slip in place, short mid-wicket, and Salisbury's in, bowls, and this ball's clipped away out to deep mid-wicket, and they have a single. I mean, Higgins on 31. I always think, you know, a batter comes into his prime at about 29, I'd say. You know, a footballer, they're coming into their prime at 25, 26. But cricketers, it's a little bit longer, isn't it? Not to just compare those two sports as we always do, but they are the number 1 and 2 sports in this country, aren't they? So, here goes Salisbury's around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's clipped away, 3 mid-wicket for a couple here. There's a deep square, but they'll be back for 2 as it's fielded more around towards Cow Corner. Deploy moves along to 57. Middlesex move to 174 for 3. 292 more. Higgins 31. And there's these 2 chip away, as I say, you weighed up the little balance there, didn't you? 95-5. Do you know, I probably wouldn't have even given Middlesex 5% at the start of this one. Would they chase down 400 and something 5 times out of 100 attempts? I'm not sure they would. Against Leicestershire's depleted attack.
Yeah, I would say so. But I take your point, but I think those odds are a lot shorter now. That's for sure.
Yeah. And again, you know, from this position, 292 more. You know, you look at it, chasing 466, but 292 more. If you were to say, again, partnership 67, they were 67 for 3, and they need 292 more.
The ball at 51 overs has been shown to the umpires. It's been checked. It's gone through the gauge. So Leicestershire will continue with this ball. So that over from the relatively, George, young Louis Kimber was his only one because Leicestershire are going back to Ben Mike, so quite what that was all about, not sure. And they're going sort of funky fields time as well, which again is a good sign for the batters, because they've got two shortish mid-wickets in from Mike, and they have a single slip standing at second. So Mike is going to suspect bowl at the body of Ryan Higgins. That said, that was bang on off stump, and Higgins just leant forward and blocked it out into the offside. They must have spoken about this during the tea interval, Leicestershire. It must be some sort of pre-arranged plan.
The two short mid-wickets?
I assume so.
I mean, I guess it's to do with that drive down the ground where we talked about it. It's like he was ushering it and pushing it and sweeping it down the ground. And I say sweep in the terms of a sweeping brush.
Here's bottom hand, but he manages to hit it straight quite a lot of the time. That one stayed a bit low from Ben Mike, and on the back foot, Higgins had to dig it out. He did do so. And the ball runs out towards Lewis Hill at mid-on. But he did have to come down late on it. Where's this wicket coming from for the Foxes? Mike down the slope, bowls. Higgins leaves outside off stump. The ball slides through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Doesn't really deviate off the straight. Sun goes behind the cloud.
Come back, son. It's nice, that, wasn't it? Mind you, saying that, it's, this commentary box it becomes a sauna, doesn't it? Yeah.
It can do so, yes, I'm afraid. We'll have to open the back door in due course. Mike is in and bowls the bouncer, and Higgins just sort of leans away from it, ducks slightly at the waist, but makes sure it goes over.
Yeah, it's as much the reflection, isn't it, that comes in through the window here and off this desk. I was moving my laptop a moment ago, and I myself have actually sat back slightly behind you.
Sometimes have to cover the electronic stuff as well, which can get rather warm in the sun. But, Mike is in and bowls onto the legs, clipped past the wider of the two mid-wickets, whose Rishi Patel. Ben Green has to run around from backward square to the mid-wicket boundary. Higgins picks up a couple. Moves on to 33 to win 292. 176 for 3. Beg your pardon, to win 290. Again, the electronic just a fraction behind the manual. Mike in again to Higgins, full clipped past the wider of the two mid-wickets again. This time it's going to go all the way to the boundary. Hill gives up the chase early. Lovely bottom-handed push through mid-wicket. Big strength of Higgins, and he continues in much the same vein in which he was playing before tea. Positively, aggressively, taking on the bowlers, and Mike looks frustrated. 1 for 47 for him now from 12 overs, and after that joy of the first innings when he took a career best 5 for, was it 22 he took in the end? Struggling a bit now. Leicestershire struggling a little bit now. Partnership up to 73 for the 4th wicket.
180 for 3. Higgins 37 from 61. It's not a ridiculous strike rate. I said that he'll score quickly if he's there, but it's positive nonetheless, as he has been throughout. He very much plays, as I say, it's almost that Peterson way, isn't it? It's clear that front pad and play the ball with the bat. You've got the bat in hand for a reason, is what Peterson used to say, wasn't it? So around the wicket comes Salisbury to deploy, stands up tall and strokes away into the offside, deploy 57. Compared Leas Deploy's technique and approach to that of the sadly departed Phil Hughes. Had that stint with Middlesex for a short while. Made a big impact on the dressing room, made some good friends in that time that he had, and impressed greatly. Had an average. Competing with Bradman, didn't he, at the start of his Test career? And Australia and Middlesex felt like they'd found something pretty special as his. A full ball to deploy that beats the forward defence. Salisbury around the wicket, the left-hander plunging forward, but it bounces back out of the gloves of Cox without any deflection off the edge of the bat. But a moment to be enjoyed for Salisbury. Haven't beaten his edge too many times without it being a leaping delivery. Outside off. Go again now. Salisbury. 286 more needed by Middlesex. He bowls and deploys forward, dabbing into the offside. It's fielded at cover and there's no run. 180 for 3. Higgins rather fidgeting away at the non-striker's end at the moment. All action, all energy, Higgins. Deploy scratches away at his crease. And Salisbury turns to bowl to him again. Maybe the wicket now, he bowls, and this is clipped away through mid-wicket. And they'll look for a couple here. Deep square goes around. They're thinking about the third, but it's just 2. Deploy moves to 59, 182 for 3, 284 to win. I mean, you'd have to say, even getting it down to 250 to win from the last 4, if there were 4 down at that point, if these two got it down to 250 and then lost a wicket, you'd still say, well, if one of these goes on, 250. But certainly if these two got it below 200, which isn't too far away if this partnership keeps going. The partnership's 75 for the 4th wicket. As here is a length ball onto the hip, fraction short, fraction straight, and the pair combined means it's a comfortable clip when he's right arm around the wicket to the left-handed deploy. 183 for 3, deploy moves to 60. Higgins moves on to strike with 1 ball left to the over. He's on 37. Words of encouragement from the field. It really is reaching that point though where you're starting to think Middlesex have got a chance. A few heads hitting tables. I mean, having said that of Middlesex fans and followers. And Salisbury's in, bowls, and standing up tall. Higgins pushes out to deep point, moves to 38, but it is our job to commentate on it, and the comment is Middlesex are moving into a position where what was a pretty long shot to begin with now is starting to become certainly a chance. End of the over, 184 for 3. Higgins will keep the strike with that single. He's moved to 38, deploy has 60, the partnership 77, 282 more required.
Yeah, no question about it.
Did you give it 70-30, was it?
Yeah, maybe 65-35, you know, at tea. Nipping towards 60-40.
The Wasp. This partnership's key though, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, it does feel that way a little bit. Ben Mike continuing from the Bennett end, comes down the slope and bowls to Ryan Higgins, very straight and full. Higgins on the back foot is behind it. Ooh, a slide from the fielder on the recently rolled wicket that's being prepared for the T20. Harry Swindles came in and sort of went heel first, like an old-fashioned footballer's sliding tackle as he lost his footing. And that might have been painful on the old rear end for Swindles. Cleans his spikes. Mike in again to Higgins, outside off stump, swings away. Higgins has nothing to do with it. Rishi Patel has got something to offer Lewis Hill in terms of advice, I don't know. Patel, one of the senior players in the side now, really. There's just not many options for Lewis Hill, really. the four seamers, i.e. Green, Curry, Salisbury and Mike, and the two part-time spinners. In goes Mike and bowls. Higgins goes back. Mike is absolutely giving it everything, hurling himself into the crease and bowling straight at the moment at a decent length. Higgins is staying on the back foot and dealing with it, waiting for the bad ball. Picked up one odd wicket, didn't he, Ben Mike, in the first innings with that full toss that was misread by Toby Roland Jones and was hit in front, sort of knee high. Loopy full toss that maybe the slower ball went wrong. Mike is in and bowls outside off sub, just outside, cut away, good diving stop to his right, falling away by Lewis Goldsworthy. Keeps it to one, otherwise might well have run to the point boundary. Higgins on to 39. .281. More runs needed. I may be being a bit pessimistic, but it's just with that depleted attack and the conditions having much improved, that the bright sunshine being out and taking a lot of the devil out of the pitch. What devil there was, a little devil was in there, not too bad. Mike round the wicket to deploy, good bounce, and Duploy stands. He hasn't played the short ball that brilliantly. He got out of the way of that, but he jumped again and whipped his head sort of backwards, jerked his head backwards out of the way of it. Remember, he was hit before tea when he ducked into a ball that didn't really get up in the way he expected it to, but he took his eyes off it and it hit him on the peak of the helmet. It's a good bouncer from Ben Mike, who is charging in round the wicket. Bowls outside of stump, cut in the air, straight to backward point. The wicket has gone. Duploy throws his bat away in disgust. He flung his hands at it and steered it almost straight to Ben Green at backward point, and he has given his wicket away. Scott Curry kindly picks up Duploy's bat. I think he accidentally let it go there and it flew about 20 yards away. Curry gives him a pat on the back, and Duploy, perhaps unsettled by that bouncer, could be a key moment there, and that wasp, if you like, has swung probably back another 10 points in Leicestershire's favour with that wicket.
Yeah, I'd say so. That's massive to Ploy. And as you say, the bat kind of fell out of his hand there, didn't he? He was swishing away at the grass, wasn't he? I think in frustration, or swishing away at the stumps. You know, just that air shot that batters do when they get out, and the bat slipped out of his hand. Was my reading of it.
I think that's absolutely right.
I'd imagine the umpires have a brief chat about it just to make sure that it wasn't dissent, but it wasn't from what we could see up here. I'm sure if they look at the replay, they'll see
one of those
likewise.
things. Partnership 78 for the fourth wicket, with Ryan Higgins, who is still there, of course.
Yeah.
Bronte's just arrived and has seen that, and is very proud of his timing.
Josh Caires makes his way out. Open the batting for Middlesex when he was first called into the side. Now comes in at number 6. Jack Davies has opened the batting in as well. He's in at 7. We're sort of talking about the young lower order of these two, and then Holden, then Roland Jones, Brooks and Bamber. A lot to do to support Higgins. 281 still required.
A fair play to Ben Mike, really. We produced a couple of really good overs there. Flogged himself into the pitch, didn't he? And I wouldn't be saying that if that had sailed over the backward point boundary for 6, but it didn't. Straight to Ben Green. It's more or less sort of chin height, but it didn't go particularly quickly either, did it? It was picked him out, and that is potentially a big moment.
Yep, it is indeed. That's a big wicket to take at this stage. 55th over coming up. It's at the point where Deploy and Higgins would have wanted to start to cash in and start to take a serious chunk out of the 281 that remain. But now it's over to Caires to get himself in.
And Leicestershire will be desperately hoping to go bang bang, as they say, as the cricketers say. It's Higgins who is on strike, back foot defensive shot, pushing the ball out into the offside. From Salisbury, it's you, isn't it?
That's right,
I do beg your pardon. Completely lost track with that wicket, which came off the last ball.
We've had quite a few wickets falling off last balls in this last balls of overs.
And I am terribly easily confused.
Your former Times correspondent, or your former fellow Times correspondent, could well be tuning in now with Josh Caires arriving in the middle. Here's Salisbury in bowls, and this is cut away to backward points. Slip comes around as it bobbles up in front.
I did do the odd bit for the Times, but I was Sunday Times really, and in those days they were two completely separate beasts.
Yes.
Now they're more or less the same paper.
I was about to say, is it? Yeah.
Completely separate staff, writers, everything.
And was Athers Sunday or daily in those days?
He was daily, always daily. Is he at the Telegraph now, or is he?
No, he's still.
He's still at the Times.
I think so, anyway.
I don't read it.
Here goes Salisbury in bowls, and forward goes Higgins pushing back. There's no run. Well, I'm not wholly sure, but anyway, you were both of the Times at the same time. Men of their times.
We're still playing most of the time, wasn't he? No, I suppose not. 1990s, early 2000s.
It's just early 2000s, wasn't he? Or late 90s. I guess Athers was done. It was interesting how close some of that side were to the 2005 Ashes. As this ball's short, and it's an edge put down. Cut by Higgins. The edge through to the keeper, standing up, and it spills out of the gloves. 39. Ryan Higgins, 69th ball, 39 runs, and a drop, 185 for 4.
Oh, that huge potentially.
Come on, Bilbo, did I just hear? Maybe not. It's a ball cut away out to deep cover for a single. Was it Come on Bilbo? You heard that one before?
I haven't heard it before. It sounded vaguely like it though, but I'm going to use a book to cover the, hopefully without switching too much off. It's easily done. But we've got rid of both Higgins and Duploy on the same score. Well, that would have been big, wouldn't it? That really would have been big.
It's Caires on strike for the first time. Back in the side. 2 slips and a short mid wicket, and in comes Salisbury. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Caires through to the keeper. It passes. It's the end of the over. Higgins was dropped on 39. He has 40 now. Middlesex 186 for 4. 280 more required. Oh, it's rattled. It sounds like a seagull, but it's just the wind, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, probably.
Bobbing away over our head.
Rattling the polystyrene tiles. Ben Mike with his tail up will continue from the Bennett end. 7 wickets in the game now for Ben, and he's looking more assertive now as he tells Lewis Hill what field he wants. He's going to be bowling to Higgins though, rather than Caires. Over the wicket, 2 right-handers at the crease now as Mike comes in and bowls. Higgins looks to force off the back foot, doesn't quite time it. Mid-off is standing a little bit deep. Saltburn and Journey has to move to his left as well. So. Comfortable enough single for Higgins. Josh Caires this season in the county championship. Just the 4 innings played in the 4 games in which he's played by him. 124 runs, a best of 50, and an average, because presumably a couple of those might have been not outs, of 31 as a consequence. So he hasn't really had many opportunities this season. It's just his 6th first-class innings. Mike is in, bowls to him, a good bouncer, but he plays it well actually. Rather better than Duploy. He's a taller man and just flicked his head inside the line. But again, a lively bouncer from Ben Mike, who's he's a fit young man. I hesitate to use the word young. Now I've been admonished for saying 27. George will be cross with me. One more for halfway, boys. Says Rishi Patel, unarguably talking sense, really. In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump. Good line and not taken again by Cox. And that is going to be 4 byes. That was... again, it bounced on him a little bit, but he should have taken that way. It was more or less straight to him, and somehow, just slightly to his left, it burst in and out of through his gloves and down to the finest of fine legs for 4. So not been a good few deliveries for Ben Cox behind the stumps. One brilliant catch in this innings, diving away to his right, but that drop off Higgins, huge potentially.
Buzzes through.
Mike is in, bowls to Caires, steering it to backward point off the back foot, along the ground all the way, and looked interested in potentially taking the single there, but it went more or less straight to young Lewis Goldsworthy. I've been to Amsterdam, sorry, we're talking about grounds abroad on the stream at the moment. Amsterdam, I haven't been to. Is it Amstelveen?
Yes.
Is that the name of the ground?
Yep.
In goes Mike, bowls on off stump. Grunt of effort from Ben Mike. It's kept out on off stump by Josh de Caires. I've obviously flown from Schiphol a few times, but never seen a cricket ground nearby. Glad to go.
It's a fair way south of the ground. South,
is it?
Or, well, outside of the city anyway. It's a story that often gets told. Middlesex played there in one of the competitions many moons ago when you had the Dutch and the Scottish and the Irish playing. And Middlesex were put at a hotel a long, long, long way away. Actually, no, maybe I've got that wrong. Maybe the Amstelveen ground is in the city, but the hotel that we stayed in was a long way outside the city.
Mike is in, bowl to de Caires, who's looking to drive. Again, not quite timing it, pushing it out into the covers. And it is no run. End of the over, 191 for 4. 34 still remain to be bowled tonight at, well, pretty much 5 o'clock. Umpires coming together. For why, would you say?
Ooh.
Having a long chat to each other.
Well, this happened and that happened, and it's Blackwell making the point about something.
He's it's a long and serious chat.
Oh, now they're going to have a chat with the players. Is there a warning? Higgins.
Did he run down the... Well, we wouldn't...
Is he going to have a chat with Higgins? I don't know, maybe it was just a
he
little...
does seem to be talking to Higgins, don't it? Whether something was said or...
Well, I mean, we've heard quite a lot from the field, haven't we? So you'd have thought we'd have heard anything, but... Yeah.
There hasn't been any confrontations or anything, have there? But umpire Blackwell is now talking to the... match referee. Maybe. I think it's... yeah. Because they radied it up to a match ref when Deploy was out. I wonder, was that the bat? So here's Salisbury into Higgins. Oh, and he beats him. All ends up. Full length delivery. Higgins, well, didn't get out of his crease at all, did he, to that one? And ball beats the edge through to the keeper. Cox, did he take the bails off, or did it rebound off his pads and hit the stumps? Because Rishi Patel then sort of went up for an appeal. So look, see. Ooh, that was a very flat-footed jab by Higgins, most un-Higgins-like.
Ball's on the length again, and has he got him this time? He has. He's edged it. This one bounces. Well, if the last one shot through somewhat, this one lifts, and Higgins is gone for 41. And
as well.
191 for 4. And a good piece of keeping, standing up, holding on, and you can hear a few cheers down there from the Leicestershire fans who believe that they're pretty close now to pushing this through for their first win of the season. 275 more required. 19145.
And Cox threw that into the air like a man who meant it, didn't he? He was hugely relieved. That drop will have been right in front of his mind. So to take that one, but it was beautifully bowled by Salisbury. Bit of bounce, as you said, but also a bit of swing. And two hands to it. Ben Green doing a little dance of joy as the 12th men, two of them, come out with drinks for. Lester Travaskis is there and Evans is there. Well batted, Ryan Higgins, but once Duploy went, he kind of didn't quite look the same man, as though he didn't, I don't know, same batter.
Yeah.
So
But that can throw aside. One brings two, doesn't it? The fact that it's brought the big two.
and again, the umpire's having a lot of conversations.
Yeah. Chatting away. Mark Stoneman running out the drinks. I wonder if the subfield has been released for a second 11 game, perhaps, for this one, because it seems to have been. We saw Holden doing it this morning. Excuse me. One for 5. Davies, the new batter. Holden next, then Roland Jones. And they're the 4 names now, really. Caires, Davies, Holden, Roland Jones. Roland Jones has some amazing heroics over the year with the bat. Coming in at 8 or 9. Holden has shown great potential with the bat, not just as a leg spinner, but could be seen as a batter as well for years to come. But at the moment, Middlesex just got to think survival again. Around the wicket comes Salisbury to Davies. The left-hander is forward, defending into the offside. There's no run. We're midway through the 57th over. 23 more overs to a second new ball. That's a job for Davies and Caires, both who started their first-class careers with Middlesex as opening bats. They need to be there to face that second new ball.
10 first-class innings, well, actually 11, because obviously there was the first innings here for Jack Davies this season, averaging 28 and a half.
This ball is full around the wicket. Comes Salisbury to him again, and it's clipped with the angle, but from a straight line, Salisbury suggests, from around the wicket down to long leg for a single.
Drove it a wide one in the first innings, didn't he, from Ben Green, having battled his way quite nicely for a while, albeit that he'd only made 2. Ice cream van. Out comes the sun. Out comes the ice cream van down the Milligan Road.
Oh,
there it is.
Something go pop there as well. Ran over a balloon, obviously. 2 slips and a short mid-wicket. There's an orthodox mid-wicket as well, and Salisbury's over the wicket to Caires. His 7th ball. He's yet to get off the mark, and the right-hander's forwards this one, solidly pushing back into the offside. Playing with that little bit of swing that's out there. You have seen this with his Duke's ball this year, that still swinging around 50, 60 over mark. Seems to get a second wind.
Yeah, it sort of went dead for a while, but in terms of swing. But Salisbury, I don't think it's reverse. I think it's hard to tell, isn't it, from up here? But it looks as though the shiny side is sort of nearest the batsman, so to speak, to the right-hander. Therefore, it swings away.
This ball's full again, and forward goes to Caires, pushing back, and there's no run. There's a yelp from behind the stumps. 192 for 5. That is the end of the 57th over. 32 overs remain. We've got a session to go today now. Of course, with those 2 wickets, mind then turns to, there's a session to go. Middlesex are 5 wicket down. There's a new ball available before stumps tonight, and well, if Middlesex was to lose 2 more in the next 32 overs, mind would turn to the extra half hour.
It would. I mean, I can't remember the last time Leicestershire bowled 32 overs. Well, actually, I can. It was at Hove last week. What I'm talking about. But when the seamers are operating, they rarely bowl 32 overs in 2 hours, which suggests sort of well past 7 for the 32 overs. But presumably the spinners might have to spell the seamers, but Ben Mike and Matt Salisbury getting a warm round of applause from the members down there. Have got a bit of new life in them. Mike comes down the slope and bowls to Jack Davies, bouncer, and Davies ducks underneath it. That'll be one for the over, says umpire Blackwell.
Come on, boys, come on. Chirping away in the field. They have been the whole time, and rightly so. Working away,
clapping away. As Mike runs in and bowls outside off stump. Davies not this time tempted to throw the bat. Umpire Blackwell wanders out and says to Ben Mike, "Look where you're running down the pitch, young man. That's getting very close. The last thing Leicestershire need is to lose a seamer." To a warning, but umpire Blackwell, having wandered out, wanders back behind the stumps. No official warning is issued, brackets, yet. Close brackets. Mike is in and bowls, turned off leg stump by Davies as far as mid-wicket, where Goldsworthy is the fielder. Do you know, all the years, the 12 years I've been here, I haven't yet sampled that ice cream vendor's wares.
Nudge,
I
nudge,
don't know.
hint,
So no. So what I was meaning was I don't know whether they're any good, whether they're the sort of, you know, hit and miss in it with an ice cream van. Good one at Northampton. In goes Mike and bowls. Oh, good bounce. Just misdirected outside off stump, so Davies could lift his bat over the line of the ball. But that was a super delivery from Mike. It would have been even more super had it been that fraction straighter. Most awful gunk in some of them, aren't there?
Yes. Well, congealed fat. Isn't that what it is?
Probably. Probably. Mike turns, runs in and bowls onto the legs of Davies, helps it around the corner down to long leg and takes one. Well played. Foxy Phil wondering about overs left tonight. 32.1 now.
Lots.
Cheapers, we still haven't started the 32. And it is now 5 past, getting on for. So potentially, Foxy Phil, sort of 40 overs could be bowled, couldn't they, to take the extra half hour? Mike is in to Caires. Oh, it's full and straight. Caires is late on that one, but he does get the bat to it in time. Lots of oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. In fact, there's fairly uniform. Oh. But he keeps it out. 193 for 5 off 58. 273 needed. It suddenly feels like a different game.
It does. It does. It does. Where would you put the percentages now? Back to 95.5?
Yeah, at minimum, really. And
yeah.
It feels that way. Probably something like 98.2, something like that. It just feels different.
273 more runs required. 195. 193 for 5.
Eric J. on the stream. You've got to go further than that, Eric. He's crewed many an Iberian ship.
Ooh,
in his time.
nice.
So, merchant ship, presumably, of some kind. Pirate ship. Maybe Eric's a pirate.
Salisbury's around the wicket. He bowls to Higgins, who clips him away. Down to deep. Well, it's down to a fine leg, long leg. Working with the angle. Davies moves to 3 from 8. Caires is still on 0 from 9. Both need a knock. Caires and Davies. Nathan Fernandez lost his place for this one in the instance of Davies coming in, Caires coming in from a left arm finger spinner to an off spinner. really have much of a go with the ball. It's been a seam bowlers match, swing bowlers match. On strike now, 2 slips and a short mid-wicket, and Salisbury bowls to him, and he's over the top of it, defending into the offside.
Lovely shape from Salisbury. He's just settled into a... Again, he's a bit like Curry in that his demeanour is just doesn't crack a smile, or you know, he just turns and gets on with it, which is admirable. But not much help to commentators. Matt Salisbury, come on, a bit more demonstrative, please.
Salisbury, and he bowls a length ball, which is defended, excuse me, to mid-off. 194 for 5. 11 balls now faced by Caires. Two slips remain in place for the right-hander. Keeper standing up, short mid-wicket crouching down. Fields in on the single bar, long leg, all ready to walk in. And here's Salisbury approaching. He bowls just full of a length, and it's watchfully turned to mid-on. Careful not to play all around it to Caires. He's got that shape away, leg to off stump, away from the right-hander. That one held its line a little bit more. Caires had to be watchful. "21 overs to a second new ball." The chat has never gone away in the field, and rightly so, from the Foxes. Salisbury to Caires. Bowls, and that's a forward defence. To mid-on. 194 for 5. 13th ball for Caires. Yet to get off the mark, one to come with the over. 271 Middlesex. Trail by 272 to win. Managed 86 in their first innings. And even now that 93 run advantage looks big, doesn't it? If you push this to, 185 more to win, that's a different matter still to 272, as in comes the seamer, and it's just short of a length, and it's punched beautifully. What a way that is to get off the mark. And I think it's going to beat the fielder, and it is, out to a very deep boundary at point. And Caires off the mark with a boundary. He moves to 4 from 14. Middlesex are 198 for 5. Davies has 3. 268 more to win. 31 overs remain. What's caught your eye?
Yeah, just some
other stuff.
Nonsense.
Other stuff.
Indeed.
I thought it was for me.
Speculation is now people trying to work out when it would finish. 32, if it's just 32 overs, and 720 is the latest genuine estimate. Wouldn't be that. Would be about that, wouldn't it?
2 hours from now, yeah.
And if we get the extra half hour, it could be an 8 o'clock finish, frankly.
Day off tomorrow, Rich.
Need it. Actually, we don't, because we'll be back here doing the Talking Foxes podcast. Ben Mike round the wicket to Davies. Plays it nicely off his body down to fine leg. Matt Salisbury gets around, though, from wider fine leg and makes the stop. So it's just a single to Davies. He moves on to 4.
What is that?
It's somebody clapping.
Do you think so?
Yeah, it's a sort of echo of a clap, and I'm just trying to work out who it is. It's a strange echo. May even be someone in the crowd. Mike back over the wicket to the right-handed Caires. Bowls outside off stump, too wide. Bit of a drag down as well. Just the arm not quite at the vertical, and taken by Cox. Allowed to go through by Caires. 199 for 5.
Yeah, so echoey, isn't it? It sounds almost hollow.
Maybe below us. I suspect it is. Well, that's Curry at Gully. Mike is in, bowls. De Caires very late on it, but he's going to pick up 4 because he came down late on it and jabbed it down the bat. It bounced a couple of times, went wide of second slip, went between second slip and gully to the boundary for 4. De Caires on to 8, 203 for 5. Up comes the Middlesex 200.
Excuse me. So, 203 for 3. There's the hollow hand clap again. Makes it sound as though it's disingenuous, but it's only hollow in sound, not in belief.
Mike is in, bowls, and just drops his hands on that one. Plays it well, De Caires, as well. It was a slightly short of a length ball. Got up on him a little bit, and he just sort of straightened his torso so that it went through in front of his tummy to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Played it well.
Roland Jones has got a century to his name, coming in at 9. Yeah. Caires, Davies and Holden. He has reached 3 figures.
Plenty of batting to come. In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump, flings himself off his feet with the effort, but it's also a sign of a little bit of tiredness for Ben Mike, who's into his 16th over now of the innings. Ben Green is starting to warm up a bit, but he did what he was required to do by Leicestershire and the captain Lewis Hill. He made the vital breakthrough, bounced Duploy, who was troubled, just jerked his head out of the way. Next ball, a little bit short and wide, and steered directly to Green at backward point. Green's retreated to backward square, almost all the way to the boundary now, as Mike is in. To De Caires, full, clipped very nicely by Josh De Caires, out through straight mid-wicket for 4. The bluff did not work from Ben Mike, who needs taking off now for me. He's started to lose his lines and lengths. 2 for 59, his figures from 16 overs, but it's been a great effort from Mike, and as I say, he did what was needed. He made a very important breakthrough.
Didn't he? Yeah, game-defining breakthrough perhaps, or an innings-defining breakthrough. I think the definition of this match was day 1, wasn't it? 178 Leicestershire. Sorry, 179. 86 Middlesex. That really the defining moment of this game.
Curry warming up as well, so maybe a double change. Green on at this pavilion end, Curry at the Bennett end.
What's your estimation of how many are not available that would have played in this game?
In terms of just sheer numbers?
Yeah, what number would have actually started this game had they been available?
Hanscom certainly, Scriven certainly. Who else is unfit? Which is for the squad list, sorry.
It was a fair older.
Where's it gone?
Oh, was it blown away? Here it is.
No, thank you.
This ball's on a length from Salisbury around the wicket to Davies. It's pushed back, no run.
Rahan Ahmed, certainly. I think, when we say not available, do we say sort of do we include the likes of Mulder, who's around but he's going off to America? May in fact have flown
that's
today.
Why that's why he's not playing. Yeah,
Mulder,
it's unavailable.
Yeah. Ian Holland, ditto.
Green around the wicket again, bowls, and this ball's pushed back. My apologies, I think I called him Salisbury first ball of the overs. Pushed back by Davies, no run.
Josh Hull.
Well, yes, I was. Josh Hull would have been interested on this, wouldn't he? His height with the indifferent bounce. I was really excited to see him. It's twice this season I've been denied seeing Hull. Most disappointing. Right, the wicket comes Green again. That's left alone by Davies.
So I think definitely 6.
More than half a team missing. It's been an excellent, excellent performance. I mean, again, it's a day that just went wrong for Middlesex on day 1 for whatever reason. brave decision at the toss to bat first, and it's paid off for Leicestershire as this ball's full outside of the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper, left alone by Davies. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, live at Grace Road. On the BBC Sport website and app, or on the live streams, which you can pick up via the county's websites. Richard Ray and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you this game, which could well come to an end today. Middlesex will hope for what from here is the unlikeliest of victories. As Green is in, bowls to Davies, a good leave. But this is good time in the middle now for these two as well, two young batters who, again, both opening bats. Does have a first, well no, he doesn't have a first-class century, sorry, Davies. He does have a century against a county to his name, Caires. He scored a century for Leeds Bradford against Yorkshire at Headingley. And when the son of Atherton scored a century against Yorkshire at Headingley, of course that grabbed the headlines. So here goes. Green, an inside edge from Davies, deflects backwards square on the leg side for a single. Davies moves to 5 from 15 faced to 208 for 5. News of Vaughan and a Flintoff today, that they're both included in under-19 squad for England. Michael Vaughan's son and Andrew Flintoff's son, Rocky, played against each other for, I think, an under-19s versus a Lions Invitational 11 or something recently as well. But yeah, call up for those two to the development ranks of England. Caires went away in the winter and played in a England camp, trained in an England camp, England Lions camp in the winter. All eyes on him coming into this summer. Picked up plenty of wickets as an off-spinner last year in 2 matches in particular at the Aegeus Bowl, where he picked up 9 and picked up a bag full at Essex as well. Harmer and Dawson were his adversaries in that one.
It is a double change. Curry is in from the Bennett end, bowls on the body to Davis, on the legs I should say, turned by Davis and beautifully actually picked the gap between long leg and square leg, and it rolls over the ropes down there at wide, backward square, and he picks up 4. He moves on to 9. He impressed me in his brief time at the crease in the first innings. He's doing so again in the second. Curry, yet to pick up a wicket in the game, is in and bowls, brings Davies forward, sees it going just wide of Sol Budinger, who is now clad in a sun hat instead of a cap. And he takes 1, moves into double figures onto 10. Partnership for the 6th wicket beginning to build. It's on to 22 now. Siren goes up Saffron Lane, I would imagine, away to our left. As Curry is in. Bowls to Caires, who goes for the big drive and misses the outswinger. It swings through to Cox behind the stumps, who takes his gauntlet off and shakes off his right hand. Didn't take it as clean as he would like. Took it, but again, he looked a fraction late on it, Josh Caires. Well, he was, because he missed it.
What do the friends of Grace Road do on the final day of the game? All that cake. It's going to happen tomorrow. This,
they try to calculate it so it all sort of sells on day 3 basically. In goes Curry, bowls. Caires forces off the back foot, but only as far as backward point. And there's no run. So it can be a balancing act for them. And I guess if they're freshly made, which they are, they're all sort of homemade cakes. You can pop them in the freezer, really, can't you?
Yes, true. True.
I'll take them all home and scran them all. In goes Curry, bowls outside off stump, and it's left by Caires.
Well, you know what I'm thinking. Send it up to the commentary box.
They're all... temptations must be considerable. Dangerously so. Ben Green's going to cross from square leg to the covers, because the man who was at cover, Harry Swindles, is going in at 3rd slip they've decided, Leicestershire, that Caires looks a little bit vulnerable outside off stump. In goes Curry and bowls. Fraction short, so Caires can play it off the back foot and does so rather more comfortably than previously. Plays it to mid-wicket where Budinger is the fielder. End of the over. 2-1, 3 for 5. Caires 12, Davies 10. 253 to win. Approaching the halfway.
Well, yes. I mean, again, it's can this partnership get it down to below 100 with Holden and Roland Jones still to come, and Brooks and Bamber, who are proper batters, although still in the first innings I'm insistent that they shouldn't have played properly. They should have been swinging, grabbing 20 or 30 useful runs if they could have done. Around the wicket comes Green. He bowls to Davies, who leaves alone outside off stump. That dies on the way through to the keeper.
Mr. Woods on the stream is having a problem. He thinks the sound is not coordinated with the vision. It sometimes helps to refresh your own computer in that respect. It is but a suggestion.
Green bowls inside edge onto the pad. Cried catch as it deflects towards backward point. Davies 10 from 19. 213 for 5. Well done, Green. He's so good, boy. He's got 1 for 29 in his 15th over. Just thinking the rumble of the cars that you can hear on the distance. Is it main road that runs into Leicester from? Is that full ball clipped to mid wicket by Davies? No run from the Fosse Park.
Yeah.
Industrial estate.
Roman Road, Fosse.
Is it?
Mm.
Never knew that.
Very old.
I did wander
Goes down
past.
to the southwest towards Bristol, across the sort of Midlands from the north.
Or did you drive past, indeed? King Richard III pub in Leicester city centre. It was his full and turn to mid-wicket, no run.
Was, of course, Richard III, who...
Dug
king
up.
The king in the car park?
Yes. Does the pub have any significance, or have they just nicked the name now that... Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, why not? Rightly so.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, there are two sort of main roads in and out of the city, obviously. On either side of the ground, there's Ayleston Road, away to our right, to the west, and Saffron Lane, away to the east.
It's a full ball from Green outside of the off stump through to the keeper. We're talking about trees today as well, the old willow that's gone here at Grace Road. I've just, for the first time I think, ever spotted in the distance, to your right there, two enormous trees in the distance on the horizon. A long way through, just looking straight through, the two that climb up, there's a pylon a long way in the distance, and to its right, a couple of enormous trees. I must imagine Diplodocus nibbling away at the top of one of those. Because they're a fair, must be a good mile away, mustn't it, though? So here's Green bowls outside of the off stump, and Davies looks to cut, mistimes to point, and there's no run.
Whoever saw is over there. And there's Aylestone Meadows.
So they kind of stand alone, don't
water
they?
meadows, so there's quite a lot of countryside. Not so very far away over there.
Well, they grab the eye because they're both together, and they're the only ones really that you can see of that kind of height anywhere on the distance. Enormous ones. There's a couple creeping up over the back of Milligan Lane, was it?
Road.
Milligan Road. 213 for 5. Caires has 12. Davies has 10. That was the last ball of the over. 27 to go today.
Gully's back. Heading across the ground. Curry down the slope as the sun goes behind cloud and bowls. To Caires, edges just short of first slip. Nicely taken on the bounce by Patel. Again, that sort of late jab from Caires. Just outside off stump and thick edge. Bounce just short of Patel. I say just a couple of feet probably. Travelling, and Patel took it very cleanly. Indeed. In goes Curry and bowls straight and across the line slightly from Caires, pushed out to mid-wicket. Budinger is the fielder. Guy on the stream. The Travelodge next to John Lewis was where Richard III stayed the night before Bosworth. Well, he says the site, not the Travelodge. Wasn't there then, the Travelodge. Ye oldie Travelodge. Stabling. Available. His kingdom for a horse. In goes Curry, bowls outside off stump. A horrible, horrible jab from Caires, and nothing shot. He just looks a little bit, at the moment, nervous, out of sorts. Quite how to describe it, but walks away to short leg. He's a tall, slim young man. Twiddles the bat in his hand. Scrapes at the crease. Giving Curry hope at the moment of that first wicket. Curry is in, bowls to him again. He's driving again, he's missing, and Curry, even Curry, who rarely shows any emotion, raises his eyes to the heavens in disbelief. Caires went for the drive, missed it again, and that's, what, 4 in a row at which he's played and certainly not middled. 3 of them he's missed.
Yeah, nervy times. Excuse me, nervy times out there.
Curry, slightly angled run is in and bowls on off stump. And this time Caires gets behind it on the back foot, drops it out into the covers where Green is the fielder. Although there was the site to which Guy refers, which is now a Travelodge, apparently was an inn. Double N. Controversial.
It was what, sorry?
An inn.
Ah.
In goes Curry and bowls outside off stump, steered away down to third man by Caires. He'll feel better for that. Just too much width offered by Curry, and Caires picks up 4 at the end of the over to move on to 16. 217 for 5. 249 more runs needed, less than 250. But you can, if you want, go and see the grave of Richard. He's now in the Leicester Cathedral. It is they call it a cathedral, but it's a big parish church. Really. He whispers.
Is it? It used to be that a city needed a cathedral to be a city.
Yeah, I was always
though,
told. That's what I was always told, but no, apparently not.
Because Chelmsford's a city now.
Ripon always was because of the cathedral. But yes, you can now apply to be, can't you?
Here goes Green, away from us at the pavilion end. He bowls to Davis. It's eased away into the offside. And there's no run. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, live at Grace Road. Richard Ray and myself, Kevin Hand, live on the BBC Sport website and app for our stations, live on the streams of the website. This bringing you this one with the shadows starting to stretch on the third evening. Middlesex's chances have stretched with the loss of Deploy and Higgins in quick succession, a partnership that's just starting to give them hope as Green's in, bowls, and this is leg side and turned away beautifully by Davies. It's a big innings for both of these. Middlesex will hope to see runs at least, and some defiance and some further evidence of the potential of both. They've got a couple here as Davies moves to 12. 219 for 5. If they can get it down below 200, then they'll just start to believe again. With 5 wickets remaining, there's a chance, but long way still. Here comes Green. Right arm around the wicket still to Davies, left alone. Through to the keeper. He goes. Low bounce. Coming back in again, wasn't it?
Was taken running to his right by Cox.
So, what can Middlesex do up to the second new ball, which is 15 overs away after this one? Here comes Green again. Full ball and eased into the onside. And a dot ball it is. Have you got a 5:30?
Nobody has said anything, but momentary
We can hear
burst
them
of
all right,
noise
though,
in our...
if they were
Yes.
asking that question. Green turning again. Moving away from our commentary position. He bowls full down the leg side. That's a good take by Cox. He saved 4 there because it got away, a full ball. Applause from the crowd. Said that of Davies when Cox was batting, didn't we? That you never see a wicket-keeper turn around and, well done, mate. You know, to the they always say of the wicket-keepers, a bit like goalkeepers in football, they're so on their own that, you know, they're their own little team, aren't they, within a team. Complete individuals, the wicket-keepers. But see Cox produce a nice piece of glovesmanship like that, just as Davies did to Cox yesterday. His green bowls outside the off stump. That's a lovely flowing drive by Davies, an offering of the bat. He hasn't gone too hard at it because Middlesex are clearly being watchful here as these two play themselves in. It's the 29th ball for Davis, and as he takes a couple, he's on 14. End of the over, 2-2-1 for 5. Caires will have strike on 16 from 29 deliveries as well.
Yep, looks a well-organised player with a lot of ability. Could be a big day in his career.
Well, he scored that ramped 6 to win the game, or to set Middlesex on the way to winning the game at the Oval last year on a televised game, and that one grabbed everybody's attention. Middlesex had been on a 10-game losing streak up to that point in the competition.
So he doesn't lack confidence or nerve, Jack Davies.
Yeah, he's certainly a confident lad. Nice chaps to have a chat to as well.
De Caires to face Scott Curry again. Curry is in, bowls to him. He's cutting, and he's cutting for 4 as well. Again, exactly the same shot, or very similar shot to that he played off the last ball of the previous Curry over, having been beaten 4 times in the over. He got the last one away to the 3rd man boundary. There was width, and it was a little bit short, and that was exactly the same, and it received exactly the same treatment. So De Caires moves on to 20. The runs beginning to come again for Middlesex. Halfway is approaching. 225 for 5, 241 more to win.
Come on, fellas.
Curry turns, is in and bowls, and De Caires goes for the drive. It slides past the outside edge again and doesn't miss either that or indeed the off stump by so very much. That's the length for Scott Curry, who can't believe De Caires has played and missed again. Long shadows being cast now by the floodlight pylons extending right across the outfield as in goes Curry and bowls straight, worked off the back foot wristily into the leg side by De Caires. Buttinger runs across from mid-wicket to field. Keep coming hard here, boys. That sounded like Rishi Patel. It's a fair guess if you're not sure who's saying that it is Rishi.
The noisy one.
Curry is in and bowls again straight, middle and leg, and again De Caires staying on the back foot and working it out to mid-wicket. Still 24 and a half overs to be bowled tonight. Possibly another half hour, possibly another 8 if the umpires are so inclined, but Leicestershire would need, I suspect, to have Middlesex 7 or even 8 down for that to happen. In goes Curry, bowls on off stump again, a fraction short of a length though, and De Caires back foot out to mid-off. Hill the fielder.
Well, it is, but the hubbub in this game has been one that I've enjoyed. It's because we feel like we're on a little balcony here leaning over the action. We're quite close to the middle, aren't we? It feels further away at somewhere like Wantage Road, or obviously at Lord's. Lofty position.
Curry, last ball of the over is in. Bowls Fuller this time and on off stump, so leaning forward this time. Caires gets behind it and pushes the ball out to mid-off. Another over ticked off by Caires and Davies. 2-2-5 for 5. The partnership for the 6th wicket now 34. Green, with his much remarked upon hairstyle, hands his sweater to umpire Peverell.
He seemed in good spirits at lunch.
He always seems to be. Ben, he's thoroughly nice chap.
Past Mark Stoneman and gave him a comment that made Stoneman chuckle, whatever it was. Green that picked up Stoneman as well, wasn't it, in that morning session? Yeah. Was it not?
Yes, it was, yeah. Caught Kimber, second slip.
Here's Davies waiting. Green, who sets his run-off going now and bowls a bouncer. Oh, goodness me, tennis ball. I mean, that was really short, wide outside the offside. It didn't actually get up, because you could well imagine if that had got up, it would have flown over the keeper, let alone the batter.
That was in his own half, wasn't it?
Partnership's 34 now for the 6th wicket. To Caires 20, Davies 14. Green in, bowls, angling into Davies. He turns into the onside. These two will know each other very well from Middlesex second 11, of course. And as will Luke Holden coming in next, and then the skipper, Roland Jones. The second new ball, you do feel at this stage now, though, is going to be so decisive. It could go bang bang at that point. And then the extra half an hour may well be on, as in comes Davies, leaving alone through to the keeper. 2-2-5 for 5, because as it is, there are 23 overs remaining today. And it is 17 overs until the second new ball, so there'll be 10 overs remaining tonight when the second new ball becomes available. And even if there are 5 down at that point, 2 quick wickets, 7 down, well, that's the extra half an hour, isn't it? Green, round the wicket, he bowls short. Davies, top edges, he gets right underneath it. It's not going to carry to deep square. He really toe-ended it, that's why it didn't carry. Deep square charging in. Fell just short. Don't know how quickly he set off. We saw a couple like that in the Middlesex innings where the ball went up and they didn't set off quickly enough, but that's easy enough to say from up here, because you've got to judge it before you start running.
Budinger was not exactly swift over the ground to that. There's a lot of hands on hips out there. And Hill was down on his haunches for a long time.
Third slip settles down behind Caires. Green's in, bowls short, and he's finding bounce. That's well ridden by Caires, and it runs away for 4, and that was a lovely back foot ride of the bounce by Caires, and his back foot play does really remind me of Michael Atherton, his father. If you watch the hook in particular from Caires, you can sure see who taught him how to play it. But equally the deflections through the off or leg side off the back foot to look a fair bit like Michael. And here goes a length ball outside of the off stump, swinging away, left alone by Caires. A fair bit about him in his stance as well, isn't there? 230 for 5, Caires 24, Davies 15, 23 overs remain of day 3.
We have had a couple of times this season a kite overhead at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
The bird, or?
Well, obviously, yeah.
Rather large flight.
I don't think I would have remarked upon
kite.
it. Yeah, no, that there are there's an increasing flock, if that's the right word, away to the east, over towards Rutland Water, Wakeley Woods, places like that. Round the wicket comes Scott Curry and bowls to Davies down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, taken by Cox. But I hadn't seen any drifting over the city before, but they are. You go for a cycle ride up to the east towards Rutland and around there. They'll often sort of hover disconcertingly overhead in case you're big enough to, you're small enough to pick up. But they are big things, huge things now. Beautiful things as well. Curry is in, bowls again down the leg side, taken by Cox. An appeal for a catch behind, he's gone, strangled. That is so unlucky for Jack Davies. Well, I mentioned the possibility of a strangle earlier, and one has happened. Davies didn't do too much wrong there, just tried to sort of help it round the corner, a little inside edge, and that is really unlucky because he was playing very nicely indeed. But Cox takes the catch, and Curry has his first wicket of the match.
Yeah, shame that, isn't it, for Jack Davies, because they were just starting to settle. He did have that one that he skied in the last over, but it was a ball that kept low, and in the end what he was doing was scooping it off the toe end of the bat into the onside because it kept low. But other than that, it looked in reasonable nick.
He did. And I suspect actually Sol Budinger will be quite relieved to see that his, well, failure to get to the ball, whether he could or not, I don't know, but the body language of his teammates suggested he might have got closer than he did, shall we say, put it that way. And it hasn't cost Leicestershire too much because Davies goes. Luke Holman walks broad-shouldered out to do the crease. Caires gets a drink from acting 12th man Mark Stoneman.
Yeah, Holman earlier today, now Stoneman.
Has Fernandez gone home or something?
Yeah, I'm wondering whether there's a second 11 game that they've been released to. I don't think they have, because again there was another youngster that I saw I couldn't recognise. Who was running around earlier.
.236 number of runs needed, 230 on the board, 236 more needed, I quickly add. So they're almost halfway, but now 6 down. Can Curry go bang, bang? He's going to stay round the wicket to the left-handed Holman. In he comes and bowls. Holman leans forward, steers the delivery out towards point, and is called through for the single, or called Caires through for the single. Kimber's just starting to warm up again, so he's going to have to husband his resources to a certain extent, Lewis Hill, if he's anticipating needing to use the new ball, which is more than likely. It is only 12 and a half overs away. I don't think they're going to get these 4 wickets quickly. Middlesex bat all the way down. Curry back over the wicket to the right-handed Josh Caires, who's on the back foot, defending out through the vacant point area, down towards backward point, who's on the boundary. Goldsworthy comes in, fields, underarms the ball to Lewis Hill. And Caires moves on to 25. For once the electronic has beaten the manual. That doesn't happen often. Curry back round the wicket to the left-handed Holman, who is looking to defend the short ball. I think he missed it and it went into his midriff, but his back's to us, so I'd have to have a look at the replay on that. He flinched rather as it popped out into the offside, suggesting it was body rather than bat. Yep, we're right into the solar plexus. Curry is in, bowls, tried for the similar ball, just turned round the corner by Holman. Hill picks up, came running in, picked up, turned, and sort of as he fell, I beg your pardon, Swindles turned, and as he fell through, missed the stumps by not much at the non-striker's end. Holman was having to hurry, and Swindles has both hands on his head as if that was really close. There wasn't much of a reaction from his teammates, though, which usually tells its own story. 233 for 6. 233 needed.
Yeah.
Halfway.
Yeah. Well. It's all about the 12 overs to come before the second new ball. Can they get there 6 down, and then can Holden and Caires see it off? Caires and Davies were there, 2 openers. Again, it would have been an interesting contest, wouldn't it?
Indeed. I'm sure I've seen Holden make runs here before on this ground, and he might be tempted by Kimber's gentle off-wings.
He's a really good bat. Really, really good bat. He's got a lot of potential. Luke Holden showing it with the ball already. Seen glimpses of it with the bat. Here's Kimber then to the left-handed Holden with the slip in place. He's around the wicket and he bowls now. Drags that one down short, and Holden cuts it to backward point. He gets away with it straight to the fielder. Real drag down first up. Sorry, go on, Richard.
I'm just going to say 6 first-class innings for Luke Holden this season. So not much of a chance.
No. Kimber bowls and forward he goes, plunging forward. He defends back, no run.
67 runs in those innings.
He's no shrinking violet, I can tell you that. He will not be thinking about anything other than a victory here.
And an average of 11.
Kimber bowls and this is stroked away. Won't have many better opportunities to show his worth with a bat than this. He's got all the time in the world, really, hasn't he? Session tonight, all day tomorrow. Caires scratches the crease, off spinner to off spinner as Kimber comes over the wicket. He's in now. Is that like the aircraft returns, or another one does? Back he goes. Caires dabs this into the offside. They all got excited as he rocks back there, didn't he? But he played it with a great deal of time and ease. I really enjoyed the chatter in the field. Nattering away all of them out there. So here goes Kimber back and across to Caires. Turns to square leg. No run again. Shielding his son from the eyes. Kimber as the ball's returned to him from mid-wicket. Off he goes. Pavilion end. He bowls the fair bit of flight again on that one, and plunging forward. Caires smothers it to cover, no run. 2, 3, 4, 4, 6. Caires 25, Holden 3, 21 overs to be bowled still on day 3, but at 6 down, it's only going to need one more. And then the extra half hour. 7
will
think so.
Be the trigger point.
I think so. Wasn't that always the kind of accustomed given 7 down?
Are the umpires staying at this? I don't know where the umpires. Did they always stay? Did they stay at the same hotel as the teams, or
I don't know.
Or as the visiting team? Or do they go home? If they're near enough, I suppose. Are they like? Who was it who used to stay in a caravan? He used to have a sort of dormobile, and he used to park it.
I'd love to know who that was.
Pasty Harris, I think.
Was it?
Yeah. Yeah, he used to park on the car park and stay in his used to be known as a dormobile. Motorhome, I suppose. Round the wicket goes Matt Salisbury, bowls to Holden, who's a fraction late on that one as it zeroes in on his off-stroke middle stumps, pushes it out into the offside. No run. Could have been Jeremy, but not sure. Salisbury, curious run is in, bowls. No, he doesn't let it go. Just runs through the crease, keeps hold of the ball.
Needs to take a few tips from Elsa, doesn't he? One for the kids. Let it go. Frozen.
Oh,
Disney.
Okay.
There'll be a few dads and mums out there knowing right now, going, yep. Ones will be belting it at the top of their voice.
Salisbury is in, bowls down the leg side, turned to mid-wicket, going to have to hurry back, Coleman there. He was rightly, I think, sent back by Caires. It was to the left of mid-wicket, and Swindles ran round, picked up left-handed and threw. I think Holden had made it back into his ground, but Caires might not have done had they gone for the run. Last thing they need to follow up a strangle is a run out. Salisbury. Oh, he's got real problems for some reason. His arm was right at the top of his delivery point, and you heard the little sort of grunt as he just stopped. Whether he's cramping, shouldn't be. This is his 17th over, and it's a new spell. Just for some reason, he's just having one or two problems at the moment. In he comes past umpire Blackwell and bowls short ball that hits Holden. He tries to pull it. He's got left hamstring problems. Just to finish the description of the ball, Holden tried to pull it away. Didn't get anything on it. Went into the body, and there was a half appeal. But yeah, Salisbury is now cramping. Well, Leicestershire can ill afford, as we've said, or I have said, on several occasions, to lose one of their seam bowlers. But he's got an issue, and he's going to have to come off. I think they're calling for Lloyd, Leicestershire's physio, to come out and see what he can do. Lloyd Hanley Byron, splendid name. Leicestershire's head physio this season. They've stretched Salisbury off, but his left hamstring is causing him all sorts of problems. Well, Travaskis is coming out, the 12th man with the drink, but I think they need the physio rather than... Here comes Lloyd from the medical rooms on the other side of the ground.
First year, did you say?
First year as head physio. Yeah, he wasn't here last season. Well, he wasn't head physio last season. In fact, he's come out and he's been sent back. Salisbury sent him back. He's just taken a, what would he be? Salt tablet, something like that. Yeah. If you're cramping.
Yeah.
Patel and Green indulge in a spot of play sparring as they wait for Salisbury to recover. Got to be a little bit careful. If his hamstring goes, Leicestershire could be in a real bother. Meanwhile, Caires and Holden have a chat. That's Stoneman who's out there. Again, he's the acting 12th man. Is it? No, it isn't actually.
Robson. Oh no, Bamba.
It's number 12. I think.
Robson. It is Robson.
It is Robson.
Is it? Hold on a minute.
Yeah.
It looks like Bamba, even though.
No, I saw the 12 on his back as he turned round. It's Sam.
It is Sam, right?
Bit taller.
It was the big smile on his face that gave it away. That threw me.
The ears aren't quite as prominent.
Steady.
Bit of a personal comment, but they do protrude. We are ready to go. Salisbury has had some salt tablets. They won't take effect immediately, but the stretching off might help him a little bit. How many balls to go in this over? 3. And it might be that they have to go to Goldsworthy really to get through these overs until the new ball.
Must need to do an Ollie Robinson.
In goes Salisbury and bowls outside off stump. It goes on with the arm a little bit, and as Holden indicates with his right hand, it moved away a touch. So well bowled around the wicket by the hamstrung Salisbury, but it was too wide, and Holden could let it go. Roy Palmer used to have the camper van, says George. But I mean, I remember an umpire in my time having a camper ban. In goes Salisbury bowls on off stump, pushed by Holden out to cover. So Palmer was, he may well have done, I don't doubt you, George, for a minute. But there was one of the umpires in my time used to arrive in a camper van. So, and Roy Palmer was before my time.
Sounds like
I'm sure it was
Jeremy
Pasty
Lloyd's
Harris.
Oh,
it could have been Jerry Lloyd's, but Not sure. It does indeed. In goes Salisbury Bowls outside off stump. Holman tries to chop it away, doesn't time it, and it bounces out to Patel in the covers. And there's no run. Salisbury takes his cap and sweater, and I think he's now going to head off to the medical centre, the physio's couch, and just get a little bit of a massage, I suggest. I don't know, actually. Travaskis is bringing him another drink, and he's heading to the boundary. Is he heading for some treatment? You'd have thought so, wouldn't you? But apparently not. Anyway, Kimber's going to continue. Jerry Lloyd's in his Taunton garden and his roses.
Oh, he's a good man.
Used to chunter and chunter about those.
Really enjoyed it.
And his golf.
Yeah. He told a good story, didn't he, as well? As this ball's short from Kimber and cut through points for a single. Deep backward points is where it's fielded by the sweeper on the cover boundary. Green couldn't get low to stop it at backward point.
Used to worry so much.
Did he?
About decisions and things. Yeah, he used to. He cared a lot about getting things right.
There's a bit of flight on this, and the ball's punched away to point by Holman. It just gets in between cover and backward point for a single. He moves to 4. Very well regarded, wasn't he? As a
absolutely, yeah.
As an umpire.
Absolutely.
And indeed a human being. As here's Kimber Bowles short down the leg side, and Caires swung it. I mean, he almost hit the keeper. He swung it so fine for 4. Not quite sure he meant it to go that fine, but away it goes, and it's 4 more. And 240 for 6 the score to Caires. Moves to 30. And it's 226 more required by Middlesex.
First really rank bad ball from Kimber.
Flight again from Kimber onto the legs and turned to
slowly,
square leg.
But it did turn, didn't it?
His back foot watchfully played. Off break bowler to off break bowler. What's going to give? Didn't quite catch that. Really does. That's never struck me as much, but I really do feel like we're just leaning over the action here. As here's Kimber Bowles, and this ball is played defensively off the back foot, and it was a full ball. It could have been very awkward that for to Caires.
It's turn, but it's slow turn, isn't it?
Yeah. Kimber in bowls, lots of flight driven to mid off by De Caires. No run again. 240 for 6. Into the over. Holman has 4. De Caires has 30. 19 to go tonight. 9 to the second new ball. 226. It's been a long day. It's, what time is it now? 6 o'clock. It's the scheduled close. Yeah. And we've got 19 overs to go and the potential of an extra half hour.
I think they were still playing at 7:10 last night in Chesterley Street. I don't know, how is that? What's going on there? That must be approaching a finish, I would imagine.
Derbyshire done. This Northamptonshire, Sussex.
Worcester they were going very nicely at Chesterley Street against Durham. Derbyshire were beaten at tea, before tea maybe. Salisbury's going to continue, so his hamstring seems to have been sorted out. Round the wicket he goes to Luke Holman bowls, and there's a hit on the pad. There's an appeal, but when the bowler turns and sees the umpire already walking away from behind the stumps, he knows it's not going to be given. It was going down leg. Clearly, is the opinion of umpire Blackwell. So it was. Goes Salisbury bowl straighter this time, brings Holman forward in solid defence, pushing the ball out to mid-off.
What's that on the balcony?
Something over on the balcony, but quite what, I'm not sure. Green is swinging his legs around. As Salisbury runs in and bowls to Holman short down the leg side, pulled by Holman on the bounce down to Budinger, who's at fine leg. Sort of short-armed pull. Not much foot movement from Holman. Connected cleanly enough. Moves on to 5. 241 for 6. 225 to win.
Taking the time out there, aren't they?
Yeah, over 8 still shows level on the board. Changes to the field. I've seen Budinger run all the way from fine leg to mid-wicket. 2 slips in a gully as Salisbury's in to Caires, who is pushing forward on off stump, steering the ball into the covers. No run. Has looked a bit vulnerable outside off stump, but he's battled his way through to 30.
That clap is extraordinary. It's just every time.
Scott Curry's got a knack of catching the echo, finding an echo, hasn't it? Hasn't he? In goes Salisbury and bowls, very straight and full, dug out by Caires. Green makes something of a meal of the stop running across from mid-on, almost directly behind the stumps. Falls and blocks the ball, goalkeeper style, with 2 hands towards Hill at mid-off, and 1 is taken, was always going to be taken. Round the wicket goes Salisbury to Holman. A little bit short of a length. Holman stays on the back foot and was saying no run even as the ball was going back down the wicket to Matt Salisbury. End of the over. The 72nd of the Middlesex second innings. 242 for 6. 224 to win. 4 wickets for Leicestershire to get.
It's a gentle countdown at the moment, isn't it? It has gone like that in this innings, hasn't it? Where it's gone in fits and patches. 2 wickets of deploy, and Higgins accelerated matters. Davies and Caires settled things down. Then Davies fell. So here's Kimber beginning the new over to Caires, who wristily drives that, smothered it somewhat, didn't he? Just looking to play over the turn of it, I guess. Any potential bounce for the fellow off spinner. Picks us for single out to deep cover. 243 for 6. 223. Further runs required for victory. Unlikely as they may be, that's as much Middlesex's hope as saving a draw in this game. Indeed more so. As here's Kimber. Bowls with a bit of flight. Forward goes Holman, defending no run. Flight once more. Oh, late decision to leave that one by Holman. Thrust forward and then stepped away. Body and bat. Now this is leg side and swept fine. Ow, cry of anguish as it comes low off the bottom of the bat as it goes away fine. Goes away quickly though for 4. Holman moves to 9. 219. Further runs required. 247 for 6. 2 to come over the over here at Grace Road. Sunlight's just dimmed by a bit of cloud. Thin, high, sporadic cloud. Some lovely rays of sunshine dropping through the clouds to our right though. Beautiful scene. It has been all day here. Off goes Kimber again, bit of flight, and that's pushed away into the offside by Holman. Picks up a single. Sweeper in the covers. I wonder why a sweeper in the covers at the moment, unless they want to bowl to Caires. No, they just thought the off spinner would want to bowl at Holden. I'm worried about runs at this stage, will they? 218 more to win. Kimber bowls. Short, punched off the back foot. Nicely done by Caires. Just finding the sweeper at cover, but they'll just take a single. And that's the end of the 73rd. 7 more overs to the second new ball becoming available. 249 for 6. Holman 10. Caires keeps the strike. He's on 33. 17. Is that going to tick down to 16 now at the end of the over? I think it is. 16 overs remain. The third day here at Grace Road, which has been a really good contest. First innings, though, the 93-run margin of difference is very telling right now in this match.
Salisbury, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to start talking through the order. The Salisbury turns and comes down the slope to bowl to Josh de Caires. Short, and he goes for the pull, hits it hard down into the ground. It trickles out towards square leg where Swindles runs across the field. 250 up for Middlesex. 216 more needed. 4 wickets in hand. Can be done. It has been done. Salisbury round the wicket to Holman, who is studiously forward, and then that big bellow of no. As he sees Swindles closing on the ball at extra cover. Green stretches a little bit more at mid-off. You would imagine that they'd rather keep him for the new ball. Salisbury in, bowls, driving is Holman, but again down into the ground rather, so it bounces quite nicely for Green at mid-off to move to his right and make the stop. Seems, whisper it Leicestershire supporters, to have recovered from his hamstring problems. Matt Salisbury into his 19th over of the innings, 2 for 61. It's been a decent effort by him. And he comes and bowls. Might just have held that one back a bit. It swung in and Holman almost overstretched slightly. He's got his bat to it in front of his pad, pushed the ball out to mid-on. No run.
Where is he? I want to see this guy. I still can't see it.
Caires at first slip at the moment. Kimber at second as in goes Salisbury, which turned out towards mid-wicket. Budinger puts in the dive at mid-wicket and gets 1 or 2 slightly, I suspect, ironic cheers from his teammates. Well, they mean it, but like to see him exerting himself. Sol Budinger. Salisbury is in, stays a touch low, but nicely played by Holman. Went forward, then went back and turned it out to Budinger at mid-wicket, end of the over. 19 overs for Salisbury, as I say, 2 for 61, his very decent figures. Caires 34, Holman 10. 250 for 6, 216 more runs needed. 16 overs left to be bowled tonight, possibly 24 if Leicestershire can pick up another wicket or 2.
Lewis Goldsworthy back at the pavilion end. Side of this ground is beautifully illuminated at the moment, and all the rows of houses on Milligan Road behind the old scoreboard, red bricks lit up.
Excuse me. Did pick up a wicket in each innings at Hove, Lewis Goldsworthy. 1 for 32 off 6 and 1 for 40 off 10.
Here he comes. Bowls now to Josh Caires, the right-hander. His left arm around in the forward defence from Middlesex's number 6. And we should say, you know, that Middlesex still have a top-order batter out there in the middle, into Caires, and a former opening bat. And Holden, who will very much aspire to bat in the top 6 in years to come. As this ball's cut away out to deep cover for a single, 2-5-1 for 6. The former coach Stuart Law, who first brought Holden in the COVID year when youngsters were really given their chance that year, weren't they? They said they couldn't quite decide whether he was a batter or a bowler at this point. Genuine all-rounder. Great ability, club level. Regarded as good a club batter as you will see.
Destructive, I would imagine.
Yes. Goldsworthy, his left arm over and he bowls, and this is punched away by Holden. He's got a presence at the crease, hasn't he? Are you flicking at that B?
No, absolutely not. No, just a few crumbs were in my pocket.
This is a B in front of it, isn't it?
Proper B, yeah. Not a bumble.
It's off. It's left our perch in front of us. As forward goes to Caires, pushing back to Goldsworthy. There's no run.
We used to have a bright yellow muffler on the effects mic, which often attracted an exploratory bee exploring to thought it was a flower.
Bit of flight. That's a nice bit of flight. Just a bit too straight though, and to Caires over the top of it. Turns a single, final mid wicket. He's on to 36. Back to Holden. Yeah, I said it's from day one, and actually I put it to him on an interview. I said, you know, you look as though you've been out there for years, you know, nothing seems to trouble him. He said, I'm glad he said that, Kev, because that's what I want to look like. Here's Goldsworthy bowls, and this is punched away by Holden for a single out to deep cover. He moves to 12. 254 for 6. End of the over. Caires has 36. Saw his dad Pete last night. He's on the ground. Drove up and down on day one, and then booked in overnight last night. So saw yesterday's play, and we'll be seeing today somewhere. Sat down below us, watching his boy play on. Wimbledon fans, but Islington by birth. Holden.
Well, he'll be delighted with his son's efforts so far. 28 balls faced, 12 runs scored. Hasn't really looked in any trouble. You do feel, though, as you said, we're sort of marking time a little bit until the new ball. Salisbury's going to continue manfully from the Bennett end. This will be his 20th over. Cox standing up to the stumps. In he goes round the wicket, bowls to Holden, who drive but checks the shot. It's a little bit straight and goes straight out to Swindles in the covers. Salisbury in, bowls, again looking to get Holden driving. He sort of accepts the invitation and is not quite at the pitch of the ball, but gets on top of the bounce. Doesn't time it out to green at mid-off. He's wearing dark socks under his whites, Luke Holden. Either that or his cricket boots have sort of uniformly dark heels to them, extending up his leg a bit down the leg side from the weary Salisbury and turned comfortably to square leg. Doesn't try and overhit it. Holden just makes sure he gets it square enough to pick up one. Buttinger runs across from mid-wicket to field. Holden on to 13, 255 for 6. Partnership 25 now for the 7th wicket. To Caires down to face. Hasn't felt as though he's seen much of the strike of late. Salisbury's in, bowls to him. Oh my goodness me, he's trying to play a little late dab outside off stump that he misses. It's not taken cleanly by Cox, but it really doesn't miss off stump by so very much. Gets away with it again. 6 inches. Outside off stump as Salisbury is in and bowling straighter this time on to off stump. Worked back to him on the back foot by Josh de Caires. Sun, thankfully, behind cloud, otherwise it would be pouring into our commentary box. But it's light, high, white cloud, very different to the cloud that's been over the ground for certainly the first 2 days, 2.5 days really. Salisbury is in, bowls just outside off stump, no run, says either de Caires or Holden as it's dropped out behind square on the offside, fielded by Curry. End of the 76th over of the Middlesex second innings.
It's been a tough 3 days for Middlesex, and this has been one of the better parts of it, really, hasn't it? But they're still 211 away from a victory target at 255 for 6. It's a good fist they've made of it. You think back, you know, the 380 chases. They're chasing 380. You'd really think, oh yeah, maybe. 130 runs, but 211 more required. So here's Goldsworthy. He's left arm over and he bowls to Holden, who dabs this one defensively into the offside, fielded at backward point. Slip. Wanders over to have a look at the ball and have a shine on it. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square and short, fine leg. Goldsworthy to Holden, and it's short and it's hitting the air. Cry of catch, but it's well fine of the deep square fielder, and it's 4 more. Holden's on to 17. 33 balls faced he's had. 259 for 6. 207 more for a Middlesex victory.
I think that was the very definition of a long hop. De Caires would like some tape, which is in his bag. You might like to know. The whole ground knows now.
Yeah. Was it De Caires earlier? No, it wasn't. Here's it was Holden, wasn't it? This ball's punched away by Holden off the back foot to Goldsworthy this time, just to single out to the deep cover boundary. Holden was strapping away, wasn't he?
How many overs left today? Plenty. 13.3 plus possibly 8.
Goldsworthy around the wicket to De Caires onto the pads. No run. Yaps away outside of the ground somewhere. Are you allowed dogs inside?
Absolutely.
Oh, you are.
Of course you are, yeah. Absolutely. Walk around the ground.
This one's given a bit of flight and wraps on the pads, but Goldsworthy doesn't appeal, only the keeper and the slip and the cover. Drifting down the leg side, it started quite straight.
Grace Road wouldn't be the same without Norman and Bertie. Freddie, a less frequent visitor these days, bless him. Brunty's Springer Spaniel, sorry.
Goldsworthy bowls, and this is pushed away to cover, and there is no run. 260 for 6, end of the over. 77 bowled. So we have, as the taping is run out by Stoneman for De Caires, 12 overs to bowl today? No, yes.
13.
260
minimum.
for 6. Yes. Extra half an hour is a distinct possibility with the second new ball just around the corner. Holden 18, De Caires 36. 260 for 6 the score.
And he has tape added to his bat by Mark Stoneman, or has added the tape himself. Kimber's changing ends. Salisbury's spell has come to an end. Admirable effort by him. Kimber's bowled just the 4 overs, none for 17. Did turn a couple, didn't he, from this end, but it was slow turn. He's going to go round the wicket to Luke Holden. In he goes, tosses it up. Holden is nurdling it out into the offside. Picked up at point by Ben Mike. A car alarm. Briefly goes off in the car park. Ben Green has been warming up now for the best part of half an hour, it feels like. Kimber in, bowls down the leg side, swept but missed, I think, by Holden. It trickles down the leg. He got a little inside edge pad and it trickled down towards sort of leg slip. He picks up 1. Moves on to 19. Back over the wicket goes Kimber, bowls. Edge caught! He's got his wicket. Caires propped forward outside off stump. And Leicestershire have got a real bonus wicket there in the 78th over. Well, Caires popped forward, playing perhaps for turn that wasn't there. Got the edge and a comfortable catch at slip for Scott Curry. Well, let's just see what that one did, if anything. Well, didn't do too much, really. Just popped forward, took the outside edge, and the wicket is taken. And as I say, a real bonus for the Foxes.
Yeah, it'll be a huge disappointment to Caires. Talked about Caires and Davies hoping to really make a case against this older ball and maybe get in against the second new ball as well, to players who started their careers as openers for Middlesex and have slipped down the order. But 261 for 7. And with 12.3 overs remaining of today's extended day as it is, the distinct possibility of the extra half an hour comes into play once again, especially with a second new ball, but 2.5 overs away.
Does feel that way, doesn't it?
TRJ was rather sombre, Toby Roland Jones.
He's slightly, isn't he? Lugubrious. Announcer.
Was it reflective of the fact that poor old visiting skipper, out he goes, 205 more to win? Well, he's got 1 first-class century to his name. Luke Holman, by the end of his career, will have many first-class centuries to his name. Will either of them be able to do something here?
And he's got a 50 this season. TRJ. So he will not have given up yet.
And indeed, he started his career as an opening batter, but not for the first 11. In the Middlesex Academy, Toby Roland Jones was once an opening bat.
He's certainly no mug with it now. Was he, oh yeah, he got, yeah, it was the Mike full toss, wasn't it, that
yeah,
deceived him.
Disappointed with that one, won't he? That was, he still had to ploy at the other end at that point, didn't he?
What will he make of Louis Kimber, who is stepping in and bowling? He goes back and leaves. Slightly wide delivery that doesn't really turn.
This would surely be his finest hour if he led them to victory from here.
2 balls to go in the over. Kimber is in. Roland Jones is back and rather elegantly stroking the ball out into the offside where Budinger fields in the covers.
Oh.
Kimber is in and bowls outside off stump. Roland Jones leaves lots of oohs and ahs, but well, it was wide, but he made something happen in the over. Louis Kimber, he's picked up a most unexpected wicket. Relief for the cameraman, they all got flat feet, do you think?
I know.
The cameraman.
Thud, thud, thud.
Thud, thud past us on that grating alongside, but bless them. They're on their feet in all horrible conditions. Sometimes they come wrapped up like Eskimos, and they need to be in the early season.
Goals with a bit of flight to Holman. Start the new over, push to point, there's no run.
Lovely Goldie, sings out Curry.
This is left alone outside off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. 261 for 7. And again comes Goldsworthy, and down the track comes Holman and swings hard. That's his fellow spinner. He gets a thick edge that flies over slip, and he'll take 2 to move to 21. 263 for 7. He's betrayed a fair bit of frustration there, Luke Holman, hasn't he?
Dad won't be pleased about that, will he?
Aye. Not sure
that was at Mo, wasn't it? An absolute yahoo over cow corner that top edged over slip.
I'm not sure his skipper at the other end will be too enthused by it. I think comes Goldsworthy again, and forward goes Holman, pushing back. 263 for 7.
Something off this one, Golders?
Something about a canister. The canister off this one. There's a lot of flight, and this ball's driven out to deep cover for a single. Holden moves to 22. Knock the canister? Does that make any grammatical or linguistic sense?
No.
I can't quite. That was what it sounded like. It's a bit like the old song, well, still songs nowadays. You hear something, it's nowhere near what the actual lyric is, but that's what you think it says.
Peter Caires made a career doing that.
He
It was
has,
one of his
hasn't
big
he?
things, wasn't it?
Oh, I love that man. He's great. Forward goes Holman. Roland Jones pushing back, and there's no run. He used to go and sit in the BBC Radio London studios. At the back of the studio, nobody would know that he was there. Well, the people in the studio know, but no listener would know. But he'd just go and sit and watch Danny Baker work, the old radio and television star, Danny Baker.
Yes. A huge, huge star for a long, long time. Very, very innovative broadcaster. So Kimber will bowl the 80th over of the Middlesex second innings. From the Bennett end, round the wicket he goes to Holden, who stretches forward and pops the ball defensively out into the onside. Ben Mike's sort of stretches and calisthenics are very innovative. I'm not sure they're in the yoga manual. In goes Kimber and bowls, and prodded at rather uncertainly by Holden. Turns his wrists on it, pushes the ball up the pitch on the onside. But we can definitely say that it's going to be green. He must be tired out from all the warming up he's done. And Mike will take the new ball. Kimber is in. Back goes Holden. It does straighten, but from outside off stump, and a safe leave by Luke Holden.
One more here, one more here.
Kimber is in straight. Holden carefully forward again, pushing out into the offside. 4 wickets now for Louis Kimber this season. Steps in and bowls. Nibbled around the corner by Holden. Pursued down there by Goldsworthy, and he comes back for the second swerve to avoid Ben Cox. Swerve he does. Picks up a couple. Moves on to 24. Cameraman comes back to replace his temporary assistant. Kimber bowls. Holden is forward. He's going to pick up another one there, which means he will be facing the new ball, assuming, and we are assuming, it is taken now. 267 for 7 after 80. Holden 25. Roland Jones yet to score. Less than 200. Needed to win. 199 or 3 wickets.
They'll surely take it now, won't they? Because I know that one more now, that definitely forces the extra half hour, and they've got a day off.
It is being taken, I suspect, because Ben Green is coming on. I'm just waiting to see the new ball shown to the scorers. Perhaps it already has been. Perhaps he wants a ball with the old ball just to get into his bowling. Do you want it straight away, says Hill? Yes, says Ben Green. And Hill rolls the ball back to the boundary.
Ben Green. There we go. The pavilion ends. He's right arm around the wicket straight away to Luke Holden. Now this could be fun. Roland Jones and Holden, they usually don't shirk the task in front of them.
They attack the new ball. Might as well, mightn't they?
Here goes Green around the wicket. 2 slips, bowls, and he's bowled him, has he?
He's left it and it's bowled him.
He has, yeah. Leaves it alone. It comes back in and Holman's gone. Middlesex are 8 down and the end is nigh. 2, 6, 7 for 8. Holman's gone for 25. He'll be so disappointed. He'd have been so keen to face that new ball and see off some of it tonight at least, and perhaps through to tomorrow, especially with his skipper at the other end. Roland Jones, I think, rather kicked away at the dust a little bit as he turned and looked away after that one, but Holden drags himself off. He's disconsolate. His head's down. He's been in good form with the ball in the blast. It's been good to watch the enthusiasm. He makes the sign with his hand that ball really came back in.
Might not need the extra half hour.
Did it come back in?
Yeah, swung back in, yeah. But not that much to have left it. Do you know, it did swing. It was just a horrible misjudgment by Luke Holden. And he's, as you say, dragging himself off the field. Let's have another look. Yeah, that's astonishing leave, actually. Whether he thought it was going to, not a gun barrel, but you know.
Too close.
You know, it was probably pitched an inch. 2 inches at the very most outside off stump, but delivered from round the wicket. You cannot leave those.
Yeah, that's the point of round the wicket, isn't it? It's the modern day approach now, isn't it? To come immediately around, have a blast at the stumps, force the batters to play. 2, 6, 7 for 8. Henry Brooks joins Toby Roland Jones. 2 batters of similar stature and similar ilk in some way. Both very capable of some long handle shots, but it's a lot of long handle to get 199 more. 3 slips behind the right-handed Brooks. 9.5 overs remain. And in comes Green, bowls to Brooks, who defends, pushes into the offside. There's no run. The ice bath is mentioned now. Brooks, I mentioned to you the other day, finished off an innings recently with 3 wickets in an over. I think it was wicket, dot ball, wicket, dot ball, wicket. So far in this over, with the second new ball, Green has wicket, dot ball. Here's the 3rd ball. And oh, he's nearly chopped on, inside edge, down onto the stumps, off the back foot, jabbing at that one, really.
Jeepers.
Close. Very nearly a wow in the scorebook. Wicket, dot, wicket. It's been a wow performance from Leicestershire, hasn't it? Depleted as they are.
At the moment, you'd have to say, yeah, they're a wholly admirable effort, really. 4-man seam attack.
There's Green's in. Bowls, and this is just full of length, pushed away into the offside by Brooks, and there's no run. With the depletions, this first win of the season will be one of the finest wins for a while. It's suggest against a Middlesex side who are very disappointed that they were relegated from Division 1 last year and are at full strength.
Good to get over the line in one, that is for sure. Having come so close at home against Sussex in extraordinary circumstances, there's been a really good effort.
In comes Green, and it's left alone by Brooks. That one shapes away from the right-hander as it shaped into the left-hander and bowled Holden. First ball of the over. Well, Middlesex to dust themselves down from this and head back to the Blast, which hasn't been a wholly happy hunting ground again this season for them. Will they go again?
Worcester won by 6 wickets, by the way, at Durham.
Ooh. In comes Green, shortish run up of his. He bowls and Brooks rocks back and defends into the onside. 2, 6, 7 for 8. Roland Jones has none from 4. Brooks has none from 5. Middlesex have 199 more runs to win. They have 2 wickets remaining though. And the Leicestershire first win of the season, the last undefeated side of the season in the County Championship Division 1 or 2. Middlesex about to fall here at Grace Road. It's a glorious sky up there again now. It's changed again. You look down for a minute, you look up, it's been an ever-changing skyline, and so there's been a few pretty ones. This is pretty pretty in itself. It's very thin. It's almost like a thin sheet of cloud away to our right, isn't it?
It is much higher, isn't it, than it's been. Like kicking huge bootfuls or clouds of dust away from the hopping crease. Can he pick up another wicket or 2 to add to his haul of 7 so far in the game?
A Hall of Fame for Green and for Mike in this match. It's been excellent, hasn't it?
Short steps to start his run up, then gets into his stride and bowls to Roland Jones, turns him off his legs, off the pads, I suspect, judging by Umpire Blackwell's already raised hand. The knee comes up to meet the hand. And the leg by is added to the score, 268 for 8.
Roland Jones, of course, has 9 in the match, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah, the captain has given of his best. No question about that.
They'll be kicking themselves in this match, they really will. Middlesex been far from at their best.
I think they'll make the point that they lost it on that first evening, really, that final session on the first day when they bowled out as cheaply as they were. If they lose it, Mike is in. Oh, but a horrible bouncer that is comes off the helmet. It has going to have to be checked. Physio. Brooks just didn't really move, did he? And it bounced off the helmet and was stopped, well stopped at third slip, I beg your pardon, by Scott Curry. But that was an awful bouncer for the tail ender. Mike walks away. Hill tells him it's okay. Brooks checks his helmet. Out comes the physio. Out come the drinks. Will be checked, but he looks okay. He's leaning. Well, no, sorry, that's Roland Jones leaning nonchalantly on his back. Brooks looking less nonchalant, perhaps, having taken off his helmet. It's the helmet that's checked, though, rather than Brooks. Phlegm.
Yes. Fitness and conditioning. Oh no, it's Pete Wax from the physio. Phlegm's the fitness and conditioning.
Right.
Fitness.
Fitness.
Fitness. There's your fitness.
Yes. Appropriately nicknamed. Phlegm.
Yeah, he has a quick chat with the two umpires and said, yeah, he's fine. Pete Waxman, and then makes his way off.
I beg your pardon, 6 innings and 2 not outs for Henry Brooks this season. And he does have a 50 to his name, but as you explained, the circumstances were...
Yeah, it was...
a little bit...
a dead match at Lord's at that point.
Out of the ordinary.
With all due respect.
Mike. Will he try and produce the Yorker now? Is in and bowls outside off stump and attempt to carve it away through the offside, and Brooks fortunate not to edge through 2 cocks. That was a quickish delivery from Ben Mike, as you've pointed out a couple of times, has worked up a decent head of steam. And he, talking to him after the first day when he picked up his 5 wickets, said it's so nice to be on a pitch that just offers you a little bit of pace. It's not something that they've managed to do very often here at Grace Road in recent years, but this one has got something for the likes of Mike, who charges in and bowls again to Brooks, who turns him off his legs nicely. Off the straight, Budinger is in rather laboured pursuit. It's Green who runs across from mid-on to pick up. Budinger loses his sunglasses. And Brooks picks up a couple. Get off the mark, 270 for 8.
I've still got a screen open on here. Surrey 501 for 5 at Kent last year. Trying to offer Middlesex fans some hope early. We went through those record stats quickly at the start of this innings, didn't we, of these sides?
Mike is in again. It's a shout for leg before, and he knew straight away it was full and low and hit Brooks bang in front, and a leg before decision. In fact, he didn't. Did it flick the bail? Did it go onto the there's a bail off. I thought it was just a plain LBW. Let me have a look.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
The replay.
I'm wondering, did the keeper roll it back at the stumps, maybe?
Could have done. Let's have a look. See. Oh. Yeah, leg before. As plumb as you like
down by
on the back foot. Mike has 8 for the match. Brooks comes and goes fairly quickly. The end is nigh.
Well, I think we'll certainly be having the extra half an hour if it's required from here, Richard. So that's at least another hour's work for you and I. Call your accountant.
Are we on double time? No, it doesn't change, folks. We get what we get.
Plus Pharaoh.
Better than working, though. he whispers.
Yeah, exactly. Don't let the bosses hear you say that. Pay decrease.
More watching cricket and being paid to chunter about it.
And scoff a few cakes from the friends
Yeah,
of...
absolutely.
If they're running heavy over there ahead of tomorrow's day, which will not take place, all cake happily received.
It's all shut up over there now. To sustain you on the drive.
Yes.
Back down.
I'll go tomorrow now. It's too late.
You stay over.
Yeah. Hotel's booked, isn't it? Have the
Booked
breakfast.
and paid for.
Set off tomorrow. By the time I've done the interview tonight, and
yeah, it's
goodness me, it'll be 9:30 by the time I've done the interview tonight after this one.
7:15. 8 overs left, plus another 8 for the half hour. 8.1. Ethan Bamber is going to be on strike. 2 Ben Mike. Is Leicestershire's first championship win of the season going to come in this over? Mike has 3 for 61 now. Comes bounding down the hill, bowls to Bamber, who is right behind that one on off stump, defending out to backward point. It is the end of the over. Ben Mike gets a warm round of applause from the delighted Leicestershire faithful. 270 for 9.
Right, it's over to you, Richard, now, isn't it? You're a wicket away. Extra half hour. Might have a bit of work to do here.
I am not used to this. We have yet to be in this situation. That said, Adrian...
Middlesex, make him work.
Because it was... Adrian had me commentating on the end of the game at Hove, because it was Kimber going sort of so well, and it looked like he was only going to be a couple of big sixes away from... Well, sixes away from smashing Leicestershire to unlikely victory. Will it be Ben Green who does the trick for the Foxes this time? In he comes from the pavilion end. Bowls to Toby Roland Jones, goes straight through him, and it's an inside edge that misses the stumps by a coat of paint. I thought that was it, and it so very nearly was. It was a tentative prod forward from Roland Jones, flicked the inside edge and missed the stumps. Well, I still don't quite understand how. 274 for 9. How did that miss?
Yep. The end is certainly nigh here at Grey Strokes. You fancy Roland Jones will start swinging now.
Slips go down as Green is in and bowls. There is the big swing. He's lofted it over long on. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. What a hit from Toby Roland Jones, and having survived by a hair's breadth last time, you predicted it. He would start swinging, and he connected in some style, actually.
He's a fabulous batter, but goodness me, when he swings up, Pat, ball stays hit.
High and long, over long on. Green is in, bowls. Roland Jones swings again. It's going out towards deep backward square. That's another 6, I think. It was. Consecutive maximums for Roland Jones. That one was not where he wanted to put it, I don't think. But he got enough on it, and it flew away down towards deep backward square for another maximum. He moves on to 16, 286 for 9, 180 to win.
So what have you had? 4, 6, 6 in this over so far?
No.
Didn't the other one go through?
Yes, it did. It did. You're absolutely right. And Roland Jones, 3 balls ago, was on 0. Is now on 16. Green is in and bowls. Roland Jones hits it up into the air. It's going to drop short of Budinger, and it bounces about 6.5 feet into the air, I would think. Budinger looks round in surprise. That one absolutely bounced like a tennis ball almost.
Have you ever seen that before?
Not quite that high. It did bounce on a wicket on the end of the square. So perhaps it, you know, that a wicket that will have been rolled at some stage. So the harder bit of ground, but jeepers, that was a high bounce.
I don't think I've ever seen a cricket ball bounce that high. That's how high it went.
Picks up 2 more. In goes Green. Bowls to him. He smashes that one over long on for another maximum. And suddenly, Roland Jones, defying the odds, has picked up 24 off 5 balls. Is that right? Yes.
172 more to win.
Well, a few more overs like this. Hill wanders across to Green, says, had we better put a couple of men on the boundary?
This couldn't be the Kimber moment in reverse, could it?
Well, at what point do we get you on commentary?
With 5 to win.
A little bit further to go.
Yeah.
For Toby Roland Jones, but he's whacking his side towards 300. Green will not be amused. Runs away from us. Bowls to Roland Jones, who defends. Says, well, if you're going to put men out, I'll just block it. And does to Ben Mike, which means he's 24 not out at the end of the over. An over which he began, naught not out. But he leaves Bamber to face Mike. What will Bamber do? Block.
His skipper's at the other end. Yeah, block or get one. I mean, as I've been saying all along, he's a good bat. Ethan Bamber, when Roland Jones is doing that, drop the single. Mike versus Roland Jones would be a good contest here, actually, wouldn't it?
It'd be an interesting one.
Yeah.
He might get a short one or two.
Yep. He pulls and hooks magnificently, Roland Jones, so it would be interesting. We saw Kimber hit that one out of the ground off Brooks, didn't we? Over the old scoreboard. Bamber's eyeing it up, is he? He's just counting the field.
Well, there is a single to be had at mid-wicket. He was just square legs, just putting on his shoes. It's Ben Green there. So Ben Mike should wait for Green. He's not going to, though. Green's still fastening his shoelace. Mike is in, bowls to Bamber outside off stump, swing and a miss. Taken by Cox. 172 needed to win by Middlesex. Green has now fastened his shoes. No, he hasn't. He's fastening them again now. Velcro's usually involved with, well, it's involved sometimes with cricket boots these days, isn't it? Some of the Leicestershire players wearing those rainbow. It's still the rainbow game. Mike is in, bowls to Bamber onto the legs. It comes off the pad. It's running down to fine leg, and that will be a leg by. Brings Roland Jones on strike. Let the revels ensue. What will happen now? What will happen now?
Field of spread, you'd imagine.
Leg side field, all retreats.
Looks like he's going to bump
let's
him.
See who's going out. So they've got a deep backward square, a long leg, and a long on. Green is, where's he going to go? He's going back to deep-ish mid-wicket. I don't know if he's going to the boundary. There's a long hit out there. So long on, deep-ish mid-wicket, deep backward square on the ropes. Long leg on the ropes. Third man. Deep backward point on the ropes. And in comes Mike. And bowls pulled high over square leg for 6 by Toby Roland Jones. He moves on to 30 and brings up the Middlesex 300. This is wonderfully defiant stuff from the Middlesex skipper. 30 off just 12 balls. 7 balls ago. Well, that new ball is going to have to be replaced, it seemed. They might find it in Milligan Road somewhere. What did it hit? The
corrugated iron roof, was it?
The steward has found it.
Did it bounce over the top of that roof, I fancy?
It must have hit it and bounced over, but the steward has found it.
Not quite as big as Kimber's.
He's rolling it back to Harry Swindles, who's rolling it in turn to Ian Blackwell. But, well, the ball won't be in quite the condition it was a moment ago. It's being treated for a new ball with absolute disdain by Toby Roland Jones. That was the best shot for me that he's hit so far, and he's middled them all. His attacking shots quieter now around the Uptonsteel County ground as Mike is in and bowls a horrible beamer, and that'll be a warning and a no ball. Slipped out of his hands. He apologises to Toby Roland Jones. Official warning. And
he was going for the Yorker, wasn't he?
He was. Lewis Hill acknowledges as much. Looked like a sort of slower ball slightly as well. So he got that one horribly wrong, Ben Mike.
Free hit.
So Certainly it adds 2 to the score. 303 for 9, 163 to win. Mike in. Bowls driven by Roland Jones out to the backward point area. Goldsworthy comes into field. 1 is taken. So 2 balls for Ethan Bamber to survive, and Bamber is perfectly competent bat.
Finish it off, boys.
270 for 9 when Henry Brooks went leg before wicket, and that was only a couple of overs ago. It's now 304 for 9. 162 needed. Mike is into Bamber, a normal field, 3 slips behind him, comes in and bowls, tucked towards square leg. No, says Roland Jones in a to Leicestershire and Midland and Northern ears sounds a very London accent. No. And he wanders down to have a word with Ethan Bamber, saying, let's not take one off this one. Just keep this one out. I'll smash another 30 off Ben Green. In goes Mike and bowls. Good Yorker, but well played by Ethan Bamber. Dug out, great cloud of dust. As the bat comes down on the ball, squirts it out into the offside, and the over is survived by Bamber. More than that from Roland Jones. Lovely pull for 6. You heard it clatter off the top of the Geary bar roof and into the Milligan Road, retrieved by a steward. Green hands his cap and sweater to umpire Peveril. Got a bit dark now. Sun will be out again in a second. The cloud has filled in a little bit. 6 overs to go, plus the half hour if it's taken, and it would be presumably taken.
Yes, absolutely.
So, can Ben Green get one through? Can Roland Jones connect with a few more? Green is in and bowls. Roland Jones goes back and defends, and the ball trickles out to the vacant mid-wicket. In jogs Scott Curry. Every Leicestershire player, bar of course. Actually no, because there's a slip. I beg your pardon. Rishi Patel is in at slip. Everybody else back on the boundary. Bar Cox, of course, and the bowler. Ben Mike's jogging up now. Hill is coming to have a chat to Ben Green. And they're saying to Scott Curry, or Scotty as Hill calls him, to come up from deep mid-wicket to conventional mid-wicket. So that they're going to have a couple of single savers in front of the bat on either side of the wicket. Green is in. Bowls. Big swing from Roland Jones, and boy, has he connected again. And that is another maximum for Roland Jones. Moves on to 37, 311 for 9, 156 to win.
He's not coming to. Come on.
Well,
what's Kimbers?
If it goes below 100, 243, and he didn't, it wasn't enough. Green is in and bowls. Down the wicket goes Roland Jones. It's banged in, but even so, Roland Jones pulls it over square leg for another 6. How many 6s is that? He moves on to 43. Is that 5 6s and a couple of 4s? Or is it 6 6s?
I'll double check.
Can he? Still 150 needed to win.
Let's have a look. Roland Jones' innings. Where's it gone? Until he offs this ball.
43 off 17 as Green is in. Bowls to him, looking for the Yorker, waits for it, plays it well, clips it out to mid-wicket. Curry fields. It was pretty much a full toss, very low full toss.
6 to 6.
6 6s already. 36 from his 43 in maximums. Green turns, Runs in and bowls. Big swing, thick inside edge onto the leg, and they're going to take the one here. And probably wisely so, because it was the 5th ball of the over. Well, Green has bowled very well in T20 for Somerset this year. Indeed, I think he's in fact, he's the competition's top wicket taker. So he has to switch his bowling, I suppose, really, to sort of T20 style. I can't bear all these sort of betting things that come in from people watching on the subcontinent, really. It's tedious stuff on the stream, isn't it? 317 for 9. Roland Jones on to 44 watches as Green is in to Ethan Bamber, who is solidly forward on off stump. He'll keep it out while Roland Jones swings at the other end. 47 the partnership now, of which Bamber has scored none.
Yeah. Well, Toby Roland Jones, 44 from 19. 1 first-class century to his name. I mean, he hits the ball. When he played for England, they did a promotional video, you know, the kind of things that they do. So they all went to a golf course, the England squad, for that match, and they all had to hit a cricket ball down the fairway as far as they could. So out came their bats, and Roland Jones hit the ball longer than anybody, and I think that included Stokes. Comfortably. He's an incredible striker of the ball, Roland Jones.
Well, he's showing that at the moment.
I don't think this is going to be Headingley. 2019?
I know it. 9, yeah, I think so.
Who was at the other end? Was it Leach?
It was.
How many did he have to get?
Did he get 1?
Yeah, he did. And how many did Stokes have to get?
It was in 3 figures anyway, so wasn't it? So it's a chance in 100 or fewer, but it's still a chance. A slugger's chance. Roland Jones is slugging like Muhammad Ali at the moment, causing Leicestershire much food for thought. Hill and Mike have had the discussions. Don't bowl another beamer, for heaven's sake, Benny, he's saying. You'll be taken off. Mike comes down the slope from the Bennett end and bowls to Roland Jones, who pulls him high over square leg for 6 more. And that is the sound of the ball landing on the Geary Bar roof, the corrugated roof. What a 50 from Toby Roland Jones. His 50 has come off 20 balls and includes 7 sixes, or was it 8? The steward heads off into Milligan Road, has to wait for a couple of cars to go past.
Including the one that was hit.
Well, it landed on the roof, so hopefully if it did hit a car, it wasn't
bounced,
hard. It bounced and sort of rolled down the roof on the other side. I can see the steward looking under a couple of vans on the other side of Milligan Road, parked in front of the businesses over there. And it might take a few minutes to find the ball. He's got it. Good man. Twice he's retrieved the ball. Harry Swindles looks back, but here we go. Well done, sir. He throws it to Swindles, who in turn throws it to umpire. Well, he throws it to Rishi Patel, who will throw it to umpire Blackwell. Rolls it to umpire Blackwell. Roland Jones' onslaught goes on. Wow. They've all been clean hits. None of them have sort of been close to being caught. They've all cleared. And it's a big boundary here at the Uptonsteel County Ground by a long way. Everybody back on the ropes. Leicestershire on the ropes as Mike comes in, bowls and dug out. It was a full ball outside off stump, and Roland Jones shakes off his right hand as it jammed against the bottom of his bat. Well bowled by Ben Mike, whose figures, like those of Ben Green, are suffering some damage. 3 for 76, his figures now. 3-2-3 for 9, 143 for Middlesex to win. 4.4 overs left tonight, plus the 8. Mike is in and bowls full toss. It is hit out, but it's going to bounce before Ben Green at mid-wicket. It was a low full toss, and Roland Jones doesn't take the runs and then says, can I put some tape on it? My back is cracked. Lewis Hill raises a hand. Out comes Luke Holden with the tape. Out comes Sam Robson with a drink and a towel. Holman's going to apply the tape while Roland Jones has a drink and a towel off. Well, Leicestershire can never do anything that you think should be a reasonably straightforward proposition, and so it's proving again now.
I mean, this is a counter-attack to put some pride back on the board, isn't it, for Roland Jones?
Is he playing him? Is he hitting himself into the T20 squad?
Well, I mean,
if things aren't going so well.
Yeah, I guess really with his injury record over the years, they've just made a call that look, we'd prefer you to focus on red ball cricket.
He's focusing all right on it at the moment. To go with his 9 wickets, he's now got a 50. Groundstaff getting to the covers. It's not going to rain, is it? In goes Mike and bowls down the leg side, hits the body of Roland Jones as he tries to pull it away, bounces out towards mid-wicket. Mike jogs in pursuit because Roland Jones isn't going to take the run. I'm not sure why the ground staff have gone to the covers.
Oh, stop it, lads. Can't be. No, there's nothing around, is there? There's plenty
of rain
of
coming, and we're 12 overs away from the close. 12.2, chaps, not... Well, maybe it's just comfortable sitting on the tractor.
Maybe they're enjoying what's going on.
Yeah, maybe they want to watch. Why not? Well, Rishi Patel has come into a conventional mid-wicket because there are just 2 balls to go in the over as Mike is in and bowls. Roland Jones gets a short ball that he just dabs out to point, takes the 1, and means that Mike will have 1 ball at Ethan Bamber. Everybody comes in, presumably. Well, Swindles hasn't reacted down there at deep square, but because they wouldn't mind if Bamber took 1, presumably. But at what point do we start thinking about tomorrow? Because if rain, as you suggested, is forecast, well,
oh, well.
You know,
start blocking Roland Jones.
3,
I think it's only a morning shower, though, isn't it?
For 9, 142 needed. Mike is in and bowls full and straight, but Bamber keeps it out, pushes the ball out to mid-off. Hill comes running in because it's the end of the over. Bamber has survived. Partnership is 54. He remains on 0. Roland Jones has 51. 3-2-4 for 9. 142 to win.
Okay, confirmation. 1-4, and that was his 7th 6 that got him to the 50, of course, isn't it?
What a knock.
Oh, well.
What a knock. 42 in 6s. Ben Green.
King Toby. King of the carve-up. King Louis last week, the king of the swingers.
Deep in conversation with Lewis Hill, who is pointing hither and thither because it'll be Roland Jones on strike. Every Leicestershire fielder on the boundary, bar Patel, who's at a deepish extra cover. Mike, who's jogging back to a deepish backward point. No, go further back, says Hill to Patel. So there's a single obviously there to be had. Green is in to Roland Jones, who swings him high. Should be over long on. Is it? Only just cleared long on, but it did clear long on. He didn't get all of that, Roland Jones, arguably for the first time. Budinger was down there at long on, but it was over him. He couldn't do anything about it. Thumps into the advertising hoardings. 6 more to Roland Jones. Moves on to 57, 330 for 9. 136 to win. Please, no.
Yes.
I don't think I could. My heart will be up for it. Green is in and bowls. Huge swing and a miss from Toby Roland Jones. Almost swung himself off his feet there. Those 2 shots for the first time, arguably today, were a little bit wild from Roland Jones. 57 he has off 26. Looks around him. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? Everybody's on the boundary now. Green is in and bowls bowls, cuts it away down towards backward point. Mike gets there fairly quickly, and that does mean that Bamber is going to have to face 3 deliveries at least in this over, unless of course he gets one away for a single from Ben Green. Well, he's batted perfectly competently, Ethan Bamber. He's got in line, he's blocked everything out of the middle of the bat so far. He's only faced 7 balls, he's dealt with them all perfectly. No reason to suppose he won't continue to do so.
Yeah, exactly. He's a solid bat. As I said, he's a very, very good number 11. Very reliable number 11 if you need him to be. Ethan Bamber, he can definitely hold up an end.
Green is in to him with 3 slips, bowls. Oh, and he's reaching for one, looking to drive an outswinger and not getting anything on it. Not what was needed. Needed to leave that because it started wide, went a bit wider. They get into trouble, don't they, these good number 11s, when they start to play shots. If they're just defending.
Well, yeah. And
that's all that's required of him. In goes Green, bowls, and he does just defend. Little turn of the wrist as he blocks that one on the back foot off, middle and off. Stumps.
It's almost a case of, unless Roland Jones gets out, we could be coming back tomorrow, Richard.
It remains a possibility. 3.1 overs plus 8 to go. Green is in, bowls, and Bamber leaves outside off stump, and he has survived. 3-3-1 for 9. These two have now added 61, of which Bamber has scored none. Sun is still evident in the sky behind cloud, but temperatures have dropped slightly. Sweaters going back on us in the commentary box.
Oh yeah, might do in a moment.
A very pleasant afternoon stroke evening. Can Ben Mike get through the Roland Jones, I was going to say defence, but hasn't been much defence, has there really? Everybody out for Ben Mike as he comes down the slope. Bowls to the Middlesex captain, who swings, edges down to third man, bounces once. Curry makes the stop, and he won't take one.
Extraordinary, isn't it? Absolutely extraordinary.
Mike is down the slope. Bowls. Roland Jones punches it pleasantly off the back foot out to extra cover. Who's on the boundary? Louis Kimber is out there. No run taken though. Only the second ball of the over. Kimber rolls the ball out to Sol Budinger, who's out there at long off. 58, Toby Roland Jones, at a strike rate of 200. Mike is in, bowls to him, outside off stump, steered out towards cover again, and this time they are going to take the one, so they're going to give Bamber potentially 3 balls in the over to face from Ben Mike. Much quieter out there now from the Foxes, who were jubilant at 270 for 9. Not so jubilant now at 332 for 9, a partnership of 62 for the last wicket. Mike now has a conventional single saving field with 3 slips. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Bamber, who pulls. He shows he can do it as well and pulls for 4 out to mid-wicket.
Less of that, please, Ethan. I think Toby's just gone over to say. Leave that to me, please.
Are we witnessing something extraordinary? Well, we are witnessing something extraordinary, but how extraordinary is it going to become?
I mean, not that it matters remotely at this stage, because it really doesn't, but we'll have to be grabbing for what the record last wicket stand is for Middlesex against Leicestershire soon.
Yeah,
I'd have thought.
Well, I can find that on Cricket Archive and will. Mike turns at the top of his mark. Comes running in to Ethan Bamber, who turns him nicely behind square. Now it could be two in that. They've taken one. He turns for the second. Salisbury gets his throw away, and two are indeed taken. Bamber starting to believe. He moves on to 6, 3, 3, 8 for 9. Partnership records. Highest partnerships for Middlesex against Leicestershire. The last wicket was 58, so they've beaten it. They have set a record. It is now 68. It was previously Murtagh and Collins at Lord's in 2010. Mike is in. Bowls. Oh, huge swing that is flying down to third man for 4. There is no third man, so another 4. This time for Bamber. Well, I suppose why not, really?
Well, because Roland Jones is 59 from 30. Well, he's a very good bat. I'd be saying so. Ethan, stop it.
Would you? At 124 still needed, or do you?
I'd be saying
seriously now. You think that?
Well, I mean, you can't give up, can you? And if the number 11 starts throwing his bat like this when the number 9's 59 from 30, I think the umpires are discussing the extra half hour.
Well, surely they have to take it.
Yep. Roland Jones is inquiring.
One ball away here.
Yep.
Well, there are 2 legitimate overs remaining in the day. Lewis Hill is just getting the word from umpire Peveril, who's sort of who's nodding away at him. Well, Ben Green is being taken off, and Scott Curry's coming back on.
Yeah, let's see if he can hit Curry in the same way. The light has just dimmed this evening, hasn't it?
A little bit, but the floodlights aren't on. It's not, you know, it's not remotely bad enough to see them taken off. Curry then is in to Roland Jones, who defends a perfectly normal ball. Curry plays football with it. A little bit too good and straight to be whacked away, or attempted to be whacked away. Well, does that mean that we're only going to get 2 overs and he's playing for the close now?
No, I think he's probably just having a look at the first ball. I'm sure the extra half an hour will be taken.
It has to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has to, yeah.
Curry is in. Roland Jones defends again.
But maybe he's playing for tomorrow through the extra half hour.
Who knows? Pushes it out to extra cover and there's no run.
But maybe he just wants to have a look. Have a look at... Bambert's still practicing his shots at the other end.
Curry is in. Bowls to Roland Jones, who does swing. This time it's up into the air. Is it going to be caught by Ben Green at deep mid-wicket? It's caught, and Leicestershire have won. They have won for the first time in the county championship this season. They have won by 123 runs. But what a magnificent effort in the entire match by Toby Roland Jones, who's picked up 9 wickets and a splendid 50 as well. But the Foxes have inflicted the first defeat of the season on Middlesex, and after disappointment last week at Hove, it's joy, albeit tinged with quite a large portion of relief, because it was a wonderful last wicket stand by Middlesex. But Leicestershire have won, and they've won in 3 days.
Well, Richard, the victory margin, 124. Look at the first innings difference, that 86 on the first day. They'll say it quite clearly. I remember Pete Hanscom saying it once to me when he was Middlesex captain. Nobody wins a cricket match if you're bowled out for 100. Middlesex were bowled out for 86 in their first innings here, and that one batter reaching double figures is, you know, you need nothing more to say than that, really, do you? And that 93-run margin in the first innings, in a very low-scoring first innings as well, is what has cost Middlesex very, very dearly, and they lose their unbeaten tag, which they will be, without any disrespect to Leicestershire, very disappointed to do when they come here, and that is because Leicestershire are so heavily depleted. 6 players, did you say, Richard, would have been in this starting 11 had they have been available? So it's more than half the team missing, and they've beaten a team who ideally would very much like to have been in Division 1 last year and very disappointed to get relegated. So first defeat of the season. I wouldn't say a shot in the arm. Don't think they need that. They've played good cricket this year in the Championship. It's going to go wrong one day, isn't it? But it went badly wrong on day 1 here.
Leicestershire take 19 points, Middlesex 3, which means Leicestershire move on to 118 points. And at the moment, they move back into 4th in the Championship behind Yorkshire on 123. Middlesex move on to 130, stay 2nd, but now 20 points behind Sussex. But this 2nd division of the County Championship stays very close as a consequence, and those last 6 games at the end of the seasons should be interesting indeed. But applause for the Leicestershire players, and applause for Toby Roland Jones and Ethan Bamber as they leave the field. What a great 3 days of cricket, and an entertaining 3 days of cricket it has been.
Yeah, it was. It was a really good game of cricket, and 86 all out in the first innings, that 179. What about that partnership as well at the end? Curry, they took it from what, 126 for 8, and that's a huge difference. Now that was a 40-run difference at that point between Middlesex's first innings and Leicestershire's first innings if Middlesex wrapped it up at that point. But on to 179, and that, brilliant. Huge fight and huge credit to Leicestershire because of the obstacles of player absences that they face coming into this game. Middlesex would never take any side lightly, but looking at this game coming into it and the amount of players missing, they'd have really thought, yep, we'll be keeping the pace up with Sussex in this round if there's a full 4 days, because Middlesex are at full strength and playing pretty well coming into the game.
Well, thanks to Kevin, as ever. Brilliant company over the last 3 days. And thank you to you if you've been listening and getting in touch from time to time. Your company too has been most welcome. Hopefully you've enjoyed the game too, whether you're a Middlesex supporter or a Leicestershire supporter, or indeed one of the many Sussex supporters who joined us for the last,
and Yorkshire, I'd say,
the last half an hour or so here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Leicestershire, like Middlesex, now return to T20 action. They are at Trent Bridge on Friday and then back here at the Uptonsteel County Ground at a now slightly delayed start against Derbyshire on Saturday. But from Kevin Hand, that is, of BBC Radio London, and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, it's thanks again for your company. And for now, it's goodbye from Grace Road. Goodbye.